I'm ready. Are you
It'll
ready?
probably be different. I'm not ready. I'm never ready for this. But
Okay, let's go. So you're gonna be the main
Miki.
character,
Yes.
Miki.
Because she can date. What's his face?
Yes, there's your options probably.
Yeah.
Hasao,
and then a new
or
girl.
I forgot what that said her name was, but we'll find out.
Suzu?
So there you go. Let's go.
All right.
I'm excited.
Oh, we're doing it. We're doing it. Oh, finally. It's been like 4 years.
It has.
I've always believed that there are many kinds of people.
Can I click? I can click. Ha
Those who calmly stroll through their uneventful lives, the ones who meander from this interest to another, they who walk in the shadow of others more notable than themselves, and so on.
I mean, she's going to kind of have a Sachi voice because my Southern Belle voice has changed over the years.
Yeah, it's Sachi now. It's okay.
As for me, I was the type who ran. The people I wanted to be with, what I wanted to do with my life, where I wanted to be. I knew the answers to all those questions. I had my worries and concerns, of course, but those meant nothing when living with such purpose. My ambition was what set me free. For those fleeting years of my childhood, I was unstoppable.
I'm going to see if Spacebar makes it go. Yes, it does.
3 years ago, that world ended.
Oh, God. And the New World Order began.
I'm so happy to be back in this world.
Right? Oh, man.
Yeah, and we even like joked about dating her when we first saw her.
Yeah, she's hot.
Right?
It's like we were like, we need a Miki route.
Right.
Oh, here's one, kind of.
It's not. It's a Miki game.
If you date Hasao, then I guess that's kind of like the...
Yeah.
But...
The rattle of a can hitting the vending machine rings out across the empty school grounds. With the orange of sunset settling over the
Ooh, that's
campus,
loud.
everyone's retreated to their dormitories. Oh, I missed that music.
The dormitories!
Yeah! And homes for an early start
man.
to their studying and various hobbies.
It's been so long. Do you remember all of our jokes?
No. I'm sure we'll make them again because our comedy hasn't developed.
Going to
over
the
years.
Shanghai and there's no
The
menus.
yeah, and there's a pool here somewhere.
There's a pool here somewhere. That's about it.
Without much else to do, I wandered through the gardens while drinking to make the best of the unusually quiet surrounds.
Mm-hmm.
Summer's biting particularly hard this year. At least that's what everybody's been complaining about lately. I don't really see the problem. My nub has got lots of airflow, but I've always been more used to hot water than others.
Very aerodynamic.
That's why I run so fast. I can't be in the rally race, though. With little around me to think about beyond the occasional sip from the can, my mind turns to something that has been bugging me. Every day feels the same. The school week begins. I attend classes. School week ends. Lays around for the weekend, and then it all repeats once more. Stagnant is probably the best word for it.
Oh, it's Groundhog Day.
It's not that I hate such a life. Compared to how I've lived before now, it's something I feel I should probably treasure.
Sorry, that D is weird in compared.
Oh, it's like slightly higher. It's just the font. You know?
Right.
It's like there's a picture. I'm like getting nostalgic.
But my life is also finite. No matter how blissfully unaware I am of it, time still passes. Maybe it's summer holidays that have focused my thinking, or maybe the exams beforehand.
You're stinking
My
thinking?
stinking thinking. Either way, this way of living will end.
Oh, it's the track.
Emerging through the line of trees separating the track from the main grounds, the movement of a lone person immediately catches my eye. His figure casts a long shadow in the evening's light as he slowly runs along the far side of the track. Looks like it's hard going, with his arms swaying to and fro as he valiantly pushes himself onwards. He falls and has a heart attack. I idle up to the side of the track and take another swig. It's a welcome distraction from my troubling thoughts.
It's probably hard because they've got the hurdle set up.
He just like plows through him and falls. Yeah.
As he comes around the corner, it's possible to finally get a good look at him. I'd recognize those disheveled locks of Hisao's anywhere.
Yeah.
While his natural habitat may be the classroom, I've seen him sputtering around the track alongside Emmy a couple of times before. So he's in the Emmy route?
Maybe this is like when she sees him during the Emmy route.
Well, you don't talk to her in the Emmy route. It's the Hanako route.
Oh.
I only know that because I just looked it
Right.
up.
Dressed, as always,
And maybe this is the prologue area, like the act one.
Yeah.
in his shirt without the bothersome jacket. It's clear that he has a nice build. I'd like to wash my clothes on that
Rub
washboard.
my nub all over him.
That said, despite his solid chest and broad shoulders, there's an unassuming air to him. Perhaps it's due to his rather plain face.
Aw.
Or just his subdued nature from having recently changed schools.
Oh, we got the swag vest on.
I hope so.
Without anything in particular to say to the boy, I just take another sip of my drink as he continues up the track. Maybe the normal thing to do here would be to cheer him on for throwing himself at the track with such gusto, but it really doesn't look like he's enjoying the ordeal.
This sucks.
His running form is becoming worse and worse, and his speed is noticeably slowing. Even the bird that swooped down to peck at something left in the grass doesn't bother moving as he runs by.
I don't know why anyone runs ever. This is horrible.
It reminds me of how I used to throw myself at the track, running however many laps I could before I broke from exhaustion. I move to take another swig from my can as he comes back around. Wish I could take a swig from his six-pack, only to find it lacking. With my attention briefly diverted from Hasao to my sadly empty drink, I'm taken mildly off guard as he stumbles off the track, comes to a haphazard stop just ahead of me.
Silly southern accent.
Right?
Take mildly off guard. Can I help you?
It's Hasao!
Can I help you?
We've never seen him outside of CGs.
Not knowing if he'd even be able to hear past his panting.
He was running in that?
Right?
I let him collect himself for a few seconds before answering. Just watching.
Yeah, I can see that.
I'm actually visibly excited. I'm bouncing over here.
He clutches at his knees and tries his best to regulate his breathing, but it's in vain. It's when he clutches at his chest and his breathing noticeably rises in pitch that I start to get a bit worried. You okay? Looks like you kind of overdid it there.
I'm fine. Totally fine.
If he's going to be like that, all that I can do is take a step back and let him recuperate. Beyond his breathing and a slight breeze in the trees, there's nothing to be heard. It reminds me of just how alone we are, likely being the only two people in the entire school grounds right now. God, they're a match made in heaven. They both talk in paragraphs.
Right? A breeze in the trees.
After who knows how much time, he finally manages to compose himself and stand upright, sweat still trickling down the side of his face. There's a sickly wheeze to his breathing.
Oh, good.
Maybe he's a smoker, but I don't think he wants to be reminded of it.
You're right. I'm Hasao Nakai.
The mysterious transfer student himself. Pleased to meet you.
What brings you out here anyway?
Just grabbing a drink. You?
Missed my morning run. Ibarazaki said I should run in the evening to make up for it.
Don't worry, we're not close or anything.
Yeah, I don't even know her first name.
Don't worry, I know Emmy. Damn near all the school does.
What's that supposed to mean?
She's always running into people. I nod towards the track. The bird's still out there trying to drag a leftover food packet away. Just how long you been out here?
A while. I should probably just cut my losses and get dinner, but she'd kill me if I skipped out.
Man, just give up.
Oh, I like her.
Come to think of it, this might be a good chance. Dinner alone is boring, and if I can twist him into paying for a meal, all the better. If you're hungry, I know a good place if you're up for it.
And want to pay for it.
It's called Shanghai.
Yeah, it's going to be the Shanghai.
He looks a little startled by the suggestion, running a hand through his hair as he tries to settle himself down and think things through. I can practically see the gears turning in his head as he selects his choice. There seems to be two voices off in the distance arguing over what to choose.
Yeah.
Come on, a hot girl's asking you to eat dinner with her. You gonna refuse that?
They say modesty is a virtue.
Never said I was a virtuous person. Ooh, I like her. May as well wait things out as he continues with his deliberation, as I'm pretty confident I know what the reply will be. Sure enough, he finally comes up with an answer. Nah.
Yeah. Fine, I'll go along with you. Oh, jeez.
Wow.
Oh, it's the Shanghai! We've missed the
Shanghai,
Shanghai.
right? Shanghai's location within the nearby town has always been convenient. I had thought even this might be too much for Hasao given his exhaustion, but he managed to drag himself here just fine. I like the uniforms they have here, even if they do strike me as a little unconventional. Our meal's placed before us. The waitress takes her leave to attend to a handful of other customers at the opposite end of the cafe. She looks kind of nerdy. Not being especially hungry, my meal's just a slice of pie and a drink. Hasao's pack of sandwiches don't look like it'll last for long, but one of them already have disappeared into his mouth.
I don't know how that happened.
Wish I could disappear into his mouth. He catches me staring, awkwardly holding the next mid-air while looking mildly embarrassed.
She's like, here's the menu. Where did you get that?
You've had them the whole time?
Sorry, I just...
It's normal to be hungry after exercise, man. Go ahead and stuff your face.
Yeah, just run a bunch and then wear the same outfit out on a date.
Yeah, and then eat two big sandwiches. Oh, God.
Hasao obediently does so, though with a touch more delicacy than before. So what's the story with Emmy, anyway?
Who?
just completely ignore anything about her.
She just pushes me to exercise with her sometime. Guess she enjoys the company. I mean, like you do now.
No one said I was enjoying it. Doesn't seem like you enjoy the experience much.
Well, I do want to get back into shape as much as I can, anyway.
He pulls his cuff up his arm a little, taking a loose flab of skin from his forearm and giving it a pinch as he frowns. Oh, I'm not dreaming. He sure is pale under his shirt, though maybe I'm not the best judge of that. What are you talking about? You're super tan. You sure found the right person if you want to be whipped into shape. Just make sure she doesn't kill you first.
Believe me, she's come close. In the shed.
Watch everybody just hate my fucking southern voice. Like, I'm sitting here doing this, like, is this annoying? Am I being annoying right now?
Right. They waited so long for this. Now,
It's
no.
like, oh, I gotta listen to this the whole time.
Unsubscribe.
Please don't.
His tone is way too serious for a throwaway joke. Surely she's not that much of a slave driver. Taking a bite of my own food, it turns out I'm surprisingly hungry myself. The two of us end up stuffing down our food in no time, crumbs littering the table in the aftermath. With dinner finished, Hasao leans back in his seat and contentedly pats his stomach. I run my finger around the inside of my mouth to work out the remains stuck in my teeth, savoring the taste of the last little bits I managed to find.
We don't promise to make good voices.
Yeah, that's true.
I did have a cat girl be Mario for an entire...
Yeah, that's true. A cat girl talk about being in heat. And
Yeah.
going crazy from her master's penis. Let's just not think on that.
Okay.
At first I take Hasao staring out the window to be a sign of boredom, but one careless glance gives his game away. He's trying to distract himself from the bandaged stump resting on the table. How'd that get there?
It's not mine.
I hardly think worse of someone for looking at it. Being distracted by something out of the ordinary is completely normal. I just give a smile, hoping to make him relax a bit.
Sorry.
Believe me, you're not the first to notice. It's not like a missing hand is exactly subtle. Hoping, and succeeding to defuse the situation a bit, I grin and waggle my stump in the air a little to emphasize the point.
Hot.
It starts playing a song and the wind changes. It's delightfully easy to read Hasao's emotions, even when he's trying to bet his best to suppress them.
I still have no idea what to make of this place.
Town or Yamaku?
He just raises an eyebrow. That's you.
Oh, he just raises an eyebrow.
Yeah, it's weird for me to narrate.
Right.
What's the problem with that? With it?
I think confronting would probably be the right word. It's not every day you see someone with half their face heavily scarred or have to try and communicate with someone who can't hear. Then there's the obvious example of Emmy.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong. Being a transfer student would make that a lot worse, too. Try coming at that from another angle, though. What are we doing now?
Chatting at a cafe.
And what did you do today before that?
Woke up, got dressed, went to classes, had lunch and tea in a club room, more classes, went to run on the track, looked for the pool, and then started chatting with you.
Isn't that a pretty normal high school day? No. Not when I was in
Yeah.
school.
It's like way too many girls.
He moves to protest, but finds himself searching for words. However, reluctantly, I had it right. What am I doing?
Yeah.
It may be. He backs down once he realizes that I have a point.
Hot girls never asked me out to lunch, so this is unrelatable.
Yeah, I have no idea. I'm completely taken out of this story now.
You'll get used to it soon enough. If everyone else at school seems cool with it, that's only because we all had a head start of years.
And if I accidentally offend someone, I almost did just then, remember?
Then so what? Just find someone else to talk to. There's hundreds of people here to pick from. Hell, you're talking to me easily enough.
A pretty normal high school, huh?
Exactly. Just pick up some friends, find your groove, and ride the rest of the year out. You'll be fine. Oh, shit.
Every time I'm just like, okay, it's you.
He turns to look out the window, reflecting on the conversation. That expression of contemplation suits him well. I bet a sweater vest would suit him even better.
Mm-hmm.
Evidently coming to a conclusion, he gives a nod before turning back to me.
Maybe some Argyle. Thanks. I'll keep that in mind.
The smile he gives me is kind of sweet. Weak, but terribly sincere. All I can do in response is give a satisfied grin back. Such a chance meeting might not change much for me, but if I can help Hasao get on the right track, at least I'll have been useful to someone. The weather really is nice today.
The end.
That'd be amazing. We wait that long just for that. I can't imagine it's super long.
Yeah, I have no idea. Ooh.
I find myself lazily sitting at the base of a particular tree in
That
the school
tree is
gardens.
particularly tree today.
Making the most of its shade while watching the goings on ahead. With the
Oh, sorry.
What
Damn
have
it.
you done, mouse wheel?
Oh.
Just scroll it up.
There you go.
With the events over, yeah, it's way better than Fruits. Fruits didn't have that.
No.
We just had to, like, get over it. With the events over and medals dispensed, the people gathered for the track meet have now fanned out over the grounds. Is Emmy's mom here?
Oh, God, I hope.
Runners excitedly talk with their friends and parents, with a handful who have romantic interests in the other participating school, using the opportunity to catch up on more affectionate matters.
Oh.
They went to the tool shed.
Right.
It's nice. In fact, I prefer this atmosphere to the competitive nature of the track meet itself. People just catching up with others, having a nice time as the importance of who won or lost whichever race fades away. Because they know I won everything. Without much else to do, I idly toy with the medal on my chest. First place was a lost cause. Emmy's in another league when it comes to sprinting. She got robot legs. Bullshit. Silver still ain't bad, especially given that I'm hardly the competitive type to begin with.
I've fought the league many times over this. I'm not going to talk about it anymore.
I wonder what metal this thing is actually made of. Tin, maybe? I flick it a couple of times to try and gauge the sound, but it's no use.
Whoa! What the hell was that?
Was that a punching bag? A shadow crossing my vision grabs my attention, but I needn't have bothered looking. The owner just keeps on walking towards the main building, her empty sleeves swaying in the breeze. Looking back to where she came from, I see a familiar face slowly strolling around the grounds. Given that he isn't in gym uniform, he's probably only here because of Emmy. I feel a little bad for him. Sure, he's around the student council and Emmy a lot, but that feels more like he's being bossed around than actually choosing to hang out with friends. Not that I'm innocent, I guess. The thought of something some of the guys in the club could hastily arrange comes to mind as I mull over the situation. I come to my feet after making my decision, striding past a gaggle of gossiping girls. There's a lot of G's.
Gaggle of gossiping girls.
Say that 5 times fast.
Oh, Miura, hey.
Got dragged here by the shorty, eh? Shorty? The sound just hangs his head as I saunter up to him. He's pretty transparent.
Somebody call 911. She's fire burning.
It's always struck me how out of place his house seems around the track club and other sports stuff. He looks so out of shape. He said he liked soccer when he introduced himself in class, but it's kind of hard to imagine such a passive and subdued lad running around a field and being boisterous.
Subdued lad?
Makes me wonder what he'd be doing with himself if Emmy weren't dragging him around by the scruff of the neck. Probably talking to the nerd
Track
boy.
team captain?
No, it's a dude's name. Kenji.
Yeah.
At least she put on a show for you.
I know, right?
What's that?
Has she always been that good at sprinting?
Yep, she used to be better before, she lost her
Before
legs.
the accident.
She puts in the hours on the track, so it ain't no surprise that it pays off. Fastest thing on no legs and all that. Except for snakes. Those things are fucking fast.
Except for Sonic the Hedgehog.
I think he has legs.
Still, it looks like you did fine yourself.
It's something. You hang around the club and look decently built. I'm surprised you didn't run in some race or another.
You saw me the other day on the track, didn't you? I mean, yeah, she talked to you at the track,
Yeah.
did she not?
The face, yeah, well, he's saying, like, of course I'm not in.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
a terrible
right.
runner. The face he pulls makes me feel bad for bringing it up. This being Yamaku, it isn't hard to think up reasons why he might have problems in that area. His dick's too big.
Yeah.
It's hard to run with a constant boner.
Micro penis. I can't run right.
I just run in circles because it's always, like, curved. Good, I asked. There is another reason I wanted to talk to you, actually. Most of the track club's going to a karaoke place this evening to hang out.
Yeah.
There's space for you if you want to come.
She's cool.
I like her. Sal looks genuinely startled, but I think it's in a good way.
Or his face melted. I'm unsure.
I'm having a stroke. That's my condition.
I was multiple strokes. I was going to study.
Come on, it'll be fun. Some of the other guys want to know who you really are, too. Come on,
Oh, that's not a way to convince me to come.
Right, there's a bunch of guys there. Competition? No thanks.
I somehow doubt I'm that interesting.
Mysterious transfer student who keeps hanging around the track with Emmy? What's there not to be curious about?
You two fucking?
You got a jailbait thing?
Yeah.
He wavers a little, but eventually throws his arms up in surrender.
All right, you got me. I'll come.
The moment we all entered the dimly lit room, we started acting as if it were home.
Where is this?
It's a karaoke
I
bar.
thought it was just going to be at the Shanghai.
They just like install karaoke there.
Yeah.
People laid on the couches, draped themselves over the arms and backs to talk to friends, threw snacks and drink bottles to each other, genuinely made a din from all the arguing over the day's events.
A din, you say?
Now that some time has passed, with the excitement and adrenaline of the track meet ebbing, things have finally settled down a little bit. The dozen people around make do with gossiping while lounging around on the garishly colored seats. Occasionally cheer or jeer at whoever's up front, belting out some crappy song or another.
One or the other, though.
Busily chat the night away. Not that I'm excluded, with Hasao seated to my right and speaking up to be heard over the atrocious number being sung to a chorus of laughs and teasing. How dare, who would ever make fun of someone for doing karaoke?
Right? You said
That's
this was
the
going to be
worst.
fun. If you don't mind me asking, where are the girls from club? I'm sure I saw a couple besides Emmy at the track meet. But only the guys are here.
What, you looking to pick up?
I just transferred in. I don't move that quickly.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Come on, you could do worse than the girls in the track club. Fitness does wonders for you-know-what, after all. Your micro-penis.
What?
He gives me a flat face. I mean, we're drawn, so we all have flat faces. But I detect a hint of embarrassment in it. Guess he's a bit of a prude. They're just busy, supposedly. Maybe it was too much of a sausage fest for him.
It's too much of a sausage fest for me.
Right? He moves to say something, but as the guy singing ends his round, the next beckons for Hasao to join him as he walks up to the mic. Yukio Hasegawa, nothing less than perhaps the most popular guy in track club.
Oh, God.
It's
It's the track captain.
He's always cut graceful figures for a man, bearing slim, refined eyes, impeccably groomed hair, and a gentle face. Far from my type, but other girls seem to gush over him. I like hard faces. The others in the room, whether out of curiosity, friendliness, or teasing, quickly join in to try and make Hasao perform. The guy himself doesn't look enthused, but I suspect that is much due to the pressure as the actual act.
Yeah, God, come to this. It's all guys, and then some other guy makes you sing with them. This is the
and
worst
they're all
experience.
like making fun of each other.
Yeah.
You should do it. What do you got to lose?
I thought you were going to, sing with her.
Right?
My dignity. I can't sing, That's my disability.
they shipped him off to this school just because he couldn't.
Because he's
sing.
tone deaf.
Yeah. He's in the deaf and blind classroom. He's in the deaf classroom.
Yeah.
It's just because he's tone deaf. What, you think any of us can? Stop being lame and just have some fun.
Ooh.
I put my hand on his back and give him a sharp push off his ass, jolting him into the center of the room.
This is like a nightmare.
Right?
This isn't fun.
It's only momentary, but as he recovers, he throws an odd glance back to me afterwards. His anxious, almost scared face leaves me speechless.
Now you're here with this girl you want to impress, and you're just in this terrible situation.
know.
And you're like, well, I gotta do it to make.
hope it's not the worst thing in the world.
Right.
Everything returns to normality in a flash. The boy taking a break before marching around the table and up to the mic, with back hunched and feet dragging, waving down the cheers of those around him as he does. Whatever was going on in his head, it was far beyond just being shy. It was probably like 6 or 7 paragraphs worth of text.
Right. It took him a while. He just stood in place for a while.
Yeah. For some reason, the screen, the whole
It got
room,
dark in here.
The room went dim. With nobody else seemingly having noticed, all I can do is sit back puzzled in my seat and take a swig from the soft drink in front of me.
It's the same drink from before.
As the music starts up and the vocals kick in, it becomes obvious that the two are far from practiced at this. Their voices might not be bad, but they're horrendously out of key. Hasao's shyness is getting the better of him too, which only looks worse next to Yukio's confident demeanor. From the corner of my eye, I notice the guy to my left leaning forward, his face turning to mine.
That's what you want. You want to look worse than the guy next to you.
That's a dude?
It's Steven Tyler.
Named Haruhiko. Though everyone calls him Haru, he's a
Thank
fellow...
God.
Yeah, no kidding. He's a fellow classmate who also had the misfortune of being stuck on the first row tables. While he may be quite gifted physically, being decently tall and strong, he's far from the sharpest tool in the shed. It matters little, though, as his endearing, cheerful nature and eternal optimism cover for whatever shortcomings he may have. His micro-penis.
So what's the over-under on the new guy?
I set the drink back on the table, my hand rubbing my neck as I lean back. I don't know what answers he's expecting, but I doubt I'll be able to give him any. You're asking me?
You're the one who invited him,
He paid for my lunch, so I felt like I owed him.
Paid for my lunch.
That's all there is to it. The corner of his mouth tucks upward just a little.
You being honorable. There's a first.
Prick. So what do you know about anything about him? All I know is that he's a nerd who gets bossed around by the shorty and the student council.
Heard he used to play soccer. Not half bad at it either.
Used to?
Something wrong with this. Something is wrong.
You get it.
You got it.
Haru glances at the two at the front of the room, both of them being far too distracted with their attempts to make something resembling a decent song to pay up much heed. Satisfied that we're communicating in private, he jabs at his chest with his thumb a couple of times.
Now she's talking to a guy, and you're just
Right.
up there like, this
That's
sucks.
the thing. He has a heart condition, and I know if I had to get up and sing karaoke, my heart would be going fucking
Right.
nuts.
He had a heart attack, real bad too. Emmy'd probably know more, or the guy himself.
Well, I hope he would know. He adds a last suggestion as an afterthought, though understandably so. Plenty in Yamaku have their bugbears about what's happened to them in the past, though I'd be damn hypocritical to complain about it. Come on, a heart attack? At that age?
It happens. You eat a lot of Fritos.
I expected to admit that what he heard was some vague rumor or something, but he just shrugs and looks at me matter-of-factly. Whoa, does Sal be 17? 18? 19? 20? That's the kind of thing you hear taking out frail old folks.
Something's wrong.
Natural causes and all that. Now that I think about it, maybe that explains why he got puffed so easily back when I saw him at the track. Shit. It's kind of pathetic, but that's all the response I can muster as I lean back in my seat. Haru just lets out a dissatisfied sigh, equally put off by the idea.
Ugh, a heart attack. That's gross.
Something's wrong.
Yeah, something is wrong.
Looking back at the duo finishing up their song at the front of the room, I can't help but see him in a new light. He's kind of greasy. He needs to get back in the dark.
Just all sweaty profusely.
Right.
Ugh.
Poor guy.
No kidding. That was awful. Thought you were going to go hang out with her and you just forced up on stage and she talks to another guy.
If I had to choose which room embodied the feeling of this school the most, it had to be the library.
Oh, the librarian.
It looks normal at a glance, large, sure, but otherwise normal. It's only when you start walking through the aisles that you realize the odd little allowances for the students. Audio books, braille books, wider passages, and the like. Then there's the cane or two propped up against the desks of reading students. There's also the old-fashioned stuffiness, too. Doesn't help that the literature club students are all quiet as mice, except that one that talks about being perfect all the time. But it's something more than that. The furniture staff. The furniture staff.
Employee of the month, and it's just a picture of a chair.
And general mustiness of the older books are all stifling.
And then there's the bacon girl in the corner.
What the?
Is that?
That's probably the other choice. I'd have to
Oh.
guess.
Maybe. It looks like, what's her name?
Shizune?
Yeah.
Shizune.
I've already forgot all their names. My eyes eventually fall on the girl across the table from me. Unremarkable would perhaps be the best description of how she appears, save for the bags under her eyes and the brace on her knee. For Yamaku, though, that's doing pretty well. She could have a brace on her eyes. If I had to choose which pose embodied the personality of Suzu the most, it'd have to be her chin resting on her hand and her eyes lazily scan the manga magazine in front of her.
Oh, no.
Oh my god, it's a sleepy Natsuki.
Sleeping Natsuki. Suzu.
Suzu. The girl looks up. Her eyes meet my own. Her reaction, or lack thereof, is about what I'd expect.
Manga is literature. God, am I her too, I guess?
Oh yeah.
If I'm the lead, you got to be like everybody
guess.
else, except the girls that if any of the other girls even talk.
What voice do I give her?
I don't know, any fucking voice you want to give her.
Staring is rude.
I don't know how you put up with this place. Don't you have anything more exciting to do with yourself? She sighs as I start to rock back and forth on my chair to occupy myself. Oh, I'm an employee of the month, you bitch.
Get off!
With nobody else willing to brave the heat, the track club's been largely abandoned for the day. I can think of better things to do than throw myself around an empty track. Then again, the literature club sure makes a dull sight.
Literature club.
Yeah.
The closest thing I can see to an actual club activity is half a dozen students sitting around a table, quietly discussing some book or another.
Quiet, I'm discussing.
Why don't you join them? Following my nod, she glances to her side and back with a minimum of effort, not even bothering to lift her head from her hand.
Because what voice did I give her?
Already forgot.
Yeah, I have. She only said like 3 words. Because I'm busy reading this.
In literature club for discussing literature?
Manga is literature. Most of us just read whatever. As long as we're quiet and in the library, nobody really cares.
Speaking of literature club, like, I know it's because she's, like, sleepy and she's got rings under her eyes, but that looks like the Yuri eyes when she gets, like, the real human eyes.
Oh, yeah.
It's freaking me out a little bit. So that's all you're going to do? Read manga? I was sincerely hoping she'd suggest something for us to do, or maybe even socialize.
I'm reading here. Go away.
But she simply shrugs and goes back to reading. It's hard to say whether it's out of apathy or being too tired to do much more than this. Then again, I'd be more surprised if I could gauge her feelings. The kind of way to describe her would be ambivalent, but after a year of being around her, I've settled on a diagnosis of possible lobotomy. That air of quiet disapproval never seems to leave her.
She has cool eyeshadow.
Right? How do you do that with your makeup? As she slowly turns the page and continues her reading, a familiar voice draws my attention to the end of the library.
Something's wrong.
That's his condition. He can't stop saying that. It's Tourette's, but only that phrase.
Oh, God.
The tense voice of Ikazawa, hunched over on a beanbag in her usual little corner, isn't difficult to distinguish. Hisao sits on the floor beside her, a disarming smile on his face as he softly tries to chat.
Just a habitual liar.
Right. So she's just been in the background of every, like, interaction you had during the main game.
Yep.
This is you, like, chatting with Hisao in the library, and she's like, oh, he's over there.
Right.
I can't quite pick out the conversation, but the fact that they're having one at all is pretty impressive.
It's like in How I Met Your Mother when they're, like, flashback and the bartender suddenly in every of their...
Oh, yeah.
You remember that?
Yeah. He's always, like, in the back laughing
yeah.
and nodding. Yeah.
Along with them.
Suzu turns back around as I stop my gawking. Her own interest apparently had been piqued.
It takes me a while to, like, iron out their voices. Like,
Yeah,
it changes, like, 10 times.
I'm sure between episodes I'll probably end up, like, altering the main voice.
She seems to like him.
Yeah, they get on well. I might say that, but I have my misgivings. Fucking bitch. There's been more than one story of when girls have tried getting close to her, only for things to go bad for all involved. How much of that is actually true or just gossip? I have no idea, but it's plainly obvious she has a lot of baggage.
Under her eyes.
It might be rather hypocritical, but I don't have much want to get involved. With the way I am, it could only go badly. Hisao comes to his feet as their conversation apparently ends, returning from their sanctuary at the end of the library. As he walks by us, a couple of thick novels held by to his side, I give a short whistle and motion for him to come over here.
A couple of thick novels. That's just Misha.
It's just like holding her thigh.
Damn, she's tiny.
Right? Jesus. Maybe she's sitting.
She might be. Odd to see you here.
What, you think I can't read? Well, aren't you quick on the uptake? Come on, take a seat. I need someone for company who has still some life left in them.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Hisao obediently does so, taking a seat and plopping his books down in front of him. Those two start dating. Damn it!
Yeah.
That's the bad ending. A couple of sci-fi novels by the looks of them. Not terrible taste. An improvement on Suzu's girly stuff, anyway. Suzu briefly takes her head from her chin to see the new face. I decide to seize the chance. Hisao, this is Suzu Suzuki.
That's a lot of Suzu. Suzu squared. Suzu squared key.
He gives a warm greeting, to which Suzu simply gives a quiet nod, having reverted to her more shy self. He seems a little more sedate than the other friends from track club, so hopefully she'll open up to him a little more than them, given time.
What are you, just like a matchmaker here?
I don't know.
So you're into manga?
Are you?
A little, to be honest. I don't really follow any of the serialized stuff anymore. I see.
I just picked something off the front page of In Hentai. With Suzu leaving no opening for the conversation to continue, Hisao leans back from the table in disappointment and reaches for one of his books. It's a little sad to see things end this way, and I have told her not to be so antisocial.
Ugh.
Frustrated, I lean over the table, close my fist, and begin rubbing my knuckles on the top of her head.
Ow, ow, ow! Miki?
What have I told you about being like that? I'm not using much force at all, but her reaction is enough to make me back off rather quickly. The point's been made in any case.
Leave people alone.
Right? She's a bully.
So you're into shoujo then? Katawa? Perhaps?
Yeah. Of the Katawa variety?
Is that bad? It's normal enough. Watch the shows. Yeah, This one's getting an adaptation soon, which I'll have to catch. Doesn't that stuff air pretty late? My sleep schedule's all over the place anyway.
Yeah, he's clearly resistant snark.
I'll make her, tired sounding.
Yeah, given how tired she visibly looks, but wisely thinks better of it. Didn't get much of that stuff on TV back where I come from. The forest. So you used to read it herself?
It was good for killing time while wandering town. A wandering town? Watching TV?
Reading manga.
Oh, okay. Didn't spend much time at home. Your parents didn't mind? Both of them worked long hours, so not really.
There's a gulf between their concepts of what parents would allow, but it's understandable. For someone as pampered as Suzu, being left to wander so much must be a pretty strange idea. I suppose it sounds a bit like me in that regard. Well, at least someone's familiar with the scene. Had practically none of that stuff back home, so it's largely foreign to me. Speaking of people's homes...
It is Japanese.
I see you were visiting Hanako's little corner, trying to make inroads with her. What's that bitch got that I don't?
Trying is the key word there.
Don't look so beaten. She's kind of a bitch. You can hold a conversation with her, right?
She's a little two-faced anyways.
Right. Don't worry, I'm saving you from getting a little rapey. That's more than anyone else in the class has managed so far.
It's more to her friend's credit than mine.
You really need to learn how to accept praise. My reply is a bit crabby, and admittedly not only because it's a bad habit. Hanako's friend could only be referring to one person, the pretty blonde that she often meets after class. I'm a little jealous of him for getting so close to her so easily.
I remember her.
Oh, she likes Lily. You know, you say it's weird to see me here, but what about you?
Reading's my main hobby.
And running?
Hell no. That's more like a sentence.
It's only because we're in the library that I stifle a laugh. Suzu might try to hide it, but the flicker of a smirk flashes on her face as well. True bonding, through the misery of the others.
She's really into, how everyone connects.
Yeah, she really wants everyone to be compatible.
Yeah.
Door busts up, something's wrong.
Guys, something's wrong.
Oh my god, he's aware of the multiverse, is what it is. He knows that there's a rift because this isn't supposed to happen.
Right, something's wrong.
Something's wrong, I have to figure out. The timeline's broken.
Like Doctor Strange.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh, please. I guess you're all set for exams then?
Why do you say that?
You're with Mutao all the time, you know. Mukau. Guys got high hopes. You get ridiculous marks for most of your subjects, too. What are you looking at my grades for?
That's because I work for them.
That's a weird Joker smile you got there. This guy catches on way too quickly. Might not pay attention in class, but he doesn't have to burn me like that. Suzu's attention is finally rested from her reading material, looking genuinely impressed. Much as her stony face can, anyway.
Too many zoos. You messed yourself up.
I know. I can't keep track of them. That's harsh, man.
You're strongest in math and science, correct? Yeah. Could you look at something I couldn't get when we go back to class? Sure, no probs, babe.
Let me just put my arm around you.
Doesn't hurt to work it all out before exams come up.
Exams. I hate that word. It's hard to say. The mood of the class has already begun to sour.
My gynecologist tried to kill me.
He said I was looking real good down there, but I just can't go back. It's already begun to sour thanks to the anxiety and stress they cause, and it's only going to get worse in the weeks ahead. At least they're useful for something. If studying's going to be how she expands her social circle, then all the better. Given how hard she works for her rather average marks, maybe he can help turn things around. Why are you trying to match them up?
I don't know. She's all about people's connections.
Yeah. It's just because he always hangs with girls in groups of 2.
Oh, well, yeah, it could be.
I've always found the cafeteria to be a fun place to watch people. There's no one here now.
Yeah, but trust me, they're there.
I see dead people. Definitely maneuvering through the
Doing what?
That's not how you spell maneuvering.
Maneuvering.
Definitely maneuvering through the rapidly filling room after being among the first to have their tray filled by the old ladies behind the counter. Made them extra sloppy for you. I can't help but glance around at the other students on my way to a free table. By rights, the cafeteria should be a melting pot. Students from every club, class, condition, and year level are here, with everyone in their uniforms. The differences between rich and poor, country and city, fashionable and unfashionable fades to nothing. But people being people, they still find a way to stick to their cliques. The track club members form a clump as they playfully jostle one another, as do a bunch of the deaf students huddling together in their impenetrable little social circle while signing in their silent second language. I bet they're talking shit. There are gaggles of popular girls with their poses.
Posses.
I'm guessing that's supposed to be posses. Is that I thought that posses had an I in it.
No.
Oh, okay.
I don't think so.
It doesn't look right to me. That looks like pauses. Poses.
Pulses.
And the odd trio of less popular girls who stick to their few friends. The rowdy class clowns who loudly joke and act out, and the softly spoke academics who keep to themselves while shuffling along, and the plastics who wearing pink because it's Tuesday. I don't remember if it was Tuesday or Wednesday.
I think it was Wednesday.
Everyone has their niche.
Oh, wait. I don't know.
Yeah.
On Tuesdays we wear pink? On Wednesdays. I'm pretty sure it's Wednesdays.
Yeah, I can't remember. It's been a long time since I've seen it.
And then there's this one guy that sits in the corner going, something's wrong. Something's wrong.
I gotta figure this out.
Just scribbling on like multiverse theories on paper.
Like, he's not supposed to be here
Mobius
right now.
strip.
Yeah.
What's going on over here?
Him and Kenji are sitting down and be like, "This something is wrong."
Yeah. It's the girls, I tell you.
Setting down my tray at an empty table, I separate the disposable chopsticks using the tips of my fingers as always. Strength comes in surprisingly useful when you largely rely on one hand for manipulation. Don't I know it? With the two conjoined sticks easily splitting apart. While I'd hesitate to say it's great, the food here's still pretty good, filling, and by far satisfying enough to live on for quite a while. Can't complain about the price either.
I don't know if you've seen Loki yet.
Nope.
Okay. Then never mind.
It don't take long for company to arrive after I started eating. Familiar figure silently seating herself across the table from me.
Oh, there you go. She met a friend.
Yeah. I mean, I think she's already been friends with her. Suzu Guguki simply begins to eat without a word. Such things aren't unusual with her, so I simply look down and continue with my own lunch.
It's Suzuki. It's not even that hard.
Suzu. As I shovel rice into my mouth, I find myself especially pleased with how they've cooked it today. Not too dry, not too sticky. Ditching the chopsticks and gulping down some soup, turns out that they've done a good job on that too. Whether Suzu's enjoying her lunch as much as I is, as always, a mystery.
As much as I is.
I thought that's what she was saying.
You chose a good voice, I guess.
Right? Looking past her, two of the three stooges come into sight. With my hand taken, I end up waving my stump around in the air to get their attention. Does a job with the duo changing course and heading our way.
She's just got like rattles in it, so it rattles like a rattlesnake. Oh, something's wrong. Afternoon, Miki. Suzuki.
Oh, there we go. That took a little while. That was a little awkward. Suzu pauses her eating and nod to both of them, as do I. Hisao moves around to take a seat beside me with his juice and a packet of bread, while Haru cannot be how you spell maneuver, maneuvers himself to the end of the table.
Is that how you spell maneuvers?
I don't think it is.
I don't think it is either.
Maybe it's like the English way to
I don't know. That's a lot of vowels.
Yeah.
In a row.
That looks like Manoeuvre. Manoeuvre.
Manoeuvres. Looks like something you order, like a French omelet.
I got the the Manoeros Rancheros. Himself to the end of the table holding a suspicious plain cardboard box with equally suspicious care.
Or like man over ease.
Yeah, I don't.
Haru's man over ease.
I cannot be how that's spelled.
Oh, God.
What's with that?
God, she's so tiny.
Right? Hisao just shrugs as I lean over and ask him. Haru just gleams a smile in response, saying about something being wrong, setting down the mystery box and lifting the top off with practiced ease.
Mystery box.
Whoa!
Whoa!
As the sides fall away, a gorgeous-looking red and white sponge cake is revealed. Thick layer of cream separates the two layers of sponge, and another sits atop the cake. Big, succulent strawberries circle the outer rim, each sitting on its own further blob of cream.
I wonder what image this is on Google search.
Right, what did they type in?
Like, it's like the first one.
Strawberry sponge cake.
Strawberry sponge cake. And we'll see what picture this is.
Finally, a light dusting of frosting covers the cake like a thin layer of snow.
God, that looks good.
It's beautiful. As expected, a Haru.
He's beautiful. You're drooling.
Don't care. Give me that thing. He might be criticizing me, but Suzu's attention is just as focused. Her sweet tooth is getting the better of her as the cafeteria food before her languishes.
Just brings in a whole sponge cake.
Right.
Such a cool guy. Right. Just hold on a moment.
He takes the plastic knife cunningly carried inside the box and sets about cutting a few slices. Looks like the cake's already had a good third eaten.
It did?
It did not at all. They picked it up and cut out the middle. It's like a donut under that frosting. So what's the story?
Whose?
The cake. Let's start with the cake.
The cake's story?
When I was a young cake.
Yeah. I was once a batch of ingredients myself. Made too much during home ec class. The teacher doesn't mind me baking my own stuff, as long as she gets some. If you know what I'm saying. So you're into baking? No, I'm into my teacher. Sure am. Might not have many talents, but I'm good at the ones I have.
The flow of time says I have to be a baker, so I stick to it. As he gets back to cutting it up, I look around for an answer to the second question on my mind. Where the third stooge has gotten himself off to. As my eyes fall on him, I can't help but give a weak grin. Suzu notices my staring and twists her head around to see, but turns back to the cake in short measure.
It's gone. Whoa!
Look at that badass. Sure enough, he's standing around chatting up a couple of girls. Might not see the appeal in his appearance, but I can admit that he pulls off an air of confidence well, even without hearing what he's saying.
Uh-oh, I want their routes now.
Right? The blonde.
They're both hot.
I guess. I'm more so into the blonde.
Yeah, the blonde's hot.
Going by a bashful smile at the long-haired girl as she toys with her hair, and the others excited chatting, he's making good progress with both.
I like them both. I don't know who I choose.
Doesn't seem like he's going to have to choose.
No. Is he always like that? I swear he was with a couple of other girls last week.
Believe me, you have no idea.
Something's wrong.
He's had this. He took a bite of my cake. Some people bake, some run, some study, and some pick up women.
That's his disability. He's too sexy for this world.
I could never get anything done. As if he'd heard me, Yukio looks up from his companions to see Hisao and I staring.
Oh, that's who you sang with.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
He's the popular boy.
Yeah.
Sensing an escape, he nods to us and seemingly explains that he wants to come our way.
Oh, no. Please don't talk.
The girl with the longer hair is about to follow him over before her friend stops her, gesturing at me while frowning. What the fuck? It's hard to be hurt by something you deserve, as they both quickly decide to walk off.
Oh, thank God.
I can take solace in the fact that at least my reputation helped Yukio.
Oh. Whoop, whoop.
He's like floating in and
he is. It looks weird.
How are we today, ladies and gents?
I'll I was just thinking in my head how to voice him, but that's fine.
I'll take Yukio. Fine.
That's kind of how I was gonna go too. Like, hey, like a game show.
He's the cool guy. Hey, guys. How's it going?
Good, but something's wrong.
Good.
Good.
Don't be too enthusiastic now.
What the?
He's so tiny. They drew that dude on the Haru way too giant.
He's more detailed
He's
too.
Big.
He's huge. Suzu's tiny.
Yeah. He takes a seat beside Suzu, giving her a brief disarming smile as he grabs her ass. She visibly wilts, despite doing her best to avoid doing so.
My ass.
Haru looks back at the cake, but frowns as he begins to cut another slice. Something's wrong.
I can't cut this into 5 pieces. 4 was simple.
It has to be even.
We'll have one more slice and we have people. Should have worked that out first.
Dibs on the double portion.
That's what I said last night. Oh, that's me.
Yeah,
I thought
that's Haru.
Piss off. Suzuki gets double. Thank you.
Does everyone like Suzuki, I guess? Hold on, what's the criteria here? It's because she's a girl?
Yes.
Aren't you a girl?
A polite young girl. Yes.
You call me old? What about me? I'm a girl too.
You're not polite or young.
Only when it suits you. I get up out of my chair to get some height over him, which he responds to in kind.
Oh, God, I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah? How about you try having periods?
You try having multiple orgasms.
Whoa.
Oh, I didn't click. Hold on.
Oh, he started to say something. Oh, yeah. Well, look at me. I'm a man. Oh, no, I have to shave my face. I have dreams that give me orgasms. How terrible.
You do?
I mean, that is something that happens to guys.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you'd be treated like a girl if you actually acted like one. Huh? What's that? I can't hear you over bleeding from my genitalia and feeling like I've been sucker punched in the gut once a month.
This is the part of the porn where she just whips out her tits, and it's like, well, then I'll prove you wrong.
Yeah.
I'll punish you.
Yeah.
What's going on?
I don't know.
It's like, it's doing that on its own.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like interrupting her.
Yeah, he says something, and then she just, huh? What's that? I can't hear you over bleeding from... I already read that.
Oh.
Well, maybe you'd be treated like a girl.
Hold on.
Wait.
There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You're making
just,
my point for me. Maybe
Yeah.
I'd act more like a girl once I got free crap for being one.
Can I have the cake now?
This is awkward. I'm just going to go hang out with the people on the roof.
Miki, Yukio, please.
Hasao looks to Suzu for help as we snarl at each other, but all she's doing is burying her face in her palm and trying not to
I
exist.
just figured she'd be eating by now.
You're right.
Screw you guys.
She's already eaten like half the cake.
Yeah.
I want to thump Yukio for being an ass, but in contrast to the busy hum of students of before, the sudden silence around us reminds me that we're in the cafeteria. Ew, she's talking about periods. I'm trying to eat.
Gross.
I can't eat my Jell-O now. Submitting to Hasao's begging, we both fall back into our seats, neither of us admitting that the argument's over. As if the Every time he moves, the timeline's changed again. As if the altercation
supposed to keep arguing.
had never happened. Haru passes the extra slice to Suzu, earning a shy nod of thanks. It only serves to make Yuki all the more pissed for some reason. But before I can step in to defuse the situation, Hasao does the job for me.
Thanos wins now. What brings you here anyway, Yukio?
Oh, it's a woeful tale. A terrible curse has struck me yet again. Day after day this happens, and only so rarely can I find refuge from its grip. He's totally making an ordeal out of it, clutching at his chest and emoting as hard as he can. Even if it's for an audience of one, he still likes to play the orator. It's a shame he stopped acting, really.
Ho ho!
I'm just too popular.
He is. He's too sexy for his shirt. What?
Girls just fall over themselves for me. Ugh, I miss the chase. It's been like this ever since high school started. And if anything, it's only become worse. Ugh, what I would do to get those women off me. I tell them I'm not interested. And it only makes them try all the harder.
You can't be serious.
Haru begins to come around each of our seats, setting down a slice before each of us begins sitting beside Hasao. Wait, what? Before each of us sitting beside... Okay. I quickly tuck into mine as soon as I can. The wonderful taste of cream and strawberries filling my mouth. Befriending this guy was one of the best decisions ever.
Sour.
Baker boy.
Oh, okay. It's true. He ended up quitting drama and switching to the track club just to lower his profile.
Hasao suddenly clicks his fingers in a flashlight of insight.
A what? A flash of insight?
Oh, I said flashlight.
Yeah, I was like, wait, what? What happened?
He just clicked on a flashlight. Click, I've got an idea.
Ah, that explains it. I knew that face on the posters was yours. You must still work for them sometimes, right?
Yeah, though it's mostly organizing new recruits and helping with behind-the-scenes stuff. They probably just use my face to draw in a bigger crowd because I'm so awesome. His smile fails him as he looks down at his dessert, cloud of despair hanging overhead. I wonder how many girls he'd get if he let this side of himself show through more often.
Even more. Oh, sorry, I'm allergic to sexy.
Is that why you're my friend? Man, it really is a pain. Those girls are so loud and obnoxious. Can't stand any of them. I might not be the best judge, but I don't really understand your appeal. Physically, at least, you're ugly as fuck.
You don't? He's hot as
Fucking hot.
fuck.
Yeah, something's wrong with you.
With you.
You do? I see an opportunity to both tease him and stroke my own ego, and so I take it without hesitation.
Oh, God.
What do you think's hotter, me or Yukio? I lean around Hisao and stare intently at Haru, with Yukio reluctantly doing the same.
Oh.
Haru's taking this surprisingly seriously.
Oh, no, something's wrong.
He just, gets up and runs.
Yeah.
His head moving between our faces with a look of total concentration as he brings his fingers to his stubbled chin. Seconds pass. Stubbled chin? We're in high school. What is he like? He's like a 40-year-old dude. That's why he's so huge. Yeah. Seconds pass, with Hisao and Suzu's interest obviously piqued as they stare at and eat at the same time. Everybody's on tenterhooks as we await his judgment.
There's that word again.
Right? With Yukio's face slowly moving further and further back.
I have to say, Yukio.
I'm a little disappointed in the answer, but the look on Yukio's face more than makes up for it. That's a joke, right?
Not at all. I can definitely see why girls like you.
You're the last person I wanted that kind of praise from.
Fuck
what
you.
the fuck, man?
Fuck you, I'm cool like Steven Tyler.
Smiling at his discomfort, Hisao finishes his cake and gives due compliments to Haru, which I hurriedly second. Come to think of it, haven't you got lots of female friends, Hisao? Maybe you could give the stud here some tips on how to friend zone like a pro. Ooh, ouch. Oh, God.
Thanks.
Yeah, I cut a little too close.
That hurt more than the heart attack.
Right. I'm not interested in keeping them as friends. I just want to bang them and leave, and they just never do. I just want them to piss off. Here. He plucks a strawberry off his dessert and plops it on top of Suzu's uneaten slice. She doesn't even notice, given her attention being focused on trying to get through the first without dropping crumbs everywhere. He waits for a reaction to his act of kindness before giving up and hanging his head in defeat. I don't think Yukio is having a good day.
He probably will later. It's fine.
Well, there you have it, Hisao. These are the losers I hang out with.
Yeah, I no longer want to be friends with you. They're not so bad.
Except for Andre the Giant over here.
Something's wrong with him.
He's like he's got to be from a different dimension. Look how well he's colored. Haru clamps onto Hisao's shoulders and gives him a playful shake. It's nice to see Hisao loosening up, even if it's just a little.
He's even got his own shading.
Right? He's special.
Oh, man. I like our ragtag group of
right,
people
this is
here.
such a weird group of people. Can you imagine if this was the main game? It'd be so different.
Right.
It's like, who are these people?
Oh, man, we're in the classroom.
Oh, jeez. Walking into class, my gaze immediately falls up to Suzu's desk. Each and every morning, she enters class long before I do. And though I might have hoped to catch her out, today's no different than any other. It's one of life's small wonders. I never did understand how someone in a perpetual state of sleep deficiency manages to get here on time every day. Well, it's not that I don't understand how so much as why. I suppose it's a lie to say that that was weird because I was looking at the words and then you clicked and it was almost like the exact same length of words.
Oh,
so I was like, oh, it didn't change. I suppose it's a lie to say that nothing at all is different, though. Her head may be resting in her hand as it always is, but rather than looking out the window, her eyes are on the guy casually speaking with her in front of her desk.
Oh.
Why is she so popular all of a sudden? Suzu and Hisao took to each other surprisingly quickly.
Damn it.
She doesn't seem too particularly interested in actually conversing, but just giving him the time of day is more than she gives the other guys in the track and field club. Boorish, she calls them. Which isn't wrong, really. Yo.
Ah! Oh, stroke! I wasn't having sex.
I wasn't looking at her boobs, I swear. Two of them react in unison to the sound of my voice. Hisao turning his body towards me as Suzu moves a little more than her eyes. Their normal morning greetings come to a halt almost as soon as they begin.
She's got a manga.
Suzu just sighs as Hisao's face, as it so often does, turns to mild concern.
Got it.
Yeah, it took me a second
Are
too.
you okay?
Huh? He motions to his left cheek, my own fingers mirroring his out of reflex. Takes me a second to realize what he's referring to. I haven't looked in the mirror, but there'd no doubt be a nice big bruise right there, right about now.
Right there, right about now.
This? I kind of got a bit rough with another club guy. We're cool, don't worry. I like it rough.
Again? This happens often. You have no idea.
I disarm him with a stupid grin as I scratch the back of my neck.
Both of you seem rather accident-prone. Then again, maybe accident isn't the right term to use for you.
The loud clapping of hands behind me would make me jump if it were less obvious who said hands belonged to. As Mutao clears his throat and tries to shepherd the gossiping class into their seats, Hisao obediently takes his leave of us, and I turn to take my seat.
Science!
What's up? The fact he's addressing the class rather than me is cause for a mental sigh of relief. He wouldn't take kindly to casual talk of a scrap between students. In his classroom, lectures are boring enough without being subjected to another on the subject. Oh, and Miura, I'll see you after class. I'm going to give you another shiner. Damn.
Rule number 1, don't talk about it.
Jogging past the school gates, Suzu and Hisao can be seen patiently waiting for me. Why are they always together? I'm real suspect of that.
Yeah, I should never have introduced them.
By now, the main throng of leaving students has passed, reduced to little more than the occasional person or two.
Have fun.
Detention on Monday. What a pain in the ass.
At least it's Saturday, right? No, it's Monday. You got a stay of execution for a couple of days.
Whatever. Let's just get to lunch.
Shanghai? Where else would we go?
Yeah.
Zuzu?
It's the only place in this reality. Yeah, you okay with that, Hisao?
Sounds good.
The decision made, we set off down the hill for the local town.
Haru keeps saying that there are other restaurants, but I don't see it.
Right, yeah.
I long for the days of this Popeye's chicken.
That's every Popeye's that's the only difference in this reality, is all the Popeye's chicken are changed into Shanghai, yeah. I like this time of year. The weather, hot with decent but not overbearing humidity, reminds me of home. Also means being able to wear summer outfits, which are far more comfortable than winter clothing. It's hard to tell if Suzu's fidgeting is because she's uncomfortable around Hisao, or just because she hates the heat. She's a winter kind of person after all, in every way. She's a snowman. Even Hisao, the rookie, looks more casual than she does. That said, he has the undeniable air of a tourist about him. Eyes flitting about, pace just slightly slower than what looks natural, head turning this way and that. Where you come from anyway? You ain't a local, that's for sure.
The city. The quiet of places like this is a big difference.
Ha! A city boy. Should have known.
There you go. She's a country girl.
Right?
I take it you're from somewhere else then.
The forest.
She's a hick from up north.
Yep. I mean, I doubt she has a southern accent.
A northern accent.
Yeah, that northern accent. Hey.
Well, aren't you?
I don't want to let her get away with it, but from the interested face Hisao's making, she's already won this. We can't all be dainty, spoiled princesses.
You make it sound like you're out in the sticks or something, like a forest or...
I am, dude. Tell you what, first time wandering around the city near here was a big culture shock. I'd never seen people before. I was raised by wolves. His reaction's kind of charming. He has no idea at all what a country life is like. No doubt desperately mining his brain for any images that he can muster.
Wow, you nailed that, apparently.
Right? I always do. We always give the southern accent and the British accent
right?
to the right people.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't, because I highly doubt they would actually, when they were written, they weren't given those accents.
No, but I'm just saying, it always seems to match up, though.
It works out, yeah. We got a good read on these anime girls.
I guess so.
Not that Suzu's any different. I don't really care to explain it to either of them. It's not something I take particular pride in, and bringing her there to visit would only cause problems. Oh, yeah, I noticed you chatting with the guys in the track club yesterday. You ever going to actually join, or what?
Do I have to? I don't remember it being compulsory.
That's not what I'm asking. Ugh.
Maybe I should just join the literature club.
Don't!
Oh, God! And wash my hands of the whole thing. It's just MC from another reality.
Oh, no. Something's wrong.
Something's wrong. Yes, do that. The school hardly needs another jock running about.
Oi, doesn't that make me a jock?
To be fair.
I clapped the boy over the head, drawing protest from him. The last thing I need is another Suzu on my case.
I protest. So violent. Very violent.
I'm beginning to think I've created a monster by bringing these two together.
Yeah, look what you've done.
Right? By the time we reach Shanghai, I feel like I've run through a gauntlet with the both of them pecking away. Suzu throws the odd snark while alone, but she and Hisao egg each other on. I don't really hate it, though. Maybe even a little cute.
Yay.
The bell above the door gives its trademark rattle as we file in. The waitresses hurried shuffling towards us, no less familiar. Look like the place is mostly empty, save for a handful of other patrons.
Now she's just going to ruin their friendship by being
By
with
dating
one of them.
yeah. Maybe it's a good thing. If such a place can stay open for this many years and not shut down from the lack of customers, at least the staff aren't going to be too stressed. They keep their jobs and the town keeps its little odd cafe.
Yay!
When she reaches us, the waitress throws her upper body down in a sharp bow. Hasao flinches from how close she comes to headbutting him. Welcome to the Shanghai. Please take a seat. Yuko!
Yay!
We're never going to get a Yuko route.
No.
I give a weak smile as we go, picking an empty window side table from amongst the many. Suzu shuffles into her seat and I slide in next to her, Hasao being relegated to the other side.
That's the worst.
You've been here a few times now, right? You like it?
The fact that Yuko's here still weirds me out a bit.
Yeah, lots of people say that. She's pretty at least, right?
I don't know.
I guess.
Guess so.
You gotta loosen up, man. You're a teenage guy. Nobody's gonna believe that you don't have an eye for the ladies.
How should I answer then? Damn dat ass fine.
Ooga ooga. Hooba hooba.
Yeah.
I don't know. I like her tits. She's got some nice thighs. Whatever.
Hooba hooba. Grab the booba. is Yuko looking at us? No. Thank God.
I just smile at him. Looks like he's going to be just as easy to tease as Suzu is. Such prim and proper people they are. As they both recover from their fit of modesty, a more important matter comes to mind. I want to help him back on his feet, but if he's going to be around me for any length of time, he'll have to get used to Suzu as well, and vice versa.
I don't know. They seem to get along.
Right? I stare at my companion beside me, making her tilt her head. Want to show me your party trick?
Ooh.
She pauses for a moment to work out what I'm referring to. By her increasingly hesitant face, she's got the right idea.
I'm not wearing the right underwear. What?
I didn't bring the bubble gun with me. After thinking on it for a good while, with Hasao's face curiously looking on, she comes to the conclusion I've been hoping for.
If he's going to be hanging around, I guess we have to. Show me what, exactly? Go on.
I give him a disarming smile for a moment before suddenly turning in beside me. Boo! All she does is raise an eyebrow. I have to admit I'm holding back a little. My mental block against possibly hurting her isn't that easy to get around.
That isn't going to work if... What the... What happened? Arg!
Hasao leaping out of his seat and hitting his fist to the table as he shouts, albeit in a careful way given we're in public, as the intended effect. Suzu immediately jumps in fright, my own heart skipping a beat in sheer startlement.
Startlement.
I'm so startled. With barely a second's delay, the laugh seemingly goes out of her. A sigh as the air from her lungs lazily passes her lips is all to be heard as her small body goes limp in her seat. Her head jerks downward as all control goes out of her neck before her entire upper body falls forward. Oh my God, I killed her!
What did you do?
With an audible thud, her forehead lands on the table without the slightest resistance. Her arms follow soon after, flopping haphazardly onto the surface. With the show over, the girl beside me now lies seemingly dead, save for the movement of her breathing. Hasao looks mortified, as if he himself had fired a bullet into her. Shock from the sudden nature of what happened and extreme discomfort from a human moving and remaining limp in such an unnatural way are written on his face. I have to admit, for all I may be trying to play it cool, it still puts me off a little. Never truly gotten used to this.
I don't know, you're making a joke about it, so... Is she dead?
She's fine. She's like a fainting goat.
Oh.
Welcome to cataplexy.
When she wakes up, she's going to scream. Just don't mind that.
Her muscles stop working when she gets shocked or has big emotions. It's like, bang, you end up a lifeless doll. Sex with her gets really, really uncomfortable real quick.
Part of her narcolepsy?
Yep. Ain't always just sleeping, unfortunately.
Cataplexy? Is that like some Necopara thing?
It's a Necopara figure made out of cataplexy. He says the word slowly and carefully, making sure he engraves it into his mind. He gives the word a lot of weight in the way he says it, which is good to see.
Is it always like this?
Well, Suzu's case is not light, to put it one way. Usually it's just like weak knees or not being able to keep your head up.
I feel bad for saying it so plainly. Even if Suzu would have done just the same if she were able to right now, but she's dead. She got dealt a really shitty hand, and saying so just makes it feel all the more real. He looks back at her for a moment, but doesn't last long before covering his face with his hands to try and recollect himself. Can't say I blame him.
I can't look at it. It's so unsightly. Sorry, this is just...
It's too weird. I'm out.
Yeah.
Something's wrong.
I'm with that guy.
It's cool. I had the same reaction as you when I first saw it happen. Hell of a trick, eh?
Just steps in through an orange ring.
Yeah, we have to go.
Come with me.
This timeline's doomed.
Does she need to be snapped out of it somehow?
Give her a minute or two and she'll be right as rain.
That was fast. Well,
how many years has it been this time? No sooner do I say this than Suzu begins to stir. Groaning slightly, she manages to move her arms to more comfortable positions before ever so slowly levering herself off the table. With a bit of time to reorient herself and rub her eyes, she eventually comes back to the land of the living.
Don't be sorry about how you reacted. I'm used to it. You heard everything?
Oh, nope.
My muscles give out, not my senses, which can be a pain all on its own.
Oh, so sex could be okay. She's still aware, at least.
How do you mean? When I get an attack, people often think I've had a seizure, fallen asleep, or fainted. It's not fun to be aware of what people are doing to your body while trying to wake you up, but unable to say anything.
God, it's like night paralysis, but in the day.
Right.
Have you ever had that?
No,
Like half wake up and you can like see shit. I've had it like happen to me once. It sucks. And that's why it's handy to have someone around who knows all this when you get an attack. Or we could just make up a sign to tie around her neck.
Makes sense. To be honest, I had no idea narcolepsy included something like that.
You making fun of me?
How often does it happen, if you don't mind me asking?
She just shrugs.
It varies.
Something's off about her answer. Whenever I've asked her questions about anything, but especially her narcolepsy, she always gives the most specific response she can. Partly because I pressured her into it so I could keep track.
A little more pushy than Hasao is.
Right? Given she has no reason to be vague for his sake, it makes me concerned that her attacks are getting worse, and she's trying not to tell me. It's kind of terrible attempt at secrecy she'd try.
Or they're new friends. And
yeah, or she's just shy because she likes him.
I'm guessing this is how you got the knee brace?
I just think it looks cool. Nod is her answer. Hasao's simple-minded curiosity is endearing, and Suzu dutifully doles out answers in her usual dull, encyclopedic manner. Talking about it in a generic way is kind of dull. Doesn't seem to bother her, at least as far as I can tell.
I just dropped to my knees a lot. It's okay.
With this, Hasao's line of questioning appears to be at an end. He sits back and thinks for a little. Footsteps of Yuko approaching at our table, eventually reaching our ears. What would you like today?
Coffee and a slice of pie. Thanks.
What kind of coffee? And there's lots of different pies. Same as him.
Just tea, please.
No problem. Coming right up. Oh, sorry. I dropped something. With her usual sharp she scuttles off behind the counter. Still can't decide if the uniforms here are dorky or nice, but it suits her somehow. Not only because it shows off her nice legs either. Her unusually chipper mood today makes her extra cute.
Those nice thighs I talked about earlier.
Miki's my spirit animal. I think you're not allowed to use that term anymore. Whatever. The three of us end up waiting in silence for our drinks. Suzu takes out her phone and begins tapping away at it. The screen held in front of her as she browses whatever site she's on now. Hasao just looks out the window, her expression showing him to be deep in thought. A pop-up shows up on her phone and she faints.
Yeah.
I kind of want to bug him so I can have a conversation partner, but I decide to leave him be. The boy has a lot to think about right now, after all.
I can see the monologue.
Yeah. Looking around the cafe proves as boring as expected. A few old people who came to this town to live out a quiet retirement sit at a few of the tables. A few handfuls of students from Yamaku populate the others. I think I recognize the back of the class rep's head over the other side of the cafe, but I can't be sure. After what feels like forever, Yuko emerges with 3 drinks and 2 pie slices on a platter. Suzu may live in her own world sometimes, but at least she's polite, putting down her phone as they're set down on the table in order to thank her.
Okay.
Well, that was awkward.
I had to click, apparently.
The bell above the door rings out, with Yuko giving her briefest of nods before quickly scooting off to the entering customers.
To enter customers?
Oh my god, what kind of cafe is this?
town's pretty nice, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it is.
Well, you're boring now. Sal's absent-minded reply annoys me a little, and the tinkle of silverware on her teacup draws the attention of both Hisao and I. Suzu ladles teaspoon after teaspoon of sugar into her tea, only stopping after it becomes more a sweet dessert than a drink. She's got to stay awake somehow. After staring at his coffee for a bit afterwards, Hisao lets out a long breath before speaking up.
All right, I'm head out.
You gotta hit the old dusty trail.
I wasn't going to mention this, but I probably should. Yuko's got nice tits.
Fine, I admit it.
He already, yeah.
That's why I was taking a drink. I haven't been able to much. He already has the attention of Suzu after speaking, that was, I'm doing a lot of, I can understand your pain now, but the both of us become a lot more curious after he moves his tie to the side and begins unbuttoning the top of his shirt.
What are you doing?
We're getting a show. Damn, get my ones.
He's not so modest after all.
I briefly wonder how much of his chest I'm going to get to see, but he stops after undoing several of the topmost buttons. A shame. He looks like he'd have a nice chest on him. Wow, it took him a really long time to get to this point with the other girls.
Right? And he's just like here in public.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's like a Superman shirt. Don't tell anyone.
Right.
Pulling his collar aside, what he intends to show us becomes clear. The top of a vertical line chasing up the very center of his chest, depressed just slightly into his flesh, and shaded a little darker than the surrounding skin.
An operation?
Bleh.
No, a tattoo. For my heart. A few months ago, I had a heart attack caused by arrhythmia. Scars from when they cracked my chest open for surgery.
So what Haru said was true. I do my best to feign mild surprise.
Something was wrong.
As the fact that I learned it before he was ready to do his show in Tell makes me feel a little sheepish. Then again, the fact that there's such a visual indication of what he's been through is a real surprise. I always thought of heart attacks as something you don't really see, but his large scar is impossible to miss. It's jarring. Damn. I feel a bit bad for opening my mouth, but failing to find something to say. He gives a weak smile to excuse me for it, but I'd have honestly preferred him to be annoyed with me than make a face like that.
There you have it. The reason I transferred to Yamaku, that is.
Sal buttons up his shirt, damn it, and blows on his coffee before beginning to drink it. The fact that none of us really have anything more to say about his revelation becoming obvious. Suzu and I briefly looked to each other before doing the same.
Unbuttoning your shirts?
Yeah. I think I saw Suzu licking her lips.
Yeah, it really took him, like, he went through, like, a whole bunch of, like, they don't even really want to
Yeah, they never
tell
talk
him.
about it. He doesn't show them.
Yeah.
The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. His inability to keep up with Emmy, but all on the track. Wait, Emmy at all on the track. Constant resting, weirdness around joining in sports. Given his build, he was no couch potato before it happened. I have to admit that it was a smooth move to show us that right now. I could see the gears turning in Suzu's head, opening himself up to us like that, especially just after Shuzune showed her condition to him so vividly. Will go a long way in earning her trust.
And Miki's like, I got the hand.
Yeah, I mean, I'm missing a hand. He probably don't know it yet, but it looks like he'll be able to handle her just fine. Not many people can. Whoa. As I chow down the last of my pie, just let that one sit for a second. I notice a subtle movement from the corner of my eye. Turning to where it came from, I see Suzu's head begin to slowly nod. Her eyelids also having trouble staying up. She might be working to hide it, but the harder she tries, the more obvious it is.
Good thing we walked here.
Right? If she's already this bad, she's probably been fighting to stay lucid for a while. Silly girl.
Tricks are for kids.
It's fine.
Sorry.
She looks annoyed, but only in the most routine of ways. It's far from the first time this has happened, after all.
Dude.
The world drops from her consciousness as she lowers herself down to the table, this time in a much more careful way than the last. I dutifully take her empty cup of tea and place it a few inches away as her arms come to rest around her head. Hisao silently looks on, doing his best to appear nonplussed as he defers to my experience in dealing with her. And just like that, Suzu's gone.
Oh, God. Where'd she go?
Well,
she's a ghost.
She's out for the count.
This is just sleep, right?
Yeah, just a nap. She's going to be out for a while, most likely. We could probably leave her here.
Do we wait for her, or...
Nah, I'll just carry her back.
You sure? I can do it if you want.
Your chivalry's cute, but it's fine. There's something else you can do, though.
Uh-huh. Yeah?
Spot me the meal, pretty please.
Fuck you.
Damn it. This always happens when I come here.
And why should I do that?
'Cause I'm cute. He just grimaces. I knew I should have gone with hot or sexy.
All right, I'll do it. That will work exactly once. Understand?
Excellent. I wonder how many times I can get him to do that with various excuses.
Once.
He just said, acting fast before he can retract his offer. I smile and call Yuko over. With the bill paid over Suzu's peacefully
I'll
sleeping
take
body.
20 more cakes, please.
Our little outing comes to an end. The trudge up the hill back up to Yamaku from town is a journey I've made countless times by now. It's her accent. She messes it up.
It was just, I don't remember what even thing we were playing, but I was like, we need a counter for like how long it takes us to mess up a word. It's always like in the first
quick.
sentence
Because
for both of us.
It's just weird to turn that switch and be like, all right, I'm this character now.
Right.
We're not
Yamaku.
voice actors. It's, all right? We're not professionals. Just, you get what you get, people. Get over it.
I'm pretty sure I've lost count the number of times I've made it while carrying a slumbering girl on my back, too.
Is this an everyday occurrence for you?
I mean, she's narcoleptic, so she's probably, every
Yeah,
time they go
I
out,
guess.
she probably passes out.
It's not much of a bother, to be honest. She's a light little thing, worryingly so at times, and it's good exercise for my upper body in any case. Hisao tries his best to look like this is a routine thing, but it's in vain. A one-handed girl walking up a hill with her sleeping friend on her back is just too out of sight to ignore, at least in the beginning.
Yeah, it's just a routine thing.
Yeah, around here, probably.
I've got no idea how you manage that.
I'm ripped. It ain't so bad. I've been working out since forever anyway.
She is. She's swole.
Right?
The thought of a girl being stronger than he is clearly dents his pride a little. What a pussy. That he's already breathing heavily while I'm not having much trouble at all just makes it worse. At least he has a fair excuse given what he said back there.
And I showed you.
Right?
Proved it.
So quick to show his scar to them.
It's nice, though. Your ass, I mean. You two must be really close.
Well, yeah, she's on my back. Why do you say that?
Suzu trusts you enough to be okay with you manhandling her, and you put yourself out to carry her around. You both seem to have a good handle on each other, too.
I think to myself, what a wonderful world.
That's what I was gonna...
A bit about
God.
his words. We're the same person.
Yeah, whatever.
Either of us could just do this channel alone. Just thank God we don't have to.
I suppose it's reasonable for an observer to think that, but I wouldn't really weigh we're close at all.
I think that's
Say we're close at all. I struggle for a bit to put our relationship into words, as much for me as for him.
The game messed that one up.
Right?
Don't
That's
worry.
their fault.
It's practical. Yeah, I think that's the best way to describe our relationship.
You fell into each other's orbit.
Is that a fat joke? Yeah, exactly. You're good with those word things.
I speak good words.
Not like us.
I'm happy with that description, and I think Suzu would be too, if she could hear it. Hisao, on the other hand, looks quite put off even if he did suggest it. He probably made the assumption just because we were both girls. It's not worth getting too attached at this point anyway. She's gonna get into some good university, just like Hisao is given his constant praise from Mutao. That path is closed for me. Things got a lot better when I stopped caring about that fact. I'm an idiot.
He's still in that phase of where he's like, you crippled people.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Even though he is a crippled people.
Right.
But even now, as I carry her still body up the hill like this, I still feel the slightest bit comforted by her warmth.
Oh, jump scares.
Oh, it's hot. Having parted and gone our separate ways, Hisao to the male dormitory build.
Thank you.
Yeah, I instantly was like, that's not right. That didn't sound right.
Let me take that again.
Right.
After telling me his room number in case I decided to visit for a nightcap, and the two of us to the female one, find myself shuffling up the hallway to Suzu's room. It's a floor below my own, unfortunately. If we were neighbors, it'd be a lot more convenient. With my left arm holding up Suzu, I managed to retrieve the key to her room from my pocket. After some fiddling, her convincing the staff to let me get a copy of her dorm room key cut for situations like this one was one of her better moves.
I feel like they would be like, oh, well then would you like to be roommates?
Right, yeah. No one does have roommates in it. Everyone has their own room. It was weird. Yeah. Like, no one... It was just...
Well, I mean, next door neighbors, I guess, then.
Yeah, because What's-Her-Face was always in Lily's room.
Right.
But that's just because she had attachment issues. A quick flick of the hand. Which hand? And the lock opens with a satisfying click. Maneuvering... Is that how you spell maneuvering?
I don't think it is.
I really don't think it is either. Around the door as I open it, the familiar smell of her room hits me before the view does. Maybe that's like the English version. I may have already said that. I like my Winnie the Pooh.
Pine cone!
Cool. And random girl poster. Whose room is this? Nail polish remover.
I don't
On the
know.
thing. A printer with nothing connected to it.
There's a lot of shit in this room.
Clean your damn room.
It's not like
Open
Hanako's...
beer bottle.
It's not like Hanako's room that was, like, literally nothing. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Hanako's room was, like, all blank white. It had she had a shelf behind her, but it had
For her
barely anything
dolls
on
or
it.
whatever, yeah. It's girly, for lack of a better word. I don't know exactly what makes up the scent, beyond probably nail polish remover and a light perfume, but it's unmistakable and foreign nonetheless.
And pine.
Right. Closing the door behind us and turning to the room ahead, I slowly navigate the way to her bed, taking care to maneuver around the multitude of papers, books, clothes, manga, magazines, and toys scattered around the floor.
That's just how she says it.
Yeah,
Maneuver.
maneuver. She has a desk, but that's largely dedicated to her big laptop, plus a few other toys around it. My room might be far from spotless, but at least you can see the floor. Then again, maybe that's just because I don't have the money to constantly buy things. Stuck up bitch. Grunting a little, I turn around at the side of her bed and bend down at the knees, slowly lowering Suzu onto her bed. With the weight lifted from my shoulders, I turn back and set about organizing the disheveled heap, moving her legs and arms around to whichever looks reasonably comfortable.
Just puts her in, like, super weird pose.
She's like in that Family Guy pratfall pose.
Yeah.
My work done, I stand back up and admire my work. Redundant. I can't help but smile at the absurdity of it all, even after all this time. Perfect little spoiled princess, neatly arranged with her plush toys all around her on the bed to keep her company. I reach down and brush the stray hair away from her closed eyes, my gaze lingering a little on her motionless face. It's almost painful how delicate she looks, like a china doll that could crumble any second.
Hanako has some of those, I think.
Right? She really is a real-life sleeping beauty.
Oh, kiss her.
I shouldn't get so sentimental about it. Maybe it's because I've only
Wait,
ever
that's
hung
Snow
around.
White.
I mean, it's Sleeping Beauty too, isn't it?
Oh, well, that's true.
It's
True
both
Love's
of them
First
have-
Kiss.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Disney's not the most original. Like, they're just like a kiss, because they do the exact same thing in Tangled, don't they? Oh no, it's her tear.
Her
Never
tear.
mind.
True. It's supposed to be True Love's Kiss, but then,
it's True-
like, it takes too long, or her hair runs out of power because it gets cut.
Well, he cuts her
But
hair.
then-
Yeah, but then she cries and it touches her hair.
yeah,
And
maybe it's not a kiss
it
then.
reactivates it. No.
I don't know.
No, the True Love switch was frozen because it was like True Love will heal you.
That's
and
it.
It's her sister.
Right.
Yeah.
An act of
Spoilers
true
for a bunch
love.
of Disney princess movies that we probably shouldn't be watching. You at least have more of an
I have a
excuse
daughter.
than I do. Yeah. Maybe it's because I've only ever hung around with guys that a girl who actually acts like one feels so strange. Could just be yearning for a side of me I've never had a chance to explore. Who knows? I just want to experiment a little. Well, whatever. I turn and scratch the back of my head as I make to leave, trying to brush the thoughts from my head. Doesn't really matter what Hasao thinks about our relationship. I'm not the kind of person a girl like her should be around.
Who cares what Hasao? What the?
Okay.
Okay.
All right, whoever made this. That's a personal picture, and you know it.
It's just.
You didn't get that one off of Google, did you? I stop for a moment as I'm distracted by an actual doll on Suzu's shelf. They're not dolls. They're collectibles.
Her name is Miku, and she's an idol.
And she loves me. Ignore that crusty bit in her hair. An energetic-looking girl in bright clothes from some show she watched a while ago. She has a lot more at home, but only brought a handful to her dorm. She might call them figures rather than dolls, but I don't really get the difference.
Well,
That's because you're a jerk.
a doll. I don't know. I've always thought like a doll is,
Like something you can brush their hair. And,
yeah, a doll.
Yeah, it's like a teddy
Either a
bear, but
plush
it's
toy
girl.
or a not. These are figures, and I would think, but
Right.
I don't know.
They're like little statues.
But then again, I guess like little immobile porcelain dolls too. So I guess it could be a doll.
Yeah, it's more about like the appearance, I guess.
Right.
'Cause if-
Well, yeah. And you don't play with it. That's why I think it's a figure.
Yeah, they're collectibles.
Yeah.
Jeez.
I don't know.
You would make fun of me for having a Picasso hanging on my wall. Why are you making fun of me for
What
my
I'm
big
saying,
titted anime figures?
What I'm saying is I want this figure.
Right. I've never been a huge fan of that character. I don't know anything about her, honestly. I just know she's like, isn't that
She's a Vocaloid.
Yeah, and she's like, just her whole thing is she's just a ditz. I think her whole thing is she's just completely naive to everyone trying
that
to
could
bang
be.
her.
So is Sailor Moon.
That's, I guess that's just an anime trope. I poke at its head for something to do as I mull things over.
It speaks to me.
We really are from two different worlds. For all I try, I can't think of a damn thing we have in common. I'm envious of so many things about her, from her innocence, to her family, to her wealth, but I've never bothered mentioning it. Some people pop out of the right set of legs and others don't. Some people mess everything up and others don't. That's life.
Is this even her, or is this someone else?
I don't know. I just assume any blue hairs.
Right.
Like,
It might not be.
Always assume it is, but the outfit doesn't look right.
Don't.
Turn around. Suzu's voice, little more than a faint and mumbled whisper, draws my attention to her as I obediently stop tweaking at her doll. Looks like she's awake, albeit only by the most generous definition.
You woke her up. Now she's pissed.
Oh my god.
Touched her figures.
She rubs her eyes, but does little beyond stare at the ceiling. I've always thought it must be hard to constantly be waking up in different places. Yeah, it's me in college. Then where you went to sleep. But she's never once complained about it.
That's you.
Oh, right. It's always confusing because I haven't learned the names yet, and her pictures are, you okay?
I'm fine.
No, she's not. A liar. Her voice has a slightly miffed edge to it, which she's too groggy to try and cover up.
You touched her shit.
She never worried about being a bother to me before.
It costs like $200.
Right? Not that I mind. Being useful to at least one other person in the world is something I need. She's a total idiot socially, but I think she managed to work that out for herself. That leaves the only other person that was with us.
Winnie the Pooh.
This figure.
Yeah.
It's kind of cute, really, getting all rattled about her narcolepsy in front of a boy. I shouldn't smile, but it's hard to suppress. Having just transferred, it's unlikely Hisao would have a girlfriend right now. You'd be surprised. So she's in with a good chance. Don't feel bad about it. Hisao's pretty understanding.
He's a total babe in the woods is what he is.
Ha! You got that right. He's totally helpless right now.
Babe in the woods.
What do you think of the guy?
He's a babe in the woods.
Yeah. Well, you're not listening? Or? She looks at me a moment trying to ascertain.
She's got a manga.
Look, what's he going to draw another? Come on.
I mean, all right.
Don't be mean. But maybe just like zoom in or something and cover that up. Trying to ascertain my intentions. That was an amazingly direct way to try and gauge her feelings towards him after all.
He's sensible. I don't mind him.
Well done, Hisao. That's one of the highest compliments someone ever could hope for from her.
Sensible?
Yeah. He's boring. Cool. Date him. She's not wrong, though. He might be a nerd, but he's comfortable dealing with the other club guys as friends. His sensitive side is enough to make Suzu lower her guard around him as well, which is something none of those guys could ever do. Looks like I'm stuck with him then.
Oh, damn.
I guess I'm going to steal him. There aren't many that can overcome Suzu's distrust of others, and as far as friends go, I could do a lot worse than Hisao. Having someone around who doesn't know about my past means a lot less baggage to deal with, too.
That's the bad ending. You pick Hisao.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. Where's the polyamory route? Give me that one.
That doesn't exist.
Come on. They could all date.
What are you smiling about?
Just switch off when she falls asleep. Nothing. Just take it easy for today, all right? And eat a snack or something. Don't think I missed you skipping lunch.
I mean, I didn't have much of an option. I slept through it.
You're right. I slept in it.
Only if you promise to do your homework for once.
All right, I will. See you tomorrow.
See you.
With that, I give her a parting wave before leaving the room and its girly smell.
Don't touch my shit or I'll stab you.
Back to my room full of farts.
And a pine cone.
Every girl, you sign up for the school and they hand you a pine cone.
Yeah.
It's for your room.
That's the mascot.
Yeah.
The Yamaku pine cones.
Oh, what would their mascot be? The wheelchairs?
Yeah, I don't know.
Is that insensitive? Entering the hallway and carefully closing her door behind me, all I could do was rest my back against it as I closed my eyes and sigh. Clubs. Looks like the last few months of my time here won't be as simple as I expected.
Gotta start thinking about clubs.
Where's the female Kenji to come ruin our playthrough?
Just there's a mod where everybody's gender is swapped.
Just completely swapped,
Yeah.
yeah.
Gender bend.
I mean, I guess the librarian is kind of female Kenji. Like, not really, doesn't have the same mannerisms, but I feel like there was some kind of cut content where they were supposed to be together.
It seemed like
Or
they
it's,
had
like,
dated
alluded to.
previously
Yeah.
or something weird happened.
Leaning back against the railing as the multitude of people ahead move to and fro, I do my best to pass the time by watching those who walk by.
Want to go to Ow?
Oh! Ow by Heidi.
Yeah.
I think that's what it says. Or
P-
Itty. That's just parking.
HDDI.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Or it might be IDDI. Who cares? I had arranged to meet Suzu and Hisao at noon, but it's getting perilously there it is, close, and there's still no sign of either of them.
It's actually people.
Right? I probably should have listened to Hisao and taken the same bus as he was going to use after that. I wonder if any of those people know that they're in this game.
Doubtful.
Probably not. It's most likely just a picture from Google. Not that I mind all that much, just leaning back and watching others is entertaining. Given the sheer variety in people you see, I suppose when you get enough people in one place, you'll eventually start seeing the odd ones.
The people, that is.
Of course. Badly hidden glances from the occasional person who noticed my left arm ending in a stump reminds me that I'm one of the odd ones myself. Sorry. Excuse me.
You have problems over there?
Yeah, I don't know what's happening. I don't usually talk this much. If I really cared, I could cross my arms, shove the stump in my jean pocket, or just pull down the sleeves of my shirt a little. It's not exactly hard to notice when my sleeves are rolled up after all.
I'll just take off my top. Nobody will notice the arm anymore.
Right? This is bullshit. I just realized we went from Fruit of Grisaya, where I was the narrator for like the entire last half of the route, into this where I am again the narrator.
That's true. You wanted to be the narrator.
I know. Well,
because I'm Hisao. I'm going to crack open a cold
it makes
one.
sense because I was Nikki, so
Right.
we're the continuity, it matters, even though we change their voices constantly. It hardly matters, though. I'm out of their consciousness a minute after they lose sight of me, so I may as well just wear whatever's comfortable. That's one of the advantages of a city over small town life. When you're surrounded by so many people, it's easy to be forgotten.
She's not forgotten. Everyone's going home and going, that one-armed girl was smoking hot.
Right?
That I saw
We didn't
today.
forget her. She was barely in the main game, and we were all about it. Though we were all about every female character that showed up in that
That
game.
wasn't dateable.
Right, exactly.
Just
We're
want what
"Where's
we
that
can't
at?"
have.
Yeah, of course. I looked at my watch again to see the time. The dark gray digits reading out a time of 5 minutes to noon. At least I had an early lunch, so I'm hardly starving for food. As soon as I begin to wonder if either of them will actually be here on time, notice a familiar young man with brown hair maneuvering through the crowd. Use that word a lot. It takes a moment to identify him, given that this is his first time I've seen him out of his school uniform. Sweater vest?
Yeah!
Wow! Hisao doesn't look fussed by the crowd at all as he walks up, casually strolling through wherever he can see a gap in the people moving around him. Guess he's the punctual type, given how close he cut it.
Hey. I'm a lot cooler now. So
It's like Kenji when he takes off his glasses.
yeah.
Hisao with sweater vest.
That was the best.
What's
like-
the best?
Looks
I
like
want
they
that
made
route.
it just in time.
Getting out of the retirement home took a while. Then she's going to make fun of the sweater vest.
Huh?
The vest.
Oh.
It's not a cool look. Fuck you,
Oh,
Miki.
man.
It is a cool look.
Don't knock the vest. It's smart.
2 + 2 = 4. Whatever you say, Gramps.
That's right, vest. You got it.
Fist bump. Ow, my scar. He begins to protest, but turns to the side instead. My own gaze follows his out of curiosity, with the object of his attention quickly becoming obvious.
He probably put that on and looked in the mirror and he's like, God, I look good today.
Fuck yeah.
And then immediately,
Yeah, the first person to talk to him.
wow,
That looks stupid.
Your vest is stupid.
Nobody else made fun of his vest. Suzu runs towards us as fast as her legs can take her, her white summer dress billowing out behind her as she tries to hold her bag to her side. Oh my god, she's wearing a sundress. It's kind of sad how slow she is despite the fact she's running.
Damn. Am I saying that
I don't know. Look
Like
at that
damn?
hot piece of ass. Yeah.
Like Y-U-M?
Is that a damn it, or is it like a damn?
Yeah.
I turned to see Hisao averting his eyes,
I think it's a second.
holding his bald hand to his mouth to try and hide his expression.
Damn, he's like biting his...
Right.
He's like, damn!
Ah, yeah. It's that reaction gif of Antonio Banderas biting it. I don't know if you ever see where he's looking at the computer and he bites his thing.
Yeah.
Huh?
She's cute. It was.
I'm standing right here.
It was a damn.
Right. All I can do is give it an amused snort. Yup. She pants heavily as she reaches us. Why is she always holding a book? Barely managing to splutter out a greeting as she gasps for air.
That says Death Note. She's carrying a Death Note.
Oh, no.
Can you hide this? No. I don't remember how.
I
You
don't
can.
either. Yeah.
But...
Yeah, that is the Death Note. I didn't read all that, but whatever.
Sorry, I slept in. I didn't. Just calm down and take a breath. It's fine.
Take a deep breath. The two of us wait for Suzu to settle herself before either continues.
So do we actually have any plan about what we're doing besides hanging out? I need to buy a couple of new notebooks. I've almost run out.
I've already filled this one with names.
Yeah.
Stationery shopping? Really?
To be honest, I could probably do with picking up a couple as well.
You're both very boring. You two are the worst. Further protests don't make any difference to either of them, so the three of us end up heading off towards a stationery shop to pick up school supplies. I guess I could buy a pen or something. Beats waiting outside for him.
Now I just want a Hisao and Suzu route.
Right? Like, no matter what, we're breaking up this cute
Right.
little thing they got going on. As we walk on, the heat of the summer's day beating down, I find myself distracted by the sights alongside us. It's Hisao who eventually picks up on it.
What's up?
That is Hisao, just flirting with everyone. You know, I can never get used to those huge displays. The ones they use for advertising and stuff. Yeah, they're called signs. I point upwards, the massive screen mounted on the front of the tall store. The logo of some electronics company flashing up and moving about with wild and vivid color.
Ooh-ah.
It says Circuit City. I bet they'll be around forever. Even in the summer's daylight, the screen is dazzlingly. It's that's what's confusing me, because the way it's spelled, like, I always say that word dazzling, not dazzling.
Yeah, because it's dazzle, L-E anyways, so dazzlingly.
I guess that's just dazzlingly. I'm sorry, my brain's not working. Bright and impossible to ignore.
World.
I never learned how to read. Hisao, for his part, looks rather unimpressed. Might as well have pointed to a pebble on the ground for all the interest he takes. Oh my god, that pebble looks like Santa Claus. The best he can do is tilt his head as he tries to think of something to say about it.
Sell this on eBay.
Right? I still have the voice. I can't stop. Once I get into it, like, I can't. It's hard to break out of it.
Yeah, it is pretty big. I'm sorry, what were we talking about? He comes from the city. What do you expect?
So Hisao's a city boy. Should have guessed.
Didn't we establish that
I thought
already?
we did, yeah.
I think we did.
Images of Tokyo and Osaka I've seen on television spring to mind. Teeming mass of people flowing through the streets like gushing rivers of water. The bright blare of stories-high screens beaming down on their heads. Man, I gotta go to Tokyo sometime. It's like living in the future there.
Hold on, you've never been to Tokyo? Not once? What a loser.
Right? Even Suzu shares Hisao's disbelief, wheeling around to see me as the three of us grind to a halt. All I can do in response is shrug. Never needed to. The two of them share a knowing glance before continuing on.
I know what we must do.
Right? We're going now.
Road trip.
I think I just validated a whole bunch of ideas they had about me. With a quick skip up to them, we continue on our way.
Game! It's Game! It's Taito Station.
Right? That place looks awesome. I want to know where that is. I wonder if that's still open.
Taito. Well, they make, like, Space Invaders and...
Yeah, well, obviously.
Yeah.
How'd you get that information? No, I just wonder if that store's still open, because obviously it's a real place.
Right.
I just couldn't hack it. With the Suzu and Hisao dawdling around getting books, folders, and whatever else, I ended up bailing out and hitting the arcade next door.
Oh, yeah.
I love you, Mickey.
Oh, God.
Dancing games are rather pointless without friends, so the choice was largely already made as to what to play. Cheap plastic gun in hand, because I can't play something that requires two hands. I blink away at the screen for minutes on end, sending zombies and other undead sprawling to the ground.
I mean, she could play simple games.
I mean, she could just move the joystick
like
with
Galaga.
her nub.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
she could move the joystick with her hand and then just, like, if it's just buttons.
Wasn't her... I
Poke,
always
poke.
picture her left hand as the one that's missing, isn't it?
I don't know.
I can't remember.
We don't see her sprite up
Right.
often.
I wonder if I can get used to the quiet of home after being in a place like this. Fancy amusements like arcades, music stores, and concerts just feel like a novelty to me. Yeah, me too, because they don't exist anymore. But everyone else barely notices how amazing they are. Even as I gun down more monsters in a violent, pixelated rampage, couple at the entrance can be heard deciding to go to the cinema instead of wasting time here. Yeah, I bet that's the girlfriend. I did see movies before moving to Yamaku, but it was a rare treat back then. Here's just a spur-of-the-moment decision. That momentary lapse in concentration is all the excuse the game needs to destroy me. Scratch marks suddenly littering the screen. I try to fight back, but my pace is completely gone. I should have used the damn grenade.
It doesn't look like a very pixelated game.
Right?
As the continue screen comes up, hungry for more coins as always, a familiar voice comes from beside me.
Whoa. Well, they're awfully close, aren't they?
Oh yeah, what's going on here?
Left 4 Dead?
Is it?
It is.
Oh, yeah, I see it.
They had Left 4 Dead arcade machines? I didn't know
Well,
that.
I'm sure they probably do.
And yeah, Japan had arcade machines for everything.
You did pretty well. That game's pretty unforgiving.
Hisao and Suzu stand side by side, having patiently waited for me to finish. It's kind of funny to see them together like this. They look like they're cosplaying an elderly couple. No sense of fashion. Not that I'm one to speak.
Oh, man.
What he says piques my curiosity, though. I wonder if he's any better than me at this, given that he seems to have played before and also has two hands.
You really want your name in this notebook, don't you?
Fastest light gun in the West. You any good at this stuff?
Start up a 2-player game and I'll show you.
Something
Whoa.
about the tone of his voice is different than usual. Only realize what it is after he's given Suzu his bag to hold and taken up position with the second light gun, pulling it up from its holster with practiced ease. He's excited. Just a little, but it's there.
I was always really good at, not this, but like the plastic gun games too. Like
Yeah,
the
I
red
love
and blue
those.
with the target.
Yeah.
I would actually like sometimes play both.
I did the same thing. I always liked the sniper ones, where like
Yeah.
it was like the main screen was like a really zoomed out thing, and you had to look through the scope to
Yeah,
find people.
right.
I loved those.
Yeah, I did really love like those arcade red and blue, whatever those were
Right,
called.
Time Crisis. And
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah.
But yeah, sometimes I would just do both and then,
Right.
yeah.
You have to pay twice the money, but you get double the bullets.
Right.
I occasionally throw a glance at him as I set up a fresh round, throwing in my last few yen as he looks down the sights. Guess I'll be mooching off someone for dinner again, but my curiosity's demanding to be sated. The two of us take up our positions as the co-op story mode starts up, going through the same lame intro sequence I've seen so many times before. And then it begins.
The apocalypse.
As undead spring up from the corridors we walk through, the two of us blast away as fast as the guns allow. We get past one level, then two, then three. She's gonna turn around and she's gonna be
Oh.
asleep.
Yeah.
I'm starting to have problems as we reach the fourth, with more and more enemies requiring more and more shots start launching themselves at us. One life gets used, then another, and by the time the level's over, I'm sitting on just one left. I hardly feel bad about it though. I might only be by the skin of my teeth, but this is the first time I managed to get to the 5th level. Hisao's quite the comrade, and peering over at his side of the screen, looks like he's still got 2 lives left to my 1. Cheater!
Damn, he cheats.
He looks like the other. He's just like, he doesn't shoot anything on her side of the screen.
Yeah, right.
He lets them get to her.
Looks like the other runners in the club when they get into the zone, with their eyes narrowed and mind focused. It's a cool look, perhaps a little too cool. That sweater vest is starting to grow on me, as this focused expression almost makes me miss the first enemies of the new level. That said, I wouldn't have made much of a difference if it had. My last life disappears in the open in few moments, leaving the rest to Hisao.
Not that he seems to mind, as he manages to challenge the 2 players' worth of enemies at once for some time.
He grabs both guns.
Right? But then it happens. 1 life is gone by the time the level's wrapped up, and by the time the 6th level has started, it's obvious he's overwhelmed. He puts up a heroic last stand, but in a few minutes he's taken out by a veritable flood of enemies. The continue screen returns once again, the both of us well and truly beaten. Hasao lets out a long breath as his shoulders slump, the adrenaline leaving him as he returns the light gun to its holster. Cuts to his view, and it's that red boop boop.
Yeah.
Oh God, this is what does me in.
That was pretty good.
Thanks. Had a good wingman though.
I meant Hisao.
Right. Hasao just shrugs. He just looks at the screen for a while before turning to us with a cocky smile. I think it's the first time I've seen him genuinely proud of an accomplishment.
That's how you do it. We heading off?
You lost. Suzu nods and takes the lead, handing Hasao his bag before the 3 of us file out into the busy street outside. How'd it get dark? The difference between the air-conditioned arcade and sun-baked walkway is like night and day, with the afternoon's heat settling in.
Better just stay at the arcade then.
Right? Just live there.
Damn. You look pleased with yourself. It's just been a while since I hit the arcades. Kind of happy I can still pull that off.
Calm down, dude. It's not that cool.
To Suzu it might be.
Maybe. You're the only guy I've seen manage to get that far. I thought they rigged those things so you had to keep buying lives to continue.
Well, I mean,
they do.
They do, but
Yeah.
if you are just there 24/7 and master the game.
Right.
They pretty much do. Actually finishing is nearly impassable.
But I'm Hasao and I always finish. Well, look at Mr. Arcade Machine Expert talking big over there.
Mame.
That was what I was going to say. I go by Mame, thanks. I turn to Suzu to back me up, only to find her no longer in sight. Both Hasao and I turn to check where she is in confusion. Walking slower and slower behind us, Suzu's eyes remain pinned to the ground ahead of her. I might not be particularly bothered by the heat, but Suzu isn't as hardy as most. My heart freezes as she suddenly begins to fall, legs crumbling underneath her, giving no resistance as her body drops downward. A movement from the corner of my vision darts forward before I even have a chance to react.
A little warning next time would be.
Just grabs her by the chest. For support.
Oh, to love Rue.
It's all over in what must be less than a second. Hasao, hero of the day, stands with his legs bent as he holds Suzu's limp body to his front. Every time he lulls me into thinking he's just another boring study bug, he goes and pulls something like that. He just doubles over and clutches his chest. Carry us both! That was some amazing stuff, dude.
Looks like she really fell for me.
She's very heavy, please help.
Yeah, please help. Don't worry about it. Could you take her?
Sure, hold on. Back when he first entered Yamaku, everyday conversations tended to put him on guard. But now he's dealing with a public situation without panicking at the least. He might be sweating a little, but I'm still impressed.
Oh, I dropped her!
Alright, I'm done with this. I quickly jogged up and turned around. Hasao helping me maneuver her onto my back. The heat alone wouldn't do this, but if she was tired before coming here, it might have finished her off. Whether it's cataplexy or a sudden sleep attack, she's not going to be in a condition to walk much more in either case. See anywhere we could rest a bit?
Wonder how often, the cops get called. Just a girl. You're just with a girl, and she just, falls to the ground.
Oh, yeah,
You're just, standing next to her. What did you just do?
Yeah. That's why I was saying, I got to get her a sign to put on her, or wrap around her neck or something. Be if I'm asleep, leave me alone, please. Yeah. He scans around a little before pointing to a small cafe with some free outdoor tables.
If you can read this, please get me a pillow. I'm just sleeping.
You go into the cafe and it's what's-her-face working there. She's just everywhere.
Let's head over there. We can grab a coffee while she recuperates.
Sounds like a plan. I nod in assent as we move off. The slumbering girl on my back drawing more than a few badly hidden glances. Kinda glad she isn't awake for this, as she'd no doubt hate the attention. Thankfully, it isn't far to the place Hasao pointed out, with him going inside to order a couple of coffees while I deposit Suzu in a chair before taking a seat myself. We got a weekend.
Over here. We're going inside.
We got a weekend at Bernie's, this whole thing.
Yeah, right.
We've been here before.
Yeah, we went on a date with Hanako here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's been a long time since she passed out in public. It was a couple days ago, wasn't it? Not that I think about it. Now that I think about it,
Yeah.
it must look incredibly suspicious to the people around us for two
There you go.
teenagers to be dragging around an unconscious girl.
That's what I'm saying. People will be like, should we call the cops?
Yeah.
It's just
You just be like, she's a real doll. I just ordered her. Maybe it's a good thing I'm a girl, too, as two guys dragging her around would look even worse. I idly wrap my fingers on the table while occasionally glancing to her, arms and head arranged on the table in what's hopefully a comfortable position. Thinking back to when she fell, I reach into the wallet in the back pocket and fish out some yen. Can't really ask Kasao to spot me the coffee after what he did for her. It's incidents like that which gave her that stupid knee brace in the first place.
put a big pair of sunglasses on her.
Right. Oh, she's so cool.
And then just be like, she's deaf, and just ignore her.
Right. She's got sunglasses. Could they say deaf and blind?
Well, because like they're not responding to
Oh, yeah.
what I meant. Yeah.
No, if it's Weekend at Bernie's, like you just sit them there and then random girls will come up and flash her.
Right.
That's how Weekend at Bernie's works. Eventually, or if they play music, she'll come back to life and dance and then have sex with a person.
Right.
Someone has sex with a corpse in the second movie.
Yep.
Eventually, he emerges from the glass door of the cafe. He probably should have walked. Never mind, it says door. I thought it said glass door of the cafe, and I just pictured him like walking through glass. I've made it. Setting down a cup in front of me before sitting down, I put several notes on the table and slide them over in return, earning a nod of thanks before he slips them into his pocket. Bit of excitement there, eh?
Yeah, I'm used to girls dropping to their knees. That's fine. I could do without more excitement in my life, to be honest.
I'm over her already. Where'd you get reflexes like that, anyway? Did you see me play that game?
Dunno, probably partly from playing so much soccer before the heart attack, anyway. I miss playing that.
He gives a wistful sigh as he looks out to the street. I feel terribly bad for asking. I know that sting all too well. And here I am inflicting it on someone else, albeit accidentally. Wanted to go pro, or,
Nah, nothing like that. It's just, it was structure, I guess. Something to dedicate myself to.
Well, dedicate yourself to these titties.
I was good at it, you know? Nothing amazing, but I could keep up with the others easily enough. It was something I could do with friends, see myself improving at, and look forwards to each day. I guess I didn't realize how much that meant to me before I lost it.
Oh, I think I understand him a lot better now. The reason he studies so much isn't because he's some nerd, but because he wanted to fill that hole in his life.
And he's a nerd.
That's admirable, I think. To deal with such a shock in that particular way is something I can respect. This is awkward.
Jeez.
Suzu begins to stir as we talk, mumbling something unintelligible as she tries to sit herself upright. Don't submerge, Captain. I'm still on deck. The two of us just wait for her to fully wake, knowing that engaging her while she's so disoriented will be futile.
Well, she wakes up calmly. She's not like a...
Yeah, starts like just screaming.
Yeah.
After shaking her head and pinching the bridge of her nose, she appears a little more lucid.
Where?
Or she, like, gets put on pause when she passes out. So, like, she wakes up. She's like, I'm going to fall!
Right. She's just in the middle of a sentence.
Yeah.
Just a cafe nearby, don't worry.
She wakes up. She's just like, that's why you can't trust Armenians. Like, what?
Oh, sorry.
We shouldn't have brought you here. Superman here managed to catch you before you fell, so you're not hurt. She just nods silently, still trying to regain her senses. Where she is and whether she ended up injured should cover just about everything. As if to prove me wrong, she digs around in her little bag. Digs around in her bag a little and retrieves her trusty mobile phone.
Could be a little bag.
Right. It's a Death Note bag.
Probably.
It's a bag shaped like the Death Note notebook. No doubt to check how long she's been out. It wouldn't have been all that much time, so it shouldn't come as a shock. She pauses a little after doing so, looking to Hisao with a hint of shyness.
If you want my number,
I don't.
call me, maybe? Sure. May as well take it or
Hey,
whatever.
I just passed out.
No big
and
deal.
This is crazy.
Please don't rape me.
It's hard to look at. My eyes are hazy.
He quickly grabs his phone from his pocket and slides it across the table towards her. Her fingers make short work of the task, adding her number to his phone, and vice versa. Feeling left out, I drag my old phone from my pocket as well.
I was going to say, she's like, what the fuck?
Please take my number. It might be noticeably older than either of their whiz-bang things, but it does the job. It's like a 90s, like giant, like Seinfeld phone.
I don't even know how to program this thing.
Yo, gimme. Suzu glances to Sal for confirmation, with a shrug being the answer as he busily sips his coffee. With another slide, his phone reaches me, and I quickly set about bringing up his contact list. It's difficult to just ignore what's right there, so I scroll a couple of times to see who's deemed worthy before adding my own details.
Better just delete Misha. Right. He's not going to need that bitch ever again.
I see Misha and a bunch of hearts. What's that mean? Huh. You got the student council goons in here.
You make that sound like a bad thing.
Well, I mean, I'm fine with them, but you ever try to play Risk with them? It's bullshit. You never win, no matter what you choose. I glance to Suzu, who evades my staring. They can be a bit intimidating.
I suppose I can see that, but they've been a lot of help. They do take their job seriously. That's part of the problem.
She stole my haircut. You just gotta know how to deal with them. Straight back, stiff lip, and tell them what you mean. With your hands.
You're the last person I expected to defend them.
They're fine. I can appreciate people who take their work seriously, you know?
Maybe you should try doing that yourself.
Maybe you should mind your own damn business. Suzu's gaze shifts to me, waiting to see my comeback. I just settle for sticking my tongue out at him. With that argument headed off and his phone returned, we content ourselves with drinking and talking for a good long time.
Yeah!
Sprinting has never been my thing. I've never managed to hype myself up for the competitive nature of the track meets either. But the act of running, of putting one foot in front of the other, that's what I found pleasure in. Couldn't care less if other people are on the track with me or not. This isn't really the point of it. As I jog around the track during lunch, I can feel my mind clearing. Some people do stuff like this to give themselves time to think, to mull things over. For me, it's the opposite. While running, I can just concentrate on the track itself, the breeze blowing past me, the sounds of the birds in the trees. After everything that's happened, this is the one time I can forget it all. No more worries about school, home, or my past. Just me and the track. I love you, track. Track route confirmed.
She falls down on the track.
It's not like I like you or anything, track.
So clumsy of me.
I give the others in the club a quick glance as I come around once more. As expected, the dozen that are here are just lazing around chatting between themselves. Few are drinking bottles of water, I hope, and others are eating snacks, but all of them are on their asses. Too hot for them, probably. Cowards.
Bunch of pussies.
Haru
Oh, yeah.
raises himself and gestures for me to join him, with Yukio nearby taking his feet also.
My feet!
I guess resting his feet? No reason not to, so I break from the track and head over to the two.
With Yuko nearby taking his feet also.
I'm guessing that means like resting. Yo. Something's wrong. You're not supposed to be running. He gives a wave as I slow down and walk towards them. With a long breath and a bit of a stretch, I feel the exhaustion from the run ebb away.
We really need to, like, I don't know, watch a recap video of our voices or something.
Oh, yeah, because you don't remember what his is?
He's just like
gruff, wasn't he?
You seen Hasao today? He hasn't shown up to the club yet.
Yeah, because I just always think of something's wrong.
Yeah,
it's got to be
something's
that
wrong.
voice. Sorry, no idea what he's gotten to. Where he's gotten to. Emmy hadn't dragged his ass here? Thinking back to the end of the last class, I think I saw Hasao leave with the main bunch of students. But I've no idea where he went after that. Probably the roof. He's always on that damn roof. Yamagata
Who?
snorts in amusement as Haru just crosses his arms and sighs.
I swear to God, if he says something's wrong at some point,
I know.
you're gonna laugh.
Wait, who's Yukio?
That's the
popular
and
guy.
you were kind of like game show host type.
She's giving him the silent treatment. think he's blocked at one too many of her morning runs.
Blocked.
That's harsh, man.
Oh.
He just shrugs. Not much we can do about it, I suppose. I guess one of us will have to go on a hunt. She's gonna go nuts if she finds he's skipping club completely.
He could just be studying. Exams are soon, you know.
I saw it. He emphasized the last two words. As
You're
if,
gonna fail.
As if Mutao busting my balls wasn't enough, he surrenders the point after the fed-up glare I give him in response. Each of us looks at each other, trying to come up with our best excuses to not bother. I just want to get back to running, and it's probably too hot for either of the others to be asked wandering around trying to find him.
Never be asked. The usual?
We all quickly nod. It's obviously going to be the only way to decide this. Huddling together, the three of us hold our fists out in preparation. Punch for punch, motherfucker.
Paper, scissors, rock!
Put that backwards.
He just wants to rock.
He always throws rocks.
Steven Tyler.
She always just throws rock because it's all she has.
Yeah. What? You used your knob. I can't tell what that is.
Right. We each throw our choices out. One scissor, one rock, and then mine. For some strange reason, the others end up looking at me with flat faces.
What does that sound?
I don't know.
Is that someone's car?
I think so. That sounded awful. They
It
need to
did.
take that into the shop. It's rock. And she did throw her
shit.
stump. I waggle my stump around in the air a little before giving up on the joke. Without further ado, we pump our fists up and down for another round. Yeah! They're just fist pumping now.
This is
time-
awesome!
I throw my choice out with my right hand. 2 papers against my rock. Asshole.
Oh, double teamed him. Her.
I mean, she gave away her answer early. I reluctantly slink off after a sympathetic pat on the shoulder, knowing full well that my goose is cooked. My goose is cooked. Guess I'll hit the library first. We're better to find a nerd studying for exams after all.
Hold out her nub. What's that? It's fire.
Yeah, it's what. Let me look at your hands first.
Yeah.
It's this.
That doesn't beat my water balloon.
Oh, well played. After failing to see him in the gardens leading back to the main building, poking my head into the largely empty classroom and finding the library a bust, I make the trek back down the flights of stairs and across the school grounds to the dormitories.
Look, it's her horrible painting.
I know. She hasn't done anything on it. Strolling through what should be the hallway to Hasao's dorm room, I casually glance around at the near-empty corkboards on either side. All that's there are a couple of old and tatted joke pictures threatening to fall onto the floor. It's odd to contrast with the sections of the male dorms I've seen. It's odd to contrast. Full of official notice, jokes, and messages to other guys in the nearby dorms. Teachers might try their best to keep the more crude ones torn down, but a few occasionally manage to stay up for an evening or two.
Look, it's a penis.
Just the entire hallway just littered with penises. Eventually, I reach my goal, pressing the door handle and gingerly pushing in to see if it'll open. You don't knock first? It obediently opens at my touch, giving me a wave of relief. I'd probably have just given up if he wasn't here, but at least now that wasn't all for nothing.
She seems pretty brazen. She doesn't knock.
Yeah, she don't care. Poking my head round the now half-open door, there doesn't seem to be any sign of life inside. Maybe he's in the toilet or something. I'll just walk in there, too. Though that doesn't explain why he retreated to his dorm room during club time. With no desire to wait around bored in the hallway, I decided to step in and indulge my curiosity at what his room was like. Penises everywhere.
Just gonna wait naked on his bed.
Watch her find the letter. Like,
Yeah.
I better throw this away.
He's not gonna need this.
Right. Plain. There isn't any other word for it. He did transfer in recently, but it wouldn't kill him to put something on the walls, like that Kiss poster that every guy in college has, or some toy or whatever on his desk. All that's here are a bunch of books, his computer, and a few clothes strewn about. For a guy, it's very neat. Frustratingly so.
I don't like him at all now.
I like him dirty. After pacing around a few times out of boredom, I take a quick moment to crouch down and peek under his bed. Maybe he's down here. Hoping to see if he stuffed anything embarrassing underneath.
Jeez, what a snooper.
Yeah.
She's Snoopy.
One of the girls is down there. Nothing, except for a couple of misplaced pieces of clothing. Disappointing. I guess he's the type to have that kind of thing on his computer anyway.
To his computer.
Yeah. Homework folder. It's only after getting back on my feet that I take more careful notice of his desk. Behind a couple of textbooks sits a bunch of bottles, drawing me towards them to see what they are. I'll take a few of these.
Yeah. He'll leave some of them out.
Right. Just strewn about. Medications. Oh, some Mentos. I didn't think they could be given how many there were. Well over a dozen by my count. Pick up one of the bottles to see the label more clearly, but can't divine anything from the lengthy name.
And the fact that there's no words on it.
Right. Ol, in, an, all the same to me. I gently put it down amongst the others as another item on his desk catches my eye. Oh,
it is
my
the letter.
God, it's the letter. A single piece of paper, obviously a letter sitting atop its open envelope, adorned with sunflower decorations and cute pink writing. It's obviously to Hasao rather than from him.
Well, you don't know that.
Yeah, you don't know what his handwriting is. By the time my conscience has said to step away, my eyes have already started scanning the letter's contents. I'm thinking of the SpongeBob episode where they have the treasure map, but it's the board game, and they're like, we better not look at this. Then their eyes just stick to it. I sure wish I had handwriting as neat as this. Oh, wait. Who was she?
Who was she?
Yeah, I think it was me. Was I her voice?
Oh, yeah.
How are you? I hope you are well and happy at your new school. Everyone here misses you.
So it's from someone at his old school. I guess the mysterious transfer student does have a past after all.
Why did I read it in that voice?
Maybe she sounds like this. Blah, blah, blah. Just a status update of what's been happening in the lead up to their set of exams. At least he still has contact with him, I suppose.
The truth is, the times when I visit you in the hospital made me worried about you. I'm not talking about your health. You seem to become more and more distant and disheartened.
Well, yeah, being stuck in a hospital for a while would make you feel shitty.
Get mad at this bitch. She's so stupid.
As my eyes keep scanning the page, the penny finally drops. Ooh, a penny.
Now that the distance between us is also physical, it also feels more final somehow. I wonder if we'll meet again. Perhaps it's for the best if we don't.
She wasn't a friend, was she? Now I understand what this is. It's not some buddy writing to another about what's been happening lately. It's a breakup, with a bunch of meaningless padding thrown in to distract from what she was really meaning to say. You can't text message breakup. I made a mistake. I should have never seen this.
Oops.
I step back to the center of the room and take a quick look towards the door. The room is spinning, making sure I'm not being watched.
Something's wrong.
You weren't supposed to see this. My first thoughts are for my own self-preservation. Typical. Deciding that I've had quite enough of my prying, I quickly retreat to the hallway outside the room, taking care to quietly close the door just as it had been. There's nothing to be gained by confessing. It's better for anyone if this just never happened. He's in the showers, just looking at that weird leaf on Kenji.
Yeah.
The faint sound of voices catching my ear, though thankfully it sounds more like general chatter than anything directed at me. Sounds like it's coming from one of the nearby dorm rooms. Whether it's out of desire to distract myself from what I've read, or simply trying to establish an alibi if Hal comes by, I once again quietly poke my head through an unlocked door. This time around, I do find somebody inside. Hal stands with his back to the door, busily chatting with someone else.
Is he naked?
Everything about the other guy seems a little bit off. His height's a little too short, his hair's a little too scruffy, his glasses are a little too thick, his scarf, well, that's more just a little off.
His scarf's pretty cool.
It's like Harry Potter or something.
Yeah.
And not just given that it's summer. The scrawny guy notices me over Hal's shoulder, their conversation abruptly ending as the two of them turn to their visitor. There's a girl now! Go!
Knit Stump Girl!
Sit.
Haven't you heard of knocking?
I obediently knock a few times on the door.
There you
Ow,
go.
my stump. The short guy just raises an eyebrow as Hal sighs and motions in my direction.
I can't see anything. Who is it? Kenji, this is Miki Miura. Miki, this is Kenji Seto.
You don't have to make it sound like you're embarrassed to know me. I'm not quite sure how to interpret the awkward face he pulls. Not much point in leaving now anyway, so I'll wander into the room regardless.
I'm just gonna sit right here.
Right.
Oh, it's Kenji's room.
Unlike Kasao's, this is a room that feels lived in. Bits and bobs that Kenji's collected over the years and brought from home are littered around the room.
He's stealing another girl from us.
Right? God! Don't take off your glasses, please. That's what he has hanging on the walls. That particularly catches my eye. A nod to a poster of the local Pacific League baseball team, nestled in a corner next to some professional bowling posters. I didn't even know they made posters for bowling teams. Nice taste.
Oh, God. You know them?
Kind of hard not to know the locals, even if they did flunk last season.
They're still the best. What
That's like a Sonic voice.
Yeah.
You just had like, it was like a nerdy voice. No, that's not it.
They're
either.
still the best team. It's just their coach. I don't remember. I'd have to look
You're
that.
definitely Sonicing it.
Yeah.
Totally. I mean, just look at how well 2005 worked out.
Freaking Sonicking it again.
God, you're always defaulting to Sonic or Mario. All he does is frown a little bit, but I somehow get the feeling I'd have offered him less by insulting his mother, offended him less by insulting his mother. I'd say that, but I default to like 3 different girl voices.
Yes,
That's
yeah.
all I have. Calm down, I follow them too. The sooner they find the groove, the better. The quick save mends his attitude a little, but he still seems suspicious. Whether he knows it or not, Hasao steps in to save the day.
I had no idea you followed baseball.
Baseball's the best sport, you know.
Haha. Play.
I used to. I was a pitcher. Who was that had that? There was a one-armed pitcher or one-handed pitcher for.
Oh,
I don't remember who that was.
yeah. I mean, she could be.
Yeah. Even after all these years, those two words still feel like a punch to the gut. I quickly moved to hold my expression, but Hisao sees through it, going by his reaction. An awkward silence follows. Shouldn't blame him, given that I was the one who brought it up. Better to just let it drop, as I feel like telling him one detail or another will make everything eventually unravel. Guess this is what they call baggage.
I mean, he said he used to play soccer.
Right.
Do you follow bowling?
This dude has no idea how thankful I am for the change in topic, even if it is a weird one. Bowling? I think I played that once. Is there like a professional scene or something?
There's a professional scene for everything.
I mean, there's posters. All hopes he might have had for engaging me visibly evaporate. Guess the dude puts a lot of stock in bowling.
Bowling is the best sport. Why does nobody understand this?
Wasn't bowling more popular in the 80s or something? And there was that 90s movie with the guy at the comb over. Just something you do to kill the time these days.
Kingpin?
Yeah.
I was like, Big Lebowski? No, wait,
well, that
Kingpin.
was 90s too.
Exactly. The 80s were a golden era. All the best stuff comes from the 80s, like bowling.
Yeah, they invented bowling in the 80s.
I thought it was more popular in the 70s.
I don't know. How would I know? I don't know anything about bowling.
The economy.
What's my arm?
The economy was booming back then, so maybe you have a point.
It's true. The economy tanks and people just stop bowling. They just go hand in hand.
I really want to go bowling, but
whenever you see someone, like people stop going to bowling alleys, pull all your stocks out of the market.
Yes. It's not just sport and the economy either. The 80s gave all the best action movies, the most important and educational media ever made. I'm just like, I don't know. It's like Machina.
Yeah, I can't pinpoint our nerdy Kenji voice.
No. I'd have to watch those episodes again.
Right.
I don't think those movies were educational at all.
I don't think he's going to show up anymore after this, most likely.
Right, probably not. They were documentaries on how to be a man, dude. They just don't make them like that anymore.
You got a point there, actually. The newer action movies are all lacking something.
I know, right? We've lost control of Hollywood. There is no hope for them now. We have to retreat and guard the homeland. We're alone in this world. Generations will grow up not knowing what true manliness looks like, cowed by their overlords. Soon, popular culture will be all chick flicks and shoujo games.
Oh, no.
That's right, I'm meta. Even the action movies will be made for girls.
I don't get what he's on about, but a future full of girly romance movies sounds bad. I saw one once out of curiosity and nearly threw up from the sentimentality of it all. How do people watch that stuff? That'd be terrible.
Yes, terrible. You keep good company, Hisao. I knew I was right to rely on you.
That's closer to it. You're like shifting a little bit more towards it. I sure said something right. He gives a thumbs up, but Hisao looks like he'd rather be anywhere other than here right now. He hastily and pretty blatantly changes the subject.
What'd you want me for, anyway?
That's a very good question. Oh, right. You didn't show up to the club, so I came to drag your ass in. He glances to his watch. It's news apparently unpleasant for him.
She's gonna eat me alive. Sorry, Kenji, I gotta go. He had to think about whether that was actually a bad thing or not.
Right.
It's cool. We can never... We can cover the...
We can cover.
I was like, what is happening? We can cover the density. What the hell is that? Oh, I get it.
It's pig Latin.
Udent stay ounsel K, ake over tay sometime later. I have visual aids and everything. I was like, what kind of typo shit is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, sometime later. I'll see you around.
The two of us take our leave, Hisao closing the door behind us before we start down the hallway. Seems like a cool dude. Friend?
Yeah, I guess he is.
Oh, we saved him from the Kenji route.
Whew. He's a lot cooler in this one.
Is he? I think you might be mistaken. With the sun well and truly having set, Haru, Hisao, and I pass the time lazing around in front of the 7-Eleven. The light from the store illuminates the street around us, and we sit on the ground, backs propped up against the window.
I picked up a Slurpee, but something's wrong.
They didn't have cherry. Something's wrong. A couple
I had
of
to get
bags
Mountain Dew. Ugh.
sit between us, holding a late dinner of onigiri, potato croquettes, and some canned drinks. Not exactly 5-star cuisine, but it's edible and filling.
Just like myself.
Aside from the sound of our munching away and occasional chatter, there's little else to be heard. The bulk of school students have retired to their dorm rooms for the evening by now, leaving us to shoot the shit in peace.
I like to shit in peace. Still surprised Yukio's not here.
Don't believe him when he says he's studying.
About as much as I'd believe you.
Get that creepy smile out of my face. He looks like Jeffrey the Killer. Dick.
Leaving those two aside, I'm surprised you're not studying. You don't seem as careless as they are. I needed the break, to be honest. There's only so much I can do before I'd burn out. Sounds like you got a good head on your shoulders.
Hisao gives a grin and quick snort to pass off the praise, tucking into a drink afterwards. Praise seems to slide off him, but I've never quite understood. Why work so hard for no reward? I thought academic types live for a pat on the head.
Please love me.
Haru cares much less than I about the matter, plucking out a familiar magazine from his bag with his free hand while chomping at the onigiri held in the other. New issue out?
Yeah, want to read it after me?
Sure.
A Defense Forces magazine? Didn't know you were interested in that stuff.
It's just fruits, Agrisaya.
Gotta have something to occupy myself with besides baking cakes.
They've been talking about this weird flashback with a bus crash for like 40 issues.
It's a piece of cake to bake a pretty cake.
Yeah! You ever see that video? That piece of cake, that
Mixed
cake
in
song with Lil Jon?
Yeah.
Oh my god, it's one of my favorites.
You've really got your eye set on working in a bakery, don't you?
You make that sound like a bad thing. Having a purpose to your life is admirable, no matter what it is.
That sounds absolutely bizarre, coming from you.
Well, fuck you. I can't help but glare at him. For him to say that feels like an invalidation of everything that happened before my accident. But on the other side of the coin, that's the front I've been presenting to him to begin with. My dream died. It's gone. What's the point of bringing it up?
She was going to be a star baseball player.
Right? Without realizing it, I've begun to rub my stump once more. Thankfully, Haru fills the air with more meaningless words to try and liven things back up.
What about you, Hisao? You seem to have a good head on your shoulders. You said that already. Unlike her. I really like your head.
Deja vu, something's wrong.
Yes. Surely you have something to apply that brain to.
Glitch in the Matrix.
To be honest, I haven't really given it much thought. Suppose I'll have to, with graduation on the horizon. I do agree with Miki, though. It's good to have something to work towards. Come to think of it, what are you planning on doing with yourself?
I should have known that would come up. I plan on enjoying the springtime of youth.
In other words, nothing. Lame.
Loser! You should do something cool like become a science teacher. You say that like it's a bad thing. We're only young once, man.
YOLO swag.
He looks to the side, but finds no support from Haru. With a magazine in one hand and food in the other, he's made it clear he has no intention of getting involved. Hisao's eyes linger for a little too long, and as I follow his gaze, I see why. Even Haru looks up from his magazine after noticing the lull in discussion.
Whoa.
A girl... Who's this?
I don't know.
A girl in the Yamaku uniform comes striding up the street in the direction of school. 3 of us watching her as she strolls past. Quite a pretty thing. Carries herself well. They all just, damn! Whether she's noticed our glances is answered by the flirtatious flick she gives her hair, showing a brief flash of her cute earrings. Guess that's the way the game is played. All too soon, she disappears into the night.
That's it. She's a siren.
That's a ghost. With the 3 of us thoroughly distracted, the previous discussion is hard to return to. Sao and I take a few more gulps of our drinks, but Haru evidently has other ideas as he takes to his feet and passes me his reading material.
Take this. I'm horny.
I have to sleep with her. It's part of the continuum. Standing bolt upright and looking up at the street, he looks like a man on a mission. I think I know what he's gotten into his head.
What's wrong? Something. Something came up. I have to go.
My penis. Go get him, Tiger. He gives us a nod before heading off, running a hand through his hair before putting them in his pockets to appear as casual as he can.
Springtime of youth, huh?
Just as I said. With the two of us left to our own devices, I pick up the can next to me and give it a swirl to check if it's empty. Hasao digging around in the bag between us for a croquette. As he pulls one out, he makes a disappointed face.
Aw, last one.
A lady in the tramp with you.
Yeah.
Mine!
What? No.
Hasao fearfully twists to the side, clutching it with both hands.
Micro kit.
As if it were a pearl or a diamond. Without a second thought, I drop the magazine and can, jumping onto his back and try to snatch it from his grasp.
Miki!
I said mine! Give it! I throw my left arm around his neck to pin myself to him as I swipe at the food. Hasao frantically holding it out as far as he can with his right hand, while jabbing me repeatedly with his left elbow.
Jesus, woman!
I hope that's his elbow. I need sustenance.
So what? I got it out. It's mine.
We struggle some more as he tries in vain to throw me off. Two of us probably looking like utter idiots to any passerby. He suddenly changes tack and thrusts the croquette towards his mouth, but I manage to get an iron grip on his wrist.
Police arrive.
Yeah. The clerk at the 7-Eleven is like, there's a hobo fight going on outside. He frantically tries to move his arm, but it's hopeless. I'm taken off guard by how little effort it takes to manhandle him. As he looked quite well built at a glance, I push further into his back and squeeze my hand to make him drop it, drawing further protest as my grip gets tighter and tighter. I'm just going to kill him.
Yeah.
Our growling and grunting gets louder and louder before eventually the pain becomes too much for him.
Oh, they're just having sex.
Hasau's finger, I don't need to call the cops for that. Hasau's fingers snap open with the food promptly dropping to the pavement. Quickly reach out and grab it before he has a chance, before pulling back and returning to my seat as he rubs his sore wrist. Bitch. The both of us take a breather after the scuffle, the conquered casting a distinct frown towards the conqueror. I don't care. Got my food.
Never touch my fucking croquettes ever again. I spit on the ground,
5-second rule. Knew it. That was not a desync. I just knew exactly what she was going to say. I give it a little dusting before jamming the item into my mouth in one go. It's a bit cold by now, but still worth the effort. All Hasau's left to do as I munch away is heave a sigh and deposit our bags into the nearby bin, taking care to retrieve the can I threw away and dump that in too. With dinner finished, I give my stomach a hearty pat and lean back against the window. Doesn't look like Hasao has any intentions of leaving as he retakes his seat beside me, making it obvious that he still has something he wants to talk about.
Hope you get food poisoning.
So, what's eating you? He looks surprised that I picked up on it for a moment, but eventually acquiesces.
I'm not really sure. I guess with the summer holidays around the corner, after exams, I'm just getting a bit reflective. I've been here for a month, but still feels like the ground's moving under my feet. Stuff's just happening around me, sort of thing.
I feel like I'm not controlled by anyone now for some reason. Isn't that normal? You didn't leave alone before, right?
Technically not, but both my parents worked. Spent most of my time either at practice or roaming around the city with friends, so I wasn't home much to begin with.
Spoke like a true urbanite. Dude, living on your own for the first time is bloody hard. Handling laundry, feeding yourself for every meal, doing your chores out of need rather than being asked, being separated from your parents for months and sometimes years. It's a pretty huge change.
I had help, though. Shizune and Misha put themselves out for me more than once. And much as I hate to say it, you've been around, too.
And what?
Stealing my fucking bread, though.
That makes me wrong. You're living on your own. Got help when you needed it. Sounds to me like you're doing pretty well for yourself. Even by Yamaku standards, you've been dealt a shit hand. I'm honestly pretty surprised you managed so well, considering everything you've been through. His expression drops, and after a brief moment of thought, it becomes all too obvious why.
You were in my room, weren't you? Shit!
Oh,
Run!
I rapidly just slaps him and runs down the street. I rapidly prepare to lie my ass off, but his dead serious expression leaves me speechless. Never seen him so stony-faced. Awkwardly shrugging is all I can do. A bit. What am I doing? I can lie better than that. What does that even mean, anyway? Well, there's no use denying it now. Sorry. How'd you know?
After I take a particular pill, I turn the bottle around. Helps keep track of whether I've had my daily medications that day or not.
So I took double and almost died.
Yeah.
And I didn't put one back the right way. I do mean what I said, though. You've done well for yourself. To be honest, it makes me kind of jealous. I was a real piece of work when I first entered Yamaku. But here you are, skirting death and just rolling with the punches. Except you're a little weak bitch. I got that croquette off you.
Yeah. You almost killed me, but whatever.
Right. I leave an opening for him to ask about me, but he doesn't take it. Instead, he just looks tired, like an old man reflecting as his eyes slowly close.
I wonder about that.
What's wrong?
He's...
He slowly shakes his dreary head, still looking at the ground.
I was going to read that for some reason. You wouldn't understand.
Because you're supposed to narrate. It's weird that I narrate. Moments pass in silence, frustration as his sudden change in demeanor welling up. He's right, of course, but that doesn't make it any easier. Hisao isn't just taking pills to suppress some medical issue or another. He's taking pills to not die. I think about how to do two things at once, and how to do up a button with one hand. He thinks about mortality and how his end might come. We're 18. Kids. We can't even drink. I promise we're 18. That's too young to think about death. Of course, I can't understand that crap, and neither can he, no matter how much he might pretend to.
They're all 18?
Yeah, of course. Every single one of them. Just in case they're all 18.
They can't be a little older?
Yeah, all the freshmen are the same age as the seniors. They're all 18.
Okay.
I end up responding the only way I know how, by hitting him around the back of his head.
Ow, what was that for?
You're a real pain in the ass, you know that?
I'm out of food, bitch. Leave me alone.
Thought maybe I could get some out of your mouth, like a Pez dispenser. I thought Suzu was hard enough to deal with, and then you go and start getting all mopey. We're teenagers. We're allowed to not think about that crap. Hisao's reaction to my frustrated appearance is both simple and unexpected. He laughs. First a simpering chuckle, but in seconds he's escalated to a deep laugh right from the chest. Ow! He appears to relish my pain. I should probably find it annoying for him and to laugh at my expense, but it's more of a relief. So you can laugh. I was beginning to wonder.
I was just thinking about how ridiculously blunt you are. You don't know the meaning of tact, do you? But that's fine. I like that about you.
All I can do is smile and give a half-hearted shrug at the compliment, and a bit out of relief that he didn't take too much offense. Hisao seems the type to appreciate honesty, after all, even if it is delivered in a frank way.
This is probably going to get me beaten, but I have another croquette. It's honestly hard to think of you as a girl. You certainly don't act like any I've been around.
Believe me, I've heard that more than once.
Believe me, I am. I can prove it. You don't mind?
Couldn't care less. People can think what they like. Doesn't harm me.
You're pretty weird, you know.
I don't want to hear that from you. I hit him around the back of his head with my stump, drawing another chuckle from him. Can't help but get caught up in it, launching into laughter myself. A hue. Maybe it's from how curious a person Hisao is. Both of us laughing off such morbid thoughts of mortality and death, or simply two overly tired people getting caught up in the stresses of exams and school life. But in any case, the both of us end up laughing together for a good long while.
Just leave Haru here.
Yeah, right?
Oh, okay.
Well, he already wandered off to go chase after that ghost.
Yeah, I wanted to know how it went, though.
Yeah, right? He showed up, and she's like, why do you have, like, a weird hairband?
Yeah, right.
Didn't you used to be a girl? The ringing of the school bell heralds the end of yet another school day.
Suzu, you need to get in your seat.
You can't just sit on your knees in the middle of the class. With the exams finally over and the wait until summer break down to days rather than weeks, the mood of the class was lifted immeasurably. Even for those that don't care particularly, I can't say that word in an accent, about their marks, the stress felt by everyone else is contagious. Even Mutao looks a little more sedate, and he hadn't been quite as hard on me as he usually is. Waste little time in declaring an end to the class and beginning to clean up his desk, knowing full well that trying to teach us any further would be futile. Can't help but relish the sound of the class as people put away their things and begin to chat amongst themselves. Books, hobbies, movies, music. They talk about all the usual waste of time students would be into, released from the hell of algebra and physics. As some hang around to gossip and others skip out into the hall and make phone calls and check their messages, I hop up onto my desk with practiced ease.
Standing on it?
Right? I always pictured school desks to be those one-armed things. Those are not stable.
No.
Looks like I might be here a while, so I might as well make myself comfortable. With her head on its side resting in her arms, Suzu silently sleeps away as people move around her table, paying her little heed. Used to think it painfully cute, but it's become a wholly normal sight nowadays.
No, I mean, I think it's the Japanese ones where they're big and you can put your stuff in it.
Yeah, it's like an actual...
Yeah.
So
I mean, he had sex with Shizune on one.
Did he?
I'm pretty sure.
I thought that they were on like the table thing
like
next
a student
to the
council table thing?
Yeah, it was like a table next to a window.
Well, I don't know.
Whatever. It's a big desk.
It's a big desk.
Yeah.
You can have sex on it. They're all 18.
That's in the school brochure. Big desks, able to have sex on them.
Perfect for sex.
My vision of her is momentarily broke as Hanako. It's just been a while since I've read that name. Skitters past me to the door, the blonde Amazon waiting for her outside as she often is. At least she has someone to attach herself to, I suppose. There are worse lives than that of a limpet. The main attraction finally makes its way towards me, having carefully gone over his notes and finally packed his stuff away.
Limpet. The crippled Smurf.
Nerd.
Uh-huh. So how well did you do in your exams?
Yeah, whatever. Fine. Probably. Hasao just grimaces before briefly looking to the slumbering girl ahead of me.
She failed, didn't she? She didn't fill anything out, so...
It's completely blank. It's been interesting to watch him slowly become more used to Yamaku's oddities, with the way he treats Suzu perhaps being the clearest sign of it. Her falling asleep or having cataplexy attacks is just a thing that happens, and all you can do is make sure she doesn't hurt herself. But it isn't just her he treats that way. On the track, he casually talks with the others from the club, and he occasionally helps out the student council without confusion over whether to address the impossibly busty taskmaster or her ever-bubbly accomplice.
They're both busty.
I was going to say, I feel like Misha's more busty. He's standing on his own 2 feet as a member of the class now. I take a small amount of satisfaction from that, even if my help might not have been much in the scheme of things.
How'd Suzu do, anyway? She seems to study hard enough.
Some people have to try harder than others, unfortunately.
She just finds it hard. Or she just finds it hard, or what?
It's not that. She's got a pretty good brain up there, actually. It just shuts off sometimes.
Yeah.
How would you do in school if you always felt as tired as she does, though? Plus, there are the classes she accidentally naps through.
I was going to say, I feel like she would just be like, have unlimited time to do
Right,
an
yeah,
exam.
they kind of have to
That's a
plan
good
for
point.
that. As the conversation lulls, a glance around the classroom proves we're the last ones here. Wonder when Mutao managed to slip out so quietly. He's just like hiding under his desk.
Yeah, go away.
Where are they going to leave?
So what are your plans for the holidays?
Just messing about at Suzu's place. Pretty nearby, and there's a beach and everything.
Oh, yeah!
Beach episode! You?
Going home, I guess.
Catching up with friends and all that, yeah?
No, go with them. I don't really have any left there. Beyond meeting my mother and father, I don't really know what I'll do.
Sal has a habit of delivering difficult news with a terribly stilted smile. Can't help but feel a little bit of pity for him, despite how little he may want that. He might do well in class, but I'd know better than most how school is and everything. An idea forms in my head.
Yeah.
Which only seems better the more I think about it. Beach episode. Hey, why don't you come with me and Suzu?
That sounds terrible. I accept. You sure about that? I'm not even sure she likes me.
Believe me, she's cool with you. It'd be fun. Don't worry about it so much.
If she's okay with it. Suzu, are you okay with it?
Say
She
nothing
seems alright
if it's
with it.
fine,
Yeah.
Come on, man, lighten up. You survived exams. Now's your time to enjoy yourself. Besides, shouldn't a man be pleased to spend a summer with 2 girls? We could do this and we could do that.
Mm-hmm.
He
Listen
tries
that, huh?
I'm gonna need you to draw that. He tries his best not to look interested as I widely grin and move my hand suggestively.
Oh, okay. That's what you meant then. Oh!
You shouldn't talk like that, Miki. People might think you're serious, especially with you being you.
You slut.
Haru's eyes flit to the side for just a second. I just smirk before addressing Yukio. Who says I'm joking? You're not seriously thinking about hanging out with this loser, are you?
I mean, we have been this whole time.
Fuck, man, I'm right here.
Yeah. I don't see anything wrong with the offer. I'll keep an eye on the obituaries. Come on, she's not that rough, is she?
Yukio and Haru both snort, shaking his head and looking away respectively. All I do is give a flat face, but the possibility of them telling him is there. Sal doesn't seem the type to hold a grudge, especially after his forgiving me for poking around his room, but it equally seems concerned for those weaker than he.
Hasao, you can't go on that trip.
She will kill you. It's only now that Yukio notices Suzu in front of me. Walking past my desk to get closer, he reaches out towards her, but I quickly intervene. Oi, hands off. Oi. Since when are you in charge of her? I think Hasao's getting a sense of when Yukio and I are about to start going off at one another. He quickly steps in before things escalate once again, making his friend, however reluctantly, back away from Suzu.
So, I'm guessing you guys came for a reason? Just wanted to see if you wanted to come to Shanghai with us.
You have to.
Don't see why not, Miki?
Meezy?
Meezy?
Did you forget my name?
Me.
I'll stay here. Go on, have your fun.
Do you want to come, Suzu? But
It's fine. See you guys tomorrow.
that was kind of weird.
They all popped out their heelys and slid out of the room. Hisao doesn't look pleased with the idea of leaving a comrade behind, but Yukio swings an arm around his neck and drags him out with he and Haru. I give an unseen wave as they leave the classroom before turning back to my charge. And so the classroom goes quiet. All I'm left to do is idly gaze out the window. Summer holidays, clubs. The words roll off my tongue with ease. I'm excited for them, I think. I know I've been looking forward to them, that's for sure. Topic's been on my mind for a good long time. Now that they're actually here, though, can't quite pin down my feelings about them. Maybe it's less the holidays themselves give me cold feet, so much as what they signify. This is the last summer holiday before we graduate high school, after all. I should be happy with how things are right now. My carefree days with Suzu, Haru, Hisao, and Yukio, and the other guys in the track club, and class have been some of the best I've had since the accident, after all. But those days will be over in a few months. A movement from Suzu's desk catches my attention. The girl finally stirring from her long nap.
The desk moves.
Ah, ghost!
It's her alarm.
Blinking heavily, and obviously still dazed, she picks herself up a little and groggily glances around while still half asleep. It's only after scanning the room that she catches sight of my legs. Following them up to my gently grinning face. Where's the rest of your body? She's just a face on top of
Here's
legs.
Mike Wazowski.
She simply turns to look out the window as I'd been before. Maybe she's still disoriented from her sleep and apathetic towards my presence, or simply has nothing to say. In any case, she doesn't bother to say a word as she gazes at the bright summer scene outside, head resting in her hand as always. I should be annoyed with her apathy for my sticking around here for her sake, but I can't even pretend to be. Maybe this is what it's like to be a doting parent, forgiving their daughter's impoliteness as lovable quirks. The more simpler answer is that I'm just used to being treated like this by her.
Friendly?
Yeah, I mean, was she gonna, go out of her way to be like, hey, how's it going?
Yeah.
She's, groggy. I wonder what she'll do with her life. Suzu's terribly shy, but that isn't unheard of. It's not like she's anywhere near Ikazawa's level. She's never expressed any kind of ambition, though. Nor does she have any particular talents beyond a good work ethic.
I can sleep real good.
You know how I'm coming over to your place for the holidays, right?
You are?
No? Did you just invite yourself?
Yeah. Yes.
I kinda invited Hisao.
You did what?
Suzu just sighs. She briefly turns back to check my reaction before going to looking outside. I can't even read her expression like this.
She turned 45 degrees to the right. I guess it's fine.
Yay! It'll be great, I promise. He's a cool dude.
Is that really why you invited him? Are you sure it's not because you want the D?
How do you mean?
He doesn't like being pitied. Nobody does.
She really knows how to put me in my place sometimes. Is it really that bad to try and do the right thing by someone, though? I just want to make him happy, just like I want Suzu, Haru, and Yukio to be happy. That's normal for friends, right? Don't worry about it. Summer holidays are for relaxing, remember? We should make the most of them while they last.
While they last.
I'm dying. I see now. She's been pondering the same things I have. It pains me a little how I can't give her any advice on the matter. If I could find any answers, I'd give them.
I'd sleep through it anyways.
All I could do is stay beside her as I've always done. Given that she stayed at my side all this time, she must think the same.
Whoa, jeez.
We were close to the end of that. We should have just
Yeah.
ended it. Whatever. I give a quick nod to a passing first-year girl. It's kind of cute. As I make my way back to the geometry room, my hand occupied by a soft drink can. She returns the greeting as we pass, her eyes momentarily lingering on the arms bared by my tank top before we pass each other. At least that's one thing I can be proud of. My tank top.
Your tank top. It's really nice.
I got nice hair arms.
It's Gucci.
It just says Gucci on the front. It's a Bush Cheney.
Yeah.
Another girl stands not far from my room.
No, it's Gore Lieberman.
Oh my god. They're gonna fight. Leaning against the wall and tapping away frantically on the phone. Might as well not existed for all the attention she gives me as I pass by her and enter my dorm room, closing the door with a push from my foot.
A foot push, you might call it.
The bed gives a soft thump as I fall onto it, sitting up and opening the can afterwards. It's all shaken up. It's a Mountain Dew gingerbread.
It's only all right.
Yeah, it's got a weird
About
aftertaste.
12 of them, so I got to drink.
Oh, God, yeah. That's why I'm glad I just bought the bottle, because it's just the one.
I was like, this is probably going to be good.
They're usually okay.
They're fine. I don't mind them, but I'm never going to buy it again.
No, it's gross. I try to focus on things I need to do, such as packing a bag for my outing to Suzu's, but I can't get my mind off what I was pondering earlier. Clubs. Nothing lasts forever. If I've learned anything in my life, that'd be it. It's not inherently a good or bad thing, it just is. Might as well ask why winters are cold and summers are hot.
Well, why are they?
Because you're in the northern hemisphere. I give the upturned cardboard box in the center of my room, a makeshift table that ended up just the right size for the job, a kick out of boredom. My aging phone falls out off with a clunk, but I'm hardly worried. Thing's practically indestructible, which has been proven many times over. It's a Nokia. Some of us will go on to great universities, others to menial jobs, and a few will go into family businesses. Most of the students here have long stories ahead of them, of which high school is but one small chapter. For me, graduation is as final as the period at the end of a sentence.
So
she's just not going to do anything?
Right. Figure it out someday.
You're right. They might not say it, but I suspect the same thing has run through the minds of Suzu and Hisao. Yukio and Haru have their futures planned out, as a politician and a baker respectively. The other two, not so much.
He's going to be a politician? Oh, dear Lord.
Who? Oh, the
Popular
guy?
boy.
Well, yeah, of course. Why wouldn't he be? Hang on, I take a drink. See, I'm drinking a Red Bull. That's normal.
She's talking a lot.
Yeah, I'm not used to being the narrator. But I'm sure they'll both be fine. They're both good people and know how to work hard once their hearts are set to a task. I had my shot and I blew it. I blew up my hand with a firework. Eventually, our carefree days will end. These summer holidays will be our last distraction from the looming future.
She's going to have a flashback to when she was holding a Roman candle.
Right? Oh, God!
Oh, man.
This school year went by real quick. A sudden ring breaks me from my thoughts. Setting the can on the corner of my desk, I hurriedly got off the bed and scavenged the noisy phone from the floor as it skitters about vibrating away. The number on the display is instantly recognizable.
Phone.
Hi, Dad.
It's my dad.
My dad! I always feel like I'm on tenterhooks when I talk to him like this. Not at all when I'm talking to him face to face. Something about yakking away on to a disembodied voice always puts me off. His deep voice is warm and boisterous as always, and entirely too loud for what's appropriate over the phone.
Gotta do a low
Southern accent?
Yeah.
Yep.
Mickey, what'd I tell you about calling me sometimes?
Goofy? I know. Just been busy.
Yeah, exams, right? I hope you've done better than last year's effort.
So what's going on? Yeah, real smooth. Bet he didn't catch that diversion at all.
I caught your diversion.
Thankfully, he just grumbles a bit before moving on. I'll get an earful once the results come in, no doubt.
Just wondering if you wanted to come up here. Finally got some of the rooms cleared, so we actually have some space if you want to bring anyone.
Thinking back, a good half of the house has tended to be a complete mess. Since we never used the rooms, they ended up filled with this and that. Rarely ever got dusted, let alone properly organized.
Don't bring that sloth girl again.
A summer at home. I've already made arrangements with Suzu, but I could probably twist her arm into coming with me. Same goes for Hisao. No, the beach!
We'll never get there.
It's been so long since I've been there. Simply no point, really. It's quite some way from here to travel, and beyond my father, there was nobody me to play with. If I had Hisao and Suzu for company, though, it might not be so boring.
Play with them.
But I'd agree to go to Suzu's, which has always been a fun experience. An opportunity to show Hisao the country, though.
Oh!
We need to save, because this is going to be...
This is a important decision.
Yeah.
I gotta... Hold on.
Because we're definitely doing both routes.
Yeah, right. Of course. Okay.
I already know my choice, but I'll talk to you about it, I guess.
How do I get out of here?
I don't know. Return.
Return. It's
return quit.
Oh, I can't.
Oh, you can't.
I can't click
return.
return.
Oh no!
I mean, I guess.
Just go to load and load the save you just made.
That's really weird.
Yeah.
Maybe if we made it full screen, it wouldn't be that way. Probably.
Yeah, it's a little jank.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, we're good.
Okay. So what are we? We're agreeing to go back home to her house,
Dad's,
or going to Suzu's?
Or going to Suzu's, yeah. What do you think?
I think. Which one has the beach? Suzu's?
Suzu's. That was the reason for my choice
The
too.
top one, then.
I wanted the beach. Yeah, that's the choice.
Okay.
That's what we're going with. As much as the idea may tempt me, I told Suzu that I'd stay with her family.
I kinda already promised Suzuki I'd stay with her. Sorry.
Don't worry about it. Long as you're spending the time with someone, it's fine. Drop around at some point, though. It's been too long since I've seen you.
He's like, oh, thank God she's not showing up. I will, don't worry. I'll give you a call later, okay?
Seems like an okay dad.
Thanks, Dad. My dad.
My dad! Just take it easy, Mookie. I love you.
I know, I love you too. I hate saying that over the phone. I don't love my phone.
Well, then go see your dad.
I like how you say it, Dad.
Dad.
It's not Dad, it's Dad.
And your exam result had better be better than you last ones. You hear me?
Then you last ones. All that can be heard afterwards is the phone's beeping.
Sorry, I'm...
Son of a bitch.
How do you hang this thing up? It's your dad, by the way.
Look, I found some funny memes. This cat says, Icon has cheeseburger.
It's hilarious because I also want cheeseburger.
Acts 2 Suzu. I guess we got the Suzu.
Did we?
route.
That's the option?
I guess.
That's the choice?
The other one must be to bring Hasao to your house and maybe Suzu
Oh.
doesn't come along.
Well, okay.
All right. Well, good, because I wanted the Suzu route first.
Did you?
Yeah.
It don't matter which one we get first.
How dare you, sir? The class is over for the day and most club activities winding up for the semester. The long process of pre-holiday cleanup has begun, with most of the track club members having fled using various terrible excuses. Half dozen of us are left to finish the job.
There doesn't really seem to be any romantic stuff going on between them.
It's all gonna just happen at the beach.
Oh,
Son
sorry.
of a bitch.
Sorry. I'm playing with a controller.
Yeah,
so
it's different. We're not used to it. That said, we made good progress, even with the reduced manpower. A couple of students are dedicated to organizing the mess in the storage shed. Mm-hmm. And another...
Oh, there's a mess in the storage shed.
Yeah, and it smells like lemons in here. And another to fossicking around for litter.
What?
Equipment collection duty ended up assigned to Hasao, Haru, and I, though. And I can't remember agreeing to it.
Chalk that up on words that you've said for the first time in your life.
Yeah, fossicking.
Fossicking.
I'm hilarious.
Look, I'm one of those zombies from that game.
I'm like a sorcerer supreme or something, going through the multiverse. I mean, Haru, stop being a moron.
Kids these days just don't understand good fashion. It's Gucci, bitch.
Takes a marker, writes Gucci on it. He reluctantly plucks the large orange cone off his head after pouting a little, stacking it on top of the others before picking them up and heading for the shed. Oh, what are you doing here? Satisfied that he's pulling his weight, I reach down to grab another running block off the track. It's dull work, but the sooner we get it done, the sooner we can leave. With Hasao being so uptight, I'm surprised he didn't call Haru out. Righting myself and slipping the block into the bundle held in the crook of my other arm, I glance around to check what he's up to. I'd expected him to be distracted with his own work, but instead he stands a good few yards away bouncing a soccer ball he's found on his head. Doesn't look half bad at it either.
Do you find it on his head, or?
Occasionally, he tilts his head this way or that, sometimes bouncing the ball on his shoulder or foot, but it never seems to need much concentration to do so. Rather than yell at him to cut it out, I decided to let him be for some reason. I don't remember because he clicked.
I didn't click.
Oh.
Suzu
She
interrupting
interrupted
people
me.
again.
How dare you?
He's enjoying himself.
Whoa! I nearly dropped my whole bundle in startlement. Oh, I'm so startled.
Startlement. Fossicking around over here.
At the voice suddenly piping up to my right.
Hello.
The girl simply stands there looking at Hasao with her usual disinterested face, barely acknowledging the jump she's given me. Wait, has she been waiting until I was alone to approach me? Her timing sure feels coincidental. What's up?
Just bored. I see you're keeping yourself busy.
There was something I wanted to tell you, though. Dad invited me home to spend the holidays.
Your dad?
Is he hot?
Are you going?
I just shrug. It might have been funny to see how Hasao dealt with country life, but nah.
It's not like you to pass up a chance to tease him.
Oh no, I've been caught out.
That's right, I caught you out.
I'm gonna caught you out. But seriously, I like going to your place. It's our last summer holiday together, so I wanted to spend it with you and your family.
So is Hasao not coming to this
I
then?
don't know, maybe not.
He must not come.
Though that brings the question of what I'll do afterwards. I'm sure as hell not taking up the family business, but I'd get eaten alive trying to enter any of the bigger universities. Suzu's marks might not be fantastic, but she's bullheaded enough to have a good chance at the exams. Hasao, well, he'd probably do fine no matter which university he tried for. The boy himself finally notices our staring, dropping the soccer ball and kicking it towards the shed before walking over.
Goal! Hey, Suzu.
I meant to drop that.
Yeah. I can take some of those if you need a rest.
Come on, who do you take me for?
No response.
Awkward.
Oh, jeez.
Oh.
All right.
That definitely skipped a whole bunch. Keep going back.
You think?
Yeah, go back again.
Weird.
Yeah. Keep going. What?
Holy crap. That skipped a crap ton.
Yeah, it did. Keep going. No, you're going forward.
All right, hold
We need a
on.
mouse.
Pause
Hang
the
on,
episode.
yeah.
Okay.
All right, we're back.
No,
That
hold
was
on.
weird. It skipped like a whole scene.
There. Okay.
Okay, I reach beside me and firmly grab Suzu's blouse, hand gripping the back of the neck. With a slight grunt, I pull my arm upward, the slight girl following. The act is made a little harder than usual thanks to her being beside me, but I managed to get her a good couple of inches off the ground, her feet hovering in the air. Being a little short and having no muscle to speak of, her low weight makes Suzu easier to manhandle than some weights I use.
That's hot.
Her head just hangs drearily, with no effort on her behalf to try and escape from my grasp. Given the difference in our strengths, even with one of my arms occupied, she knows all it'd do is to make this look more ridiculous. See, still good to go.
Are you really okay with her doing this to you, Suzu?
Don't stop.
More than you know. I mean, you get used to it.
Hasao just sighs. If she really didn't like it, I'm sure she'd say so. Perhaps she enjoys being my plaything from time to time, given that it's one of the few things we can do together. That might be wishful thinking, though.
Oh, she suddenly likes her because we clicked on something.
Just for a reason. Haru emerges from the shed and begins to head over, with Suzu beginning to swing her legs as he does. Taking my cue, I gently lower her back down to the ground. Other than adjusting her uniform back to her liking, she doesn't seem perturbed.
It's just like a doll.
Yeah.
You going off at me about not working, and here you lot are horsing around.
He's not very good at feigning frustration, but that's more due to his personality than ability in acting. He's the type that's hard to imagine being angry, or even particularly serious, towards anyone.
Fine. I'm going. Miki?
Yeah.
I have business with her.
Suzu's sharp rebuke takes us all off guard. It's odd to hear such an authoritative tone out of her.
I was supposed to be more authoritative.
Shrugging in deference to her instructions, I pass a bundle of running blocks to Hasao before leaving with her. Neither of the two seem to mind as they get back to work with the others. A mighty yawn rings out as we descend down the hill into town. Jesus, you scared me! Good stretch, loosen up my muscles a bit.
She's so super quiet, but then she yawns like a bear.
I've known someone who yawned like that.
Yeah.
It was so annoying. Like, they're like, you can't yawn without making a noise. So anytime he'd yawn, he'd go,
Yeah, right.
I was like, oh my god, stop, please.
Tired?
Just bored as shit. Thanks for bailing me out there.
You only agreed to get out of work, didn't you?
Duh.
You have the worst work ethic.
At least I'm not a terrible person like you are.
I will kill you. Where did that come from?
I was thinking about what you said about Hasao, how I only invited him out of pity.
Isn't it true?
No, and I think that the fact you think so says more about you than me. You gotta stop being so cynical about people. Sometimes others do have their fellow man's best interest in mind. Maybe this kind of thing is why you don't get more people hanging around you. That's why you don't have friends, 'cause you suck. Rather than protesting the point, she simply sighs and turns away. I don't really get it. She usually doesn't mind when I take a harsh tone with her. That said, I'm not willing to retreat from the point either. After we graduate, she ain't going to be able to rely on my company. Hasao was a first good step out of her comfort zone, but that isn't enough.
About to ruin that anyways.
Right?
Every time it flashes like that,
I'm worried it's like skipping or something.
Skip something, yeah.
With a deep bow, Yuko takes her leave after setting down our drinks. Coffee for me and a tea for Suzu. After the conversation, there wasn't really much for us to say to each other, the rest of the walk down being in silence. Usually it's her who speaks first. Or falls asleep.
Unusually.
Oh, unusually. Sorry. I still got the voice. I can't stop.
Do you really think I'm a bad person?
So she was dwelling on that comment. I suppose it is normal to be wounded by such a comment. Don't look at me like that.
I look at everyone like this.
Look, maybe I was using a little bit of hyperbole. I like hanging out with you. Don't get me wrong, but you have to learn to trust others.
Yeah. I got used to Hasao.
That's good, but you need to do more. Be more proactive. Put yourself out there.
You make it sound so easy.
It is. People aren't hard. It's like a snowball. Once you talk to a couple of new people,
Snowballs are hard.
there's ice in there. You get more used to it and strike up conservation.
Oh, okay.
Conservation with a few others. You go work at a national park. And then the personifications of those national parks appear. Keep that going. You'll be fine with talking to whoever you bump into.
Like Emmy, just run into people.
Right. Don't honk at me. There's a whole world of people out there, Suzu. So what if you had to deal with a few assholes? Just move on and change the crowd you hang with.
What if I'm fine with assholes? The crowd that I have now.
Struck out by her monotone reply, I fall back and scratch my head and try to work out a new approach.
Yeah, having one friend works.
Yeah,
For
that's
people?
all you need. Jerk game. We really are two totally different people. She knows Hisao and she knows me. Two people. 1, 2. How can anyone be happy with that number of friends? Screw you. How can you just shut yourself off from a whole world of other new and interesting people, each with their own life story, interest, and personalities?
I'm with Susie. 2's enough.
Yeah, that's more than enough. That's a lot to juggle.
Yeah.
Introverts are weird. Time and time again, this girl reminds me of that fact. Exasperated, I throw my hand up in surrender and let it fall on the table. Ow. That's how I lost my first hand. So what's up anyway? It's not like you to grab me out of the blue.
Oh.
I mean, is she like instantly just like, I love you?
Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of weird.
She's being like all shy, and she moves to speak but quickly brings her hand to her mouth in order to more carefully consider her words. Wonder if she's picking that habit up from Hisao. Before long, she places both hands in her lap, forces out what she wants to say.
You might have helped me find words for this. You said I should be more proactive, right?
Oh my god. Oh, she's gonna suggest something? I quickly lean forwards in interest, but her upper body moves back as far as my face has moved forward.
Don't touch my boobs.
As if I'd stolen the words from her lips, she suddenly goes silent once more.
No, you moved.
Come on, what is it? Tell me. Tell me.
You're like a child.
I grin in full agreement. All it does is make her quickly turn away. Something's with her today.
Just put your arms out in front of you. Or arm.
Without any reason not to, I obediently do as she asks. My hand lies palm down on the table, with my stump laying beside it. Probably feel a bit antsy about people staring like this, if there were anyone hovering around. Okay, now...
Now close your eyes.
What?
Just do it.
Thank you. She's starting to look flustered. Given what she's telling me to do, shouldn't I be the one feeling put off? Regardless, I give a sigh and close my eyelids. I fall asleep. She's not the type to pull magic tricks, nor the type to do a dumb prank, so all I can do is wait for whatever's coming in darkness. Seconds passed. The Shanghai is pretty quiet today now that I think about it. A long, shaky breath comes from before me. One hand presses to the top of my own, and the tips of her other fingers settle on my stump.
Don't make me regret this.
Regret what? What's she planning?
Well,
My eyes flash open in shock as realization dawns on me, but it's far too late.
Oh, all right.
Yeah. Wow, just instantly into this. A set of lips pressed to mine, soft and trembling. Suzu's body cranes over to the table to reach me, her own eyes closed as she presses her mouth to mine.
I'm pretty sure that's that artist.
What artist?
The Artil. That
Oh.
we use some of their art for
We
the
used
thumbnails
it.
sometimes.
Yeah. Oh, cool.
That looks like their art, so I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it is.
All I can do is close my eyes in response. That's cool. If that is actually who it is. My heart stops. Everything around us falls away. Even my feelings of shock and startlement seem to disappear. My mind is emptied, save for the feeling of those lips pressed to mine. I don't know what I'm supposed to say or what to do. All I know is that the life I know we had led until just a few minutes ago has disappeared forever.
Okay, then. I mean, that was just
Wow.
literally right
Just-
into it.
Yeah, we're just... I'm okay. She moves quick.
There didn't even really seem to be like a...
There was no, like...
I mean, I guess Suzu could have liked her all that time.
Yeah, and just was hiding the fact, but she seemed really into Hisao there for a little bit. I wonder how long it's been since Suzu missed a class. At least a good few months, I think. Carefully scheduled naps, along with her meds, allowed her to drag her feet to class every morning. Even if she sometimes doesn't quite last out the whole day, she makes damn sure she's at least present and accounted for. But that's Suzu all over. She tries hard at every little thing she does. I've no doubt that it makes me look a lot worse in comparison, though to be fair, I've been skipping class pretty rarely in the last year. Mutao drones on yet another lecture, but even as we scrawl in our notebooks, it's obvious people's minds are elsewhere. It's the last day of the semester, after all. Can't help but glance over at the empty desk beside mine every now and again, as if she might suddenly be there the next time I look.
She's just asleep under the desk. Oh, she is there.
Why she's missing is hardly a mystery. I get a knot in my stomach just thinking about how it happened, and it must no doubt be much worse for her. Suzu might be stubborn as a mule, but even she has a breaking point.
And she started it.
Right. I barely even register the bell signal and the start of lunch, only beginning to shuffle out of the classroom as I see the other students moving past me. Filing into the hallway with those who'd rather escape the stuffy room rather than chat. Too many rathers. And eat at their desks. The thought of what I should eat floats vaguely into my mind. Bread, I suppose. Cheap, and I could easily force it down.
I want some bread.
A hand grabs my shoulder, gentle but firm. I turn to face its owner, but I know who it is without even looking.
It's just a hand!
Ah!
Hey.
His expression, a thoughtful but carefully rehearsed cheerfulness, is the norm for him. It drops the moment he sees my face. The dots all too easy to connect.
You're a lesbian.
What?
Are you okay?
I'm fine, I just didn't get much sleep last night. I scrunch up my face and pinch the bridge of my nose, trying to pull myself together. This is the result of just one night's bad sleeping. Can't imagine the kind of sleep deprivation Suzu must feel every day.
It's got like that sad music playing.
I know.
What happened?
Did she die? As I look back at Hisao, I can see he wants to say something but doesn't quite have the will to do so. He's a nice enough person, but the way he so often visibly thinks things over before speaking irritates me. Me too.
Never say no to your dad again.
What is it?
Come with me, if you want to live.
Something's wrong. The cafeteria is humming with activity already, but the two of us thankfully managed to score a free table by getting in before the rush. While Hisao farts around getting food for the both of us, I try to work out...
I just read the first 3 words.
Just sitting there letting out a slow stream. I try to work out what he knows and what he doesn't. I wouldn't call him an idiot, but Hisao isn't particularly sharp when it comes to others. That said, he and Suzu have been around each other a fair bit lately. Not that she's the talkative type anyway, even with her friends.
Just like holds up his phone. Like, Suzu updated her MySpace profile.
Yeah. It's already put it, it's complicated. Oh, God.
I clicked.
Oh, he's far from the assertive type, too, yet dragged me here of his own accord. There's no doubt about it. The way Hisao's acting today is out of character. I shouldn't be so immediately suspicious, but...
Here.
Bread. He sits a juice box and a large piece of bread
a
in a
box.
on the table in front of me, mangling the thin plastic before finally getting it open with my hand and teeth as he takes a seat. I shovel the bland tasting bread into my mouth for simple nourishment. Hadn't realized just how hungry I'd gotten. Food almost evaporated as I take mouthful after mouthful. Looking to Hisao, he stopped as he was about to start on his own, instead opting to watch me pigging out. Whether it's in amusement or startlement, I can't say.
You really like bread, huh?
I rip off a large chunk of bread before forcefully swallowing it and setting the rest down, my curiosity getting the better of my hunger. So what'd you drag me all the way here for?
To give you bread. I like to watch you eat bread. Is that weird? I was just wondering if you knew why Suzu wasn't in class today and why you're in such a state now that I've seen you.
I take a long breath as I think back to when it all happened. I have to tell him, as much for my sake as his.
Do you, though?
I quickly glance around me to make sure nobody's listening in. I killed her. Can you promise not to tell anybody about this?
I promise.
Anyone would say that. I believe Hisao more than most, though.
Actually, I don't.
Yeah. Suzu confessed to me yesterday. About what?
Yeah.
He lets out a long, drawn-out breath, almost seeming to deflate as he sits back and stares at the table ahead of him. Takes him a while to formulate a response beyond scratching the back of his head. Can't blame him.
I wouldn't have picked it. The fact that she...
How dare she not pick me? Yeah, I didn't know either. We both sit in silence for a bit to mull over our interactions with her. Sure, she never came out to either of us, but she's a private person about practically everything. She's distrustful of others, too, though not without reason.
He just stands up. All right, I'm going to the student council room.
Yeah. What's my backup plan? I need to load a save. Hang on.
Yeah.
It's impossible to work out whether she was dropping hints or actively trying to hide it, let alone whether she was hiding it because she feared our reactions, was worried about word getting out, or was simply confused herself.
He liked Suzu, and Miki was his backup, and she's like, all right, well,
Oh,
this sucks.
son of a... Like, where's Haru? In any case, she don't...
Something's wrong.
Finally, something's right. In any case, she never told me, and obviously didn't tell Hisao. She doesn't talk with anybody beyond us, so the next question is, how long did she keep this bottled up inside her? Hisao's the first to speak, breaking my train of thought.
That's hot. I mean, how did you react?
Did you take any pictures, or... I guess I didn't.
Huh?
I just mumbled how we should get back to school, and the two of us walked back. That's all that happened.
Miki.
I was confused, alright? I had no idea what was blood.
Hisao quickly waves his hand downward
Oh.
to make me lower my volume. I quickly do so.
Well, that was... What?
There's a lot of just cutting off
Yeah,
in
I
this.
didn't even know she liked girls, man. We've been friends for over a year, and I never had a bloody clue. I thought things were going well, now everything's completely messed up. Here I was thinking I managed to keep my emotions under control, but even as I speak, I can feel a lump forming in my throat. It's one thing to mull all this over in my head, but saying it to someone else is a lot harder. What am I meant to do?
To be honest, I'm not really sure. You do need to answer her, at least.
She touched my stump, and it was weird.
Do you like her back? YN.
Did she give you a note at least?
Please don't take this the wrong way, but are you scared of giving her an answer because you're confused about your feelings, or because you don't want to hurt Suzu by rejecting her?
The first.
I forgot what I said. What was the first?
He gives a nod, satisfied with the answer.
I guess being the same gender does make that harder. It's not really a position I'd want to be in. Haru's like, oh.
Dang it. Something's wrong
With my heart.
Not really like that. How should I put this? There's a difference between getting off on that kind of stuff and a relationship.
I mean, well, yes.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, I like looking at girls as well as guys. I can appreciate a girl's body, you know, but that's pretty different to this. I'd a lot less.
I'd a lot less freaked out, too.
Yeah. I'd be a lot less freaked out if it was anybody but Suzu, to be honest. It's like everything I knew just got turned upside down. I think to myself, what a wonderful world, about what I just said. I think I'm happy with that explanation. Hisao nods as though he understands, but that's only half the story. Why would Suzu be interested in me, after all? So she's into girls, sure. A surprise, to be sure. But plenty of people out there are. Why me, though? She isn't like Hisao. She's known me at my worst, not just as I am now. It's just baffling on every level.
I know this isn't what you want to hear, but I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be much help with this. I don't envy you, that's for sure.
I swear I'm not jealous.
Yeah, but in a way, what you're saying makes me kind of glad.
I'm glad someone's happy.
You have my full support. It's just good because that you're thinking this through. I don't think it's controversial that you could be pretty rash sometimes.
Prick. We both smile, deciding to move on. He's not wrong that he'll be of little help in my decision, but just getting this off my chest has helped a lot. With the shock wearing off, it's easier to think clearly about everything.
Are you still on for visiting Suzu's home during the holidays?
I briefly think before giving a shrug. Neither of us said anything about the visit being canceled or otherwise. I guess so?
Yeah, what a weird time for her to confess, really.
Yeah, now they're going to be like, I mean, it's the time to do it.
Well, I guess. Then you're going to need this sorted out by then. Holidays start tomorrow, and Suzu deserves an answer.
It'd be even worse if she's like, no, we shouldn't date. No, let's go to the beach. I know. A deadline would help, now that I think about it. Something to force me into making a decision. I carefully go through the year's events and holidays in my head, soon coming to one. That'd be perfect. Tanabata soon, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'll have an answer by Tanabata.
That sounds good. Should I tell her that?
Sure, I'd tell her myself,
Why would you tell her that?
I'm shy all of a sudden.
I understand.
So that's my deadline. Whatever I decide, I need to be careful about how I proceed. Suzu's a fragile person, and moreover, I don't want to lose the only female friend I've ever had. She really is a troublesome girl. Doom 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 doom.
Dun, 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 dun. We did it!
Yeah! The air is pleasantly cool tonight, with a gentle breeze and cloudless sky. You couldn't ask for better weather given the occasion. The sleeves of the bright red kimono hide my missing left hand pretty well.
Oh, it's Tanabata, I guess,
That was
already.
quick. At least it's useful for something. The fact that I can barely move in this thing reminds me of why I don't like wearing them. The sandals, too, are terrible. Given the tight fabric around my legs and the danger of putting a foot wrong and slipping out of them, there's a little option but to take dainty little steps. Clothes like this make you act ladylike, whether you want to or not. After putting Shizune and Misha through the trouble of doing my makeup for me and helping me put on the kimono, plus paying actual money to get my hair done, Suzu would better appreciate this.
It's weird that there's not, like, any lines from the other people,
From
really.
that, yeah.
Like, Kenji was there.
Yeah, Kenji showed up.
So, I
I
mean,
feel like someone else was there for a little bit, weren't they?
I don't
Early
think so.
on? Maybe not. Maybe no one else talked.
I don't remember any of the other girls.
Yeah, maybe not. Just Yuko, I guess.
Yeah.
I run my hand through my hair, partly to take in the feeling of how smooth and silky it is thanks to the barber's careful work, partly to distract myself. I've taken care not to move around suddenly or work up a sweat, so everything should still look about right, hopefully. Walking down the path towards the park. Oh, there's so many people. Where we'd agreed to
Ghosts!
meet. The crowds get bigger and bigger as I near the main festivities. The scent of grilled food wafts in the air, as does the faint perfume of passing women. It's a nice atmosphere, with people cheerful and happy as
It's a
they
good
walk
candle
along the
scent.
path, passing women. Brightly lit by paper lanterns and stall lights, the pavement, trees, and everything around me almost seems to glow as the multicolored lights dance off them. You light that and just like feel rejected.
Yeah. It's like the opposite of like an aromatherapy candle.
Yeah.
Makes you all stressed.
Oh, God, they're everywhere. Following the stream of festival goers, the backs of two familiar figures come into sight ahead of me, one in his dorky sweater, and the other in a cute kimono of her own.
Yay!
As I walk up to the two of them...
I know who it is.
Yeah, it's Asao who notices me first, having glanced back to see if I was coming. He gives a smile as he taps Suzu on the shoulder to turn her around. And then we meet.
Who? Godzilla!
I open my mouth to say something, but the words catch in my throat. Takes me a couple of tries before I give up saying anything casual or witty, instead giving some pathetic excuse at my own expense. Guess I was a bit late, huh?
It's fine. Going by the looks of you, I can see why you took a while.
You're all bedraggled and gross looking.
I'd never have guessed you could be so ladylike.
Don't get used to it.
Hus-
Hasao snorts, but my attention soon shifts to Suzu. She simply looks at me, still silent and unassuming. With her hair carefully groomed, hands daintily pursed in front of her, and cheeks rosy, she looks like a dainty doll. It's only now that I notice the cute little clip in her hair.
Look, she's got a cute little clip in her hair.
Oh my gosh, it's so adorable.
Every time the crowd like parts right there, it looks like the video's pausing.
I feel my chest tighten as I stare at her. Suzu's always been an oddball, but for once I feel like we have an understanding that we've never shared before. The look in those eyes could only possibly be one thing. Nobody's ever looked at me like that before. I don't know why I'm so awkward about it. This is what all the fuss over how I looked in front of her was meant to achieve. After all, despite all the time we've been friends, she's finally managed to leave me speechless. So this is how it feels to hold someone's heart in your grasp.
She does love her.
The movement of Hasao draws me back to the real world. The sounds, smells, and bright lights of the women around us suddenly re-enter my consciousness. We both look on as he quickly turns and begins to walk away.
I'll just be on my way then.
Okay, I guess I'll go find one of the other girls.
Where are you? I'm going to run on ahead and have a poke around the festival. Enjoy
Eat
yourselves.
a bunch of fried food. He gives a churlish grin as he waves goodbye, skipping backwards with his hands in his pockets before blending into the thickening crowd ahead. It's like Homer backing into the bush, but it's a bunch of people. The sound might make for a mightily dorky Cupid, but he's done all right. I owe him for this. We both do. Threesome. And so, we're alone. I quickly begin to walk forward, or at least as quickly as the kimono's tight wrapping around my legs allows. Suzu's mouth practically quivers as she tries to work out what to say or do, but I know she's not going to come up with anything.
So how much do you like Hasao?
Right? Yeah. Moving past her, I take her hand in mine as I go, not looking at her nor saying a word. She's not the only one stuck for how to act in this situation. All I know is that right now, I'm the one who has to take the lead.
So is this the first time they've talked since?
The confession, I guess so.
How many days is that?
They haven't said anything to each other. She just grabs her hand and starts walking. I don't know. It couldn't have been that long.
This is very awkward.
Hand in hand, the two of us walk side by side into the heart of the festivities. The noise and laughter levels off as we enter, with people busying themselves eating food, playing games at the stalls, and chatting with their friends and partners. Being two girls limits how intimate we can get, does it? But right now, it doesn't really matter. Just holding hands is intense for both of us.
Not when you go to the tentacle rape stand.
Exactly. What's going on here? Suzu's hand feels soft, far removed from my rough and poorly cared for skin, and her fingers lightly clutch at mine. They're warm, and only now do I notice a slight scent of perfume. Just a few days ago, we were friends.
Oh, there you go.
Yet now she acts as a love-struck maiden. Is it because she'd always held these feelings for me, or just stuffed them down until now? Or is it desperation, a frantic grasping at something precious that she feels might fly away at any moment? It's a little sad in a way. Right now she appears more fragile than ever, and it's all because of me.
It's all my fault.
I feel special. I spot a toffee apple stall
Oh, is that what that
a
is?
small distance ahead. That octopus doesn't have a single apple. It could have 8. Longing to break the silence and help the girl enjoy herself, I decide to use her sweet tooth against her.
It's got
Stab her with it.
It's got one long tentacle.
Right,
Where's
it
that
could be
going?
It could be holding an apple. No,
Right.
Whatever. Want a toffee apple? My treat. Oh, baby, you treat me so good. Toffee apples. This is where she should be giving me some probably deserved snark about how much I ask her for money. Instead, all she can manage is a subdued nod.
Oh,
Oh my god, they all died. I give a sigh as I lead us to the counter, taking my hand from hers to remove my purse. You pick up a few tricks after being one-handed for so long, with the stall owner raising an eyebrow at how efficiently I flick a few notes from my wallet using the same hand that's holding it.
it could rain.
I was going to say, I hate people who go up to a counter and just throw their money on the table. Just hand it to someone.
Right.
Can't say I share Suzu's taste for sweet things, so after buying one and handing it to her, I thank the stall owner and take my leave.
That's weird. Buy her one. I'm out of here.
Right?
Thanks.
It's fine. She begins to lick at her sweet, but only after reaching out her hand.
Like to lick at her sweet.
I take it without question, and the two of us continue onward. Suzu's grip is looser than before, which I count as a small victory. While I appreciate her reaction to me being all dolled up, the last thing I want for her cataplexy to play up. Besides, the calmer she is, the easier things will be.
You're always calm when you're licking an apple.
Right. As we move from stall to stall, I keep an eye out for anything that might be fun to do. Little by little, her toffee apple whittles away as we walk, the food making the silence between us a little less stressful. Yeah, it's like the least inconspicuous food you could eat. Despite my scanning around, it's Suzu who finds something first. She might not have said it, but the way her gaze lingers on a stuffed panda is unmistakable. Quick glance at the stall is sitting in the shows. It's sitting in shows it'll be a game involving shooting some cups arranged in a pyramid with a cork gun to win a prize. Simple enough. Wanna try it?
The gun thing?
Yeah.
You just want to shoot something, don't you?
My goo. That's more like it. Her
What's that mean?
Her sardonicism? Sardonicism? Yeah. Her sardonicism, both in her voice and her expression, are for once a welcome sight. Yep, you can keep the prize, if I win one.
Yeah, it's presumptuous.
Right? Who are these poor people in this game?
It's Suzu.
They have no idea.
It's Miki. I mean,
Yeah. I drag her over to the stall and ask the owner what the prices are. Handful of yen for 3 shots is reasonable enough, so I fork over a few coins to the frail old man sitting in his tatty fold-up chair. He don't look like a frail old man. Looks like a fat child. Suzu patiently stands back as I take the gun from the counter, testing its heft and loading the cork before shaking my left arm upwards to draw the sleeve away from my stump. The owner looks more amused than shocked as I take up position, pressing the stock to my shoulder and resting the barrel on my uncovered forearm.
I don't even see any cups. Are those the
No.
cups up there? Or are those
This is just some Google Images thing they found. The stance works well at stabilizing my arm, even if I could feel the glances of a few passing people on me. Yeah, there are those guns? They are guns.
Those are guns. But I'm
What
looking
are they
up.
shooting?
Are those little things up there the
Oh,
cups?
yeah. I bet they're not cups. I bet they're like little 10 targets.
Oh, maybe.
Stance where to stabilize my... Even if I can feel a glance of a few past people on me, a tall tan girl in a bright red kimono taking aim with a bare stump where her left hand should be would look pretty weird. She's going into more detail about this than she did about the kiss.
Right.
I stabilize it. I mark my sights.
The kiss was all right.
Yeah, it's okay.
Then I kissed her. Tongue? Yeah. Nice.
Sweet. I silently will myself to hit the centre cup of the pyramid that's been carefully arranged. This is my chance to look super slick in front of Suzu, and although she's trying to hide it, she really wants that panda. I just need to concentrate, and...
Oh, I want that panda.
The trigger gives little resistance as I pull it, the cork leaving the gun with a soft pop. With that, I lower the gun a little to see the result.
Before I knew it, 3 people lie dead before me.
I needn't have bothered, as the sound of plastic cup falling to the ground is perfectly obvious. There's only just enough force to do it, but the pyramid toppled over with a single shot. She's the best.
Damn.
Yes! I don't even get a chance to put the gun down before I find a pair of arms wrapped around me, my stump reflexively coming around Suzu's back as she wraps me in an excited embrace.
I love the way you shoot that pyramid. Shoot my pyramid.
My sacred triangle.
Yeah.
I can't wipe the dumb grin off my face as I rest the gun's barrel against my shoulder. I must look so cool right now. The coolest.
The coolest. The Kulu. Thank you. I don't remember her voice either.
Yeah, I
She's
feel like
tired.
I'm doing her voice different. I don't know. It's whatever. Who cares? You know who it is. It's Travis.
Just it's your boys.
You know who it is. Finger guns into the air. The old man reaches to his side and quietly rings the little bell to signify a winner, knowing that any verbal congratulations would pale compared to her reaction. He's actually calling security. I look to him and nod to the bear as the prize I want. You don't get to choose. He's going to give you the tiniest thing.
Yeah.
And then go, give me $3 more and maybe you could work up to the big prize. And then when you do win it, he gives you like a slightly bigger one.
Pay $15 and they pick up 3 ducks or whatever and you still get the bottom tier prize.
Yeah, this is bullshit. Maybe they're nicer in Japan. I don't know. I look to him and nod to the bear. Blah, blah. Suzu gently breaking off as he comes over with the stuffed item. She gives her earnest thanks to the man, the gun replaced on the counter as he passes it into her eager hands.
It's a bear.
We take our leave of the stall hand in hand, my own in her left and the bear in her right. I can't help but smile at her as she inspects her new friend, glad to see a childish side of her she so rarely allows to be seen.
It kind of reminds me of, like, we've been watching a lot of Pokemon, me and my daughter.
Yeah.
And have you ever heard of Beartic, the Pokemon? It's an ice bear.
Oh, is it the one with the snot?
Yeah, well, that's who it evolves into.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. It's so hilarious because, Pokemon say their names just all the time. Bear! And it'll, like, look at people and go, bear! It's just, I laugh every time.
Like, yeah, we know.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I'm pretty comfortable in calling tonight a success already. It's difficult to get past Suzu's mental reflex of avoiding emotions. And she's finally letting herself go. There's still a chance of cataplexy or a sudden bout of sleepiness, but we'll take that as it comes.
What was the cataplexy? What was the difference?
Cataplexy is like she's awake but she can't move. It's almost like sleep paralysis.
Oh, okay. But
paralysis.
Awake sleep paralysis?
Yeah.
Okay.
So she's got, I'm assuming she sees like sleep paralysis shadows and demons and shit.
Okay, great.
I've had that happen to me once. And it's not cool. Trademark whistle echoes across the air. Everyone's eyes suddenly turn to the bright green streak of light slowly chasing upwards into the night. The first firework of the night.
That's when the bomb dropped.
It just Hiroshima 1943 or whatever year it was.
Do you feel bad now?
Yeah. How do they all have cell phones?
Right.
We must have set them back. The first firework of the night explodes with a thunderous clap. Its bright payload filling the sky above with vivid sparkles. A collective whoop resounds from the crowd. Woo! Just everyone just whoop. That's all they're allowed to say.
Whoop! There it is.
A few children begging to be raised onto their parents' shoulders to see. Everyone begins to move at once towards the main viewing area a good distance ahead, like two rocks in the middle of a vast stream. Suzu and I find ourselves surrounded by a flow of people, all moving towards the one direction.
It is kind of like annoying to go to like a fireworks show and like if you actually listen to other people. It's not ooh and ah. It's everyone's always like, "Whoa, that one was cool."
That's what
it's
it is.
Every single. I like that one.
I swear to God, it's like a dad thing because I do it now.
Yeah.
Where, like, it's Christmas and birthdays and fireworks. It's always like, oh, with fireworks, it's always, that was a good one. Yeah, I like that one. That was a good, because you're trying to, like, hype up the kids.
Right.
And
I mean, I do it too. I was like, oh, that one's sparkly and cool. I like that one.
Like, please pay attention. I paid for this. Get something out of it, child.
Yeah, right.
But then there's like Christmas where like the dads never actually know what the kids got. So they're like, what'd you get? What is that?
Yeah.
Tell me about it. It's like,
show me. Hold it up.
because like as a kid, you're like, why do you, I don't need to show you this stuff.
Right.
But then you grow up like, I don't know what my wife has
Right.
brought for the kids. I have no clue, so I'm going to be as excited as them.
And it's funny because like I just started noticing it like 3 years ago when we watched fireworks with my grandma, and like every single time she's like, that one's different.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, like, stop saying that.
They don't know what else to say because no one ever just goes, ooh.
Yeah.
It's all because,
Or sitting in silence would be awkward, I guess.
yeah. Because my family's 4th of July stuff, it's always like, I always am the one stuck like lighting them. I always get that burnt finger, burnt thumb at the end of the night. And every time at the end of it, it's always like, those were good. Those are good. It's like, you bought them.
Right.
Like,
thanks.
I'm lighting your
I
fireworks.
guess.
Yeah, it's like, I put on quite the show for you guys.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Did you like that finale when I ran really fast and lit 5 of them?
Yeah, when one of them fell over and I nearly pissed myself. That was great.
Oh, man.
Ugh.
We're going to miss the fireworks if we stay here.
Her hand breaks from mine as she runs ahead as fast as her get-up allows, clutching her new panda to her chest. It was a panda? After a moment's thought,
Yeah.
I quickly take chase, outpacing her with little effort. But I could beat you in a race, bitch.
Right.
The moment I reach Suzu, I push my arms forward and bring them over her shoulders to take hold of her. She comes to a dead stop the moment she feels my body press into hers, her arms dropping to her sides.
She's just like, she passes out halfway through. But
Not from falling asleep.
Right.
She just can't. She's not good at running. She stopped.
I like she ways she stops.
She stopped so suddenly without a single word being spoken shows her lie. She never truly pushed the thought of her confession out of her mind, instead trying to distract herself the entire time. It's the sort of thing she'd do. The two of us stand still for seconds, maybe minutes. I lose track of the time as we stay there. The ghosts fade. The area around
Yeah.
us slowly draining of people as everyone leaves the stalls to get the best view of the coming fireworks show.
The wishes remain that the ghosts have made.
And then it starts. Oh, that was a good one.
Yeah. Oh, I like that one.
One by one, the little rockets shoot up in the sky, exploding above into
Purple
all different
and
colors
green.
of the rainbow. How do they do that? The view from here isn't so bad. The glow of the paper lanterns and the haphazardly run strings overhead doing little to block the light show above. I carefully rehearsed what I was going to say to Suzu just for this moment, but it's all completely gone. No matter how much I try to remember those words, they never come back. Well, whatever. Rehearsing a lovely little speech doesn't suit me anyway. I'm proud of you, Suzu.
She's sleeping.
Here I was thinking I was the one with all the guts, but in the end, it doesn't even matter. It turned out to be you.
It had to be you.
I'm sorry for not giving you an answer until now. I had to sort out a few things in my head, I guess.
I thought agreeing to the date was the...
Right, I mean, I thought they both knew what was going on here.
Yeah.
I take a long breath and close my eyes. I can't take back the next words I say, but I know I have to speak them.
She just leans over.
You're a good girl, Suzu.
That one's bright. That one was loud.
You don't deserve a terrible person like me. But if you really do like me, then I'll walk beside you. Wherever you go, I'll go. Wherever I go, I'll take you.
Sometimes I'll sprint past you, but just have to deal with that.
I'll go out with you, Suzu. I always thought confessions were supposed to make your heart race, but mine feels completely at peace. It's kind of boring. Things will change, but I know that this is what I want. Suzu deserves happiness, and if I can give that to her, then I can be truly happy as well. Her body shudders a little, making me step back. As she turns to face me, her face is a delicate mix of disbelief and hope. All I can do in response to that delicate face, its owner looking more fragile than she ever has, is give a reassuring smile. Without regard for anyone around us, she closes her eyes and lifts her chin just slightly, standing on her toes. What are you doing? By now,
Just facing away from her.
do I got something on my face?
Yeah.
By now, everyone's left for the fireworks display, the two of us standing alone in the bright lights bathing the path.
That was fast.
Right? With one hand on her left shoulder and my forearm resting on her right, I close my eyes and gently lower myself towards her.
Oh, that's a tiny
That
panda.
is a tiny panda. You got ripped off.
Yeah.
And so I pressed my lips to those of my precious sleeping beauty.
I was just picturing like a huge stuffed panda.
I was too.
Like, it's so fluffy, I'm gonna die.
Yeah. I was picturing one like the size of her, like dragging along.
Right. We did it. The end.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe that's the end of the... No, I doubt it.
No. We got to get the racy photos.
Oh, right. We haven't even seen Otaku yet.
No. He's warming up. He's ready.
Yeah.
Oh.
Suzu, Hisao, and I make our way along the city street after leaving the train station, the bright summer sun beating down on our heads and the sea's salty smell wafting in the air.
The sea salty smell.
It's my favorite brand of candy. It's a nice atmosphere here. When I first learned she lived in the city, images of Tokyo and Osaka flashed in my mind, but instead it ended up being a fairly relaxed place bordering the ocean. It isn't a surprise why Suzu's family decided to make their home here, rather than living in the middle of the big smoke.
So he is with them.
I guess he decided to come after all.
All right.
A couple of distracted seagulls resting on a guardrail take flight as we stroll past, squawking
Mine?
in protest.
Mine?
I'm telling you, you didn't need to buy those.
The seagulls?
I point to the small box carried by Hisao, the confectionery shop's cheery logo adorning the plain white container. He raises an eyebrow as he adjusts the duffel bag of clothes and meds carried over his other shoulder.
Shut up, I like my crawlers. Is it so bad to offer a gift when visiting someone?
When you're coming with people who've been before, it's a bit much. I mean, it's polite.
I'm just being polite.
Yeah, jeez.
I know this might be a foreign concept.
There's a fine line between good manners and brown-nosing. Stop trying to get my girlfriend's pants.
Would you two stop fighting?
Yes, mother. That's their kink. The shimmer in a heated air above the road ahead is broken up by a car whizzing past, with a pretty bright red sports car following soon after. While the attention of Hisao and I is drawn by the latter, Suzu's mind is elsewhere. I put my hand on her head and give it a little rub, partly to reassure her, but mostly because I just wanted to. Given that she doesn't protest, I assume she likes it.
Don't mess with Mommy's hair.
It is good to see her in higher spirits, though. Last few days must have taken their toll on her emotionally, but she seems to be largely back to normal. Well, Suzu's normal.
Is there going to be anybody there when we arrive? Miyu would be, at least. Who's Miyu?
Is she hot?
Miyu?
Yeah, she's cute. I think you get on well with her.
Yes.
So not all is lost for poor Hisao.
That sounds like you're trying to set me up.
I mean, Hisao's gonna find a girl anywhere.
Right.
We'll see.
It's that vest. It's a chick magnet.
Right? I would. Suzu grimaces, but I managed to hide my reaction. I can't miss a chance to screw with him like this, after all. Three of us finally come within the sight of the Suzuki household, a modern and fairly spacious two-story house. Is that how you're supposed to story for houses?
No.
I didn't think so. Nestled in the kind of suburb that aspires to look wealthy, but isn't quite there. Suzu's sister must be home, as her little white car is parked neatly in the gravel driveway. Looks like they've done some painting since the last time I was here, with the white walls and brown beams painted cream and black respectively. That modern, minimalist look is getting common these days, but I can't say I like it.
It's usually what modern means, yes.
We march through the gate and up the stairs to the entrance in single file, Hisao's gaze flitting around to take in the carefully cultivated greenery in front. Suzu just looks ahead, taking the lead of our merry band.
Whatever, he's looking for Miyu.
Yep.
There she is.
As she digs around in her handbag for her house keys, the door swings open. Familiar figure rests her arm on the doorframe, taking in the sight of the trio before her.
She's a lot more cartoon than you.
Right?
Suzu.
What does she look like? She looks like a character that I know.
I don't know. It's Subasa.
Subasa.
Well, look who we have here.
Subasa.
I was thinking like Mufasa.
That's what I was doing. That's the hyenas
Yeah.
say it. Suzu's sister has always been easy on the eyes. Overall, she's about my height and blessed with quite a pretty face, adorned with a set of thin glasses, that and her smart ponytail. Not one of them dumb ponytails. Give her an air of maturity that contrasts heavily with Suzu's youthful nature. Her plain and slightly tattered gray hoodie, that's not a hoodie, is an unmistakable sign that she hadn't ventured outside the house all day, probably being busy with some project or another. Her welcoming expression is undoubtedly sincere, though it's always felt like she's just a little too old to socialize with us beyond being polite. I assume Suzu's notified her of the hastily invited additional guest, as she doesn't look surprised in the least.
Mom and Dad out? That's not how you should greet your lovely sister.
Fucking Charlie Brown face.
But yes, they're still at work. They should be back for dinner.
Suzu nods, expecting the answer. With that, the conversation turns to other matters.
I see you've brought the troublemaker around.
That's not fair. Since when did I cause you any trouble?
Since I had to format my computer after letting you use it for 5 bloody minutes.
I don't have a comeback for that. The internet is a scary place sometimes.
I'm just being mean. How are you getting along these days?
Same old, same old. I actually need to use your computer.
I see you picked up a stray somewhere along the way. You must be Nakai. Pleased to meet you, Miyu.
I hastily try to stop myself from snickering, but it's useless. She just smiles as she levers herself off the doorframe, by now wise to my antics.
It's Subasa Suzuki.
Oh, I'm so embarrassed.
Sorry. I have no idea why anyone hangs out with you, Mira. Oh god, I have too many voices now. I wonder that myself all the time.
I just grin, content that I've had my fun. Trying to hide his embarrassment, Hisao quickly offers the sweets to her.
Take my sweets.
Subasa's face lights up as she takes the box, quickly popping the top open to check on its contents. If there's one thing that the Suzuki sisters share, it's a sweet tooth.
Approved. Welcome to the Suzuki household.
Subasa moves from the door, gesturing with her head for us to follow her inside. We dutifully take off our shoes at the entrance and file in behind. Is this Emmy's house?
No.
No, Emmy's dining room was different looking.
Yeah.
Her living room lives up to the exterior of the house, being both spacious and tidy. The large entertainment unit, with its sizable television turned to some insipid soapy, takes up most of one wall, with the couch and a few chairs sitting behind a black coffee table covered in magazines. The still half asleep head of a small brown dog pokes around the arm of the couch to see who's entered.
Who's there?
Woof. Before excitedly leaping off and galloping towards us, happily panting and wagging its tail. Suzu immediately crouches down and scoops up the fluff ball into her arms, smiling widely as she comes to her feet.
Sup, bitches?
God, that's terrifying looking.
There. I'm home, Miyu.
He's so detailed. It's like something out of Ren and Stimpy.
Miyu? Did they name the dog after the sister?
No, the dog's name is Miyu. That's why she was messing with him.
Oh.
Yeah. The sister's name's
Oh,
Subasa. He
gotcha.
assumed that the sister was Miyu.
Okay. It flim-flammed me.
Yeah. I'm so confused. So this must be your other sister. Her grin redoubles as she gets a few well-deserved licks on the cheek. I briefly wonder if dogs can hyperventilate, because it sure looks like this one might.
It's just an anime, so I got turned into it. My sister got turned into a dog. So what?
Yeah.
It's like...
My sister got turned into a dog, and she wants to have sex with me? Me and you watch different anime, sorry.
Miyu, huh?
He looks at me with as displeased a face as he can muster. Difficult task after seeing Suzu's reaction.
What breed?
She's an... Oh, no,
She's
that's
an
Suzu.
Affenpinscher crossed with something. No allergies or anything? Me? Nah. Dogs are nice.
He reaches out for Miyu, but stops a few inches from her face. Only after she gives his hand a bit of a sniff does he slowly advance further to petting her head, smiling as he does so. Suppose his gentle nature is the type to get along with animals well.
In the middle of the night, he'll be taking a bath, and then the dog will come in and transform into a little girl.
Oh,
It'll be like, oh!
What a crazy random happenstance. Suzu puts Miyu back on the ground afterwards, the dog busily giving both me and her new friend a good inspection.
And then one of the sisters walks in, and it's like, what are you doing? And that's what an anime does.
Yeah, of course.
I think you'll get along here just fine. Come with me and I'll show you the guest room. You can throw your bag down there. Thanks. You too good?
We're gonna go bang it out upstairs. I'll just bunk with Suzu, have fun with Subasa. You stud.
Boop. Okay.
Subasa just smiles as she leads him into the hallway, the sound of her pointing out the directions to this and that to be heard after they leave. Miyu's interest seems to be piqued by the new arrival as she trots out after him. I just let my bag drop on the floor, content to drag it up to Suzu's room sometime later.
Drink.
No, that was a dog. Yeah, just some juice, thanks.
Coming right up.
As she turns to leave, I feel my heart twitch, just a little.
Hate to see you go, but I love to watch you leave.
Suzu looked so delicate and fragile when I agreed to go out with her. She finally opened up towards me, knowing full well how much she could have been hurt. Such a frail and unassuming girl appeared at that moment to be so much stronger than I ever was. But now she acts as if it never happened, like it's just another day.
Maybe she forgot. Maybe she was asleep when she asked.
Right,
and she has no idea what you're doing.
Yeah. Why are you two here again? I quickly start moving towards her, catching her attention as I do so. Just as she turns to see what I'm doing, I bring my arms around her small body and press her to my chest. Hugging's never really come naturally to me. It's not like I dislike it, but more that it's never felt very special. I can't get my nub around. Maybe I was just never hugged enough as a kid.
You just shove their face into your boobs, right? That's how you hug.
Of course, that's how I want everyone to hug me. Holding her to me as I do now feels different somehow. Not because I can feel her soft, warm body against mine. Ooh. But because such a normally apprehensive girl would allow me to get so close at all. She trusts me. For a moment it looks like she might not reciprocate, taken too off guard to return the gesture. Eventually, though, she picks her arms up and wraps them around my back, drawing me into a tight embrace.
I was gonna go get your drink.
With her face turned to the side, I press my lips to the top of her head.
Sorry, I just...
You don't need to hold back, Suzu. You always worry too much.
Only because you don't worry enough.
I smile a little as I step back, rubbing her shoulder with my hand as I do. I do.
I do.
I say.
I do.
It's good to see you're holding up. You've been through a lot lately.
And that was whose responsibility?
I was trying to avoid mentioning that.
So that means you're back to your old selves again? I'm back.
I'm very
She
fast
did not
at
have sex with me.
She is very not interested. Looking over, Suzu reveals Hisao standing in the doorway, arms crossed and smiling. Suzu clamps her eyes shut to maintain her composure, but her rosy cheeks give her away.
How long have you been there? Only just now. She went to her room, so I came back down.
She was giving him, like, obvious signs, like, maybe I can show you my room now.
Yeah.
It's probably like the rest of them. It's
right. I can show you what kind of sheets are in my bed. And he's just like, I better go check on Suzu.
I know what sheets look like. I'm not an idiot.
Yeah, they're soft. It's fine. I was worried about the two of you as well, you know. It's good to see you've made up.
Yeah, thanks. Guess I finally got my head screwed on right. Suzu just nods at him. Both of us know she's thankful. I keep hearing you, like, narration.
Yeah,
like,
well,
no,
Hisao had just talked, so
yeah.
I got confused. Well, oh, God.
Oh, why are they so fancy?
The whole family's here.
Was this like a black tie affair? I should have...
Right.
Should we have dressed up more? The clatter of knives and forks ring out as the Suzuki family, plus their two guests, dig into a lavish dinner. Various bowls of different salads sit on the table. How many different salads do you need? Complementing the still steaming pieces of roast chicken on our plates.
I got promised like a 4-course meal, but it's all different salads. Here's your dessert salad. Yeah. It's just got like a few almonds and raisins in it. You're like, oh yay.
Oh, it's fruit salad for dessert.
Well, okay. Well, all right.
The clatter... I already said that.
Yeah.
With Suzu, Hisao, and I seated on one side of the table, Suzu's sister, mother, and father sit on the other. Me too, hashtag me too, hovers around the floor, making sure she's positioned to grab any scraps of food that might fall. I've always found it difficult to work out the age of her mother, with her chic, short, cropped hair and smart clothing making her look quite trendy. It's a nice style, though it would be improved by her smiling a little more. Women are more pretty when they smile. Perhaps a
Mario's time machine flashbacks.
A result of stress from her job, now that I think about it. Her father, in like that, with a somewhat wiry body and thick spectacles perched on his round face. I don't see him. His graying hair noticeably beginning to thin.
He also doesn't look very wiry either.
He's always looks stout. Felt like a much warmer and unassuming personality. Despite his position as a prefectural bureaucrat,
He's always held a sense of pride that I've respected in him.
Wiry and has glass. Oh, wait, that's her sister. I got confused.
Yeah.
Oh, they are voiced. Right.
I don't know.
Right.
So how is it going at school, Suzu?
What? Fine.
Exams are over, so things are a bit more relaxed now.
How did you do on them?
Well,
I think I did fine, maths aside.
her mother puts down her fork to think, her face disappointed. It must be hard to have her parents who drive so hard for good marks, despite the fact that her narcolepsy works against her.
Oh, maybe we should get a tutor then.
There's a tutor right here. I just need to study more. It'll be fine.
Everyone just ignores Subasa. Like,
Yes.
no one ever acknowledges her. She doesn't appear to have convinced her mother, but she manages to have the topic dropped for now. I wonder what her parents think of my influence on her, given they'd be well aware of my pretty average grades. As that would be so much better fit for her in personality as well as academics than I would.
Oh, you ruined it. This is the bad ending.
Right?
That's you. Oh, no,
It's
Mr.
Mister, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, wasn't it?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Speak of the devil. Content to let him speak for himself, I busy myself with the delicious food in front of me.
Looks
Which
like
one
he-
of the 4 salads do I want?
Yeah. Looks like he would have that voice, right?
Oh, of course.
You've been terribly quiet. There's no need to be nervous.
Are you having a stroke right now?
That's right. How do you think you fared?
Well, I don't usually have much problem with sort of thing.
He's so nervous.
There's like 6 forks in front of him. Which one do I use for the
Which one's
salad?
the salad fork? They're all salad forks. Nerd.
Hassan's really good with science and maths. He's been helping me a bit.
Maths.
He keeps saying it too.
I
So
know.
it's a conscious decision.
Yeah.
He's been helping me a bit with them.
I like maths.
I'm not that good at maths.
That false humility makes me want to strangle him. From the focus he's receiving from her parents, I get the feeling he's at least making a good impression for them. They think he's dating her.
Probably. And here I was thinking you'd come to your sister for help.
Nobody acknowledges her.
Does she exist? Are we the only ones who can see her?
Right? God. Everybody hates her for some reason.
Any intentions on what you might do in university?
I suppose just more of what I'm good at. I don't really know what kind of job I want to do.
The main thing is to have skills behind you and a good head on your shoulders. It sounds like you have both.
How did these two find each other?
So what do you do? What do you do with yourself outside of school? Any hobbies? Interests?
Studying mostly. Used to play sports, but I can't really do that anymore.
The brief lull in discussion says a lot. There's no doubt they've been briefed on Hasal's condition, but that's a far cry from knowing how to handle it best in conversation. If there's one thing that my time in Yamaku's taught me, it's that everyone's different in that regard.
Would you really need to disclose that to them? Like,
Yeah. Don't give him too many salads, because his heart might give out.
right.
I gotta put away the spicy salad, I guess. Taking a bit of pity on her parents for inadvertently bringing up the subject, I give the conversation a little push.
It's not like you're going to go outside and have a rigorous game of whatever, run around the
For
yard.
touch football.
Yeah.
How much of your bag was taken up by books?
It wasn't that much. Shut
Mostly
up.
condoms, jeez.
You should just join the literature club.
No!
Why are you even in track and field? You've asked me that before. Then again, it's a question I continually ask myself as well.
Because Emmy is the easiest route to get. He's ours. You can't have him.
The others in the lit club would be happy with him.
Boo, 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 boo.
Would be happy with have him. He already
Everyone's so nervous.
he already knows Ikizawa after all.
Which one's Ikazawa?
That's Hanako.
Oh, okay.
Or wait. Yeah. I think.
She's in a club?
What are they talking about? The literature club? I'm pretty sure that's...
I mean, she reads, but I feel like she's not the person to join a club.
It's Hanako. Emi is Abarazaki.
Yeah.
Lily... I don't remember. Honestly.
Either.
It might be Lily.
Yeah.
But wasn't he talking to Hanako in the library during one of these scenes? So that's probably who they're talking about.
Probably.
Do I get a say in this?
No.
I don't know what we're talking about. Shouldn't a boy be happy he's in high demand?
Did
you hear something?
He just grimaces at something. I do think he secretly enjoys being our chew toy, but he'd never admit it. That's what he's here for the threesome.
Right.
Maybe you should join her club. You do have similar interests after all.
That's not subtle. Suzu cuts me off before I can make a light of the situation, obviously bothered by her mother's interjection.
We're just teasing him. It's up to Hisao which club he joins.
Such a shame. You're going to give up without a fight?
We're just friends.
Seems like a smart, handsome lad. Aren't too many like that around.
I'd fuck him. I mean...
That vest, though. She gives him a genuine smile, evidently pleased with her attempts to play matchmaker. He tries to reciprocate as best he can. You two would be cute together, too. Yeah. But his terribly stilted smile betrays the fact that he knows as well as I that this conversation is like a car careening towards a cliff.
It's like when the waiter says, enjoy your food. Say,
You too. Yeah.
Oh, I hate myself.
The waiter just sits down with you. Okay.
Thanks for the invite.
I was getting a little peckish.
Nobody ever asks me.
Once more I try to jump in, but Suzu cuts me off. As much as I hate to say it, I'm at least learning something about her in this exchange. It's rare for her to be assertive towards others, but that may be more due to her shyness around unfamiliar people than true submissiveness.
Sorry, I was looking at her sister.
Yeah.
I said I'm not interested in him.
No way.
I plug my nose when I do that voice, so that's why it takes a second for me to
Right.
bring my arm back up.
Because I like girls.
And there's the cliff. Oh, God. Where the table had been humming with the noise of chatting, chewing and clinking of utensils and salads, in a flash it turns to dead silence. Not one person speaks nor moves an inch. Knives and forks hang above plates, mouths still and eyes
Her
shut.
sister just starts slowly reaching across the table and taking all the knives away.
Why are all the knives disappearing? Suzu stares straight into her mother's eyes, a look of exasperation written onto her face. It's unmistakable that she's taken full ownership of the words she just said. For her part, her mother appears to have simply stopped functioning, unable to process the last few seconds of her life.
Miki's my girlfriend.
Oh, wow. I'm torn between fear of what might unfold in the next few seconds, or total adoration of the sheer balls this girl has on her. I'd be lying if I said this didn't make me like her more. Oh, I'm so turned on. I've never seen this side of Suzu before.
Oops, I dropped my 5th salad fork.
Her true strength of will on display with her back to the wall. I feel the muscles in my throat tense as if my body wanted me to say something, but I have no idea what to speak, or even if I should.
The dad's look is like, I think that invisible daughter is my favorite now.
I'm going to start paying attention to you. You like guys, right?
Yeah.
I already tried. Suddenly realizing that Suzu and her mother aren't the only people at the table, my eyes dart from one person to another. Suzu's father has the same reaction as her mother, simply looking at his daughter with a remarkably neutral expression. He tends to let her mother define the collective household opinion most of the time, but it's hard to say if that'll hold true of such a personal matter.
Hisao's just happily eating away. Oh, salad's really good.
You just hear like a slow crunch of the salad. Subasa looks more interested than shocked, slowly beginning to chew the food in her mouth once more. I get the feeling she's waiting more for her mother's reaction than actually coming to terms with what Suzu said. As my glance falls to Hisao, his eyes meet mine. The look of his eyes makes me feel sorry for him. He's like an actor abruptly thrown onto the stage without a script, surrounded by other actors reciting entirely unknown lines. When his cue will come, and what he's supposed to do once it does, is a mystery to him.
This is when you get the hell out of there with the sister.
Well, but none of us have given our lines. We're all actors without a script right now. My heart sinks as Suzu's mother lowers her fork to the plate and slowly closes her eyes. Suzu's disposition changes as her shoulders slump and expression falls, knowing that her mother's judgment has been given without a word being spoken.
Nobody's spoken a word in 15 minutes.
The mom realizes that she's also a lesbian. I'm leaving your father.
It's just like a soap opera.
It's like everything is like turned up
One
to
of the
11.
Spanish dramas.
Yeah. But I'm your evil twin sister. Yeah. Everyone's lives changed in the last few seconds, and it wasn't for the better. Except for mine, because I got a girlfriend. I desperately try to choke some words out of my tightening throat, but I still don't know what it is I want to say. This is bigger than me. It's usually so easy to laugh my way out of awkward situations, but this is something I don't understand at all.
How long have they been dating at this point? Like one day?
Maybe like a week?
Maybe some time passed, because otherwise I feel like it wouldn't even really be essential to say right now.
I mean, Tanabata was like the end of the school year, beginning of summer, and like they're here for the summer.
Oh, well, all right. Yeah, I mean, I guess. So they've probably been dating for a little bit at this point, then, at least.
But like the confession, the anime Japanese confession, is like, it's a big deal now.
Right.
It's like,
I guess that's
steady.
true.
A movement out of the corner of my eye grabs my attention. Suzu's plate suddenly being pushed towards me. Hasao quickly withdraws his arm as Suzu's upper body falls forward. Her face landed flat on the table where her plate has been. She's faking it. She just wants to get out of the situation. I feel even worse for having completely failed to account for her condition. Hasao's reflexes having just saved the day.
She doesn't even really have narcolepsy. That's just how she gets out of everything.
Yeah. The mom will be like, he can take care of her.
Yeah.
Everything about this feels absurd. It may be a sleep attack or cataplexy from the stress, or one leading to the other. In any case, this seems a reasonable excuse to extract her from the room and get things back under control. Her mother puts her elbow on the table and buries her face in her hand out of frustration. Her husband's hand reaching out and rubbing her back in concern.
Ruined salad day.
No, I'm not going to get any sex tonight.
Just take her.
I can take that. I was prepared for her snapping. Hasao, on the other hand, looks to me with pained eyes as I collect Suzu's limp body.
Please take me with you.
While he may be desperate for some instruction on how to deal with him, all I can do is look to the floor in defeat. He's on his own, and I hate that fact.
Sal just sits there. He's trying to, like, break the tension. He's like, I like girls, too. Isn't that crazy?
So what do you guys know about lesbians? Do they just, like, scissor, or...
Right.
With the girl sliding onto my back and still not making so much as a movement as we make to leave the room, looks like she slipped into sleeping after the attack.
Your other daughter's pretty cute. What other daughter?
As much as I hate to say it, that's probably for the best.
All right, well.
With the fracas of dinner over, what a fracas! Things have settled down a little by late evening. Suzu's mother has a bath as Subasa and I do the dishes, with Hasao and her father watching the day's news on the television. Looks like Hasao's a hit with Miyu. Small fluffy thing deciding to sleep on his lap. He gets all the ladies. Then again, I heard somewhere that dogs are good at sensing people's emotions. Given the tense feeling in the air, Miyu may just be happy to be with someone who's not freaking out.
This is pretty cool.
At least there's some semblance of domestic normality now, even if the atmosphere could be cut with a knife. Hell of a dinner, huh?
It was a bit of a fracas.
She just sighs, pausing her washing of the plate in her hands as she looks back to the living room.
I feel sorry for Nakai. What a welcome to the family.
He'll be fine. I know he looks like that, but he's actually a pretty sturdy guy. What about her father? She pulls an uncomfortable face, wanting to give me one answer, but knowing that another would be the truth.
Dad might not be as stubborn as our mother is, but he's also pretty old-fashioned. Who knows? He might come around. Yeah, maybe.
With that, she finishes sponging the plate in her hands and passes it along to me for drying while grabbing the next.
With that Dawn dish, though.
She can only, like, dab dry it. Like, how does she get she has to, like, wrap the towel around her nub and, like, punch at the plate?
Yeah, probably.
I guess it would work. I moved to take it from her, but with my mind on other matters and my hand wet, it slipped straight out of my grasp. Crap!
My fine china.
With my hand too far to possibly grab it before it hits the floor, try to at least break its fall with my stump. All I accomplished is making it tumble some more before it smashes to the ground.
Starts spinning it. Whoa, this is cool!
Get it off! I can't!
Sorry, I wasn't looking for...
Subasa's frantic... Subasa's that's rude. Subasa's frantic apology betrays her touchiness around...
Never mention that name.
Immediately blaming herself for not taking it into account. It's not like she had anything to do with it. And while I might have caught the damn thing otherwise, my stump is the last of my worries now. It's fine. I reflexively bend down to try and at least take some of the larger shards off the tiled floor. Something rushes to my face and threatens to overwhelm me as I do so.
Is that the Dodge?
Oh, shit. Snapping back upright and bring my back to the counter for support, I close my eyes and take the bridge of my nose and my fingers and try to compose myself. As little as Subasa and I have in common, she's at least a kind soul. I feel her warm hand on my shoulder, silence hanging in the room as she lets me take my time.
I like girls, too.
What about you?
Sorry.
You sure doesn't seem too surprised by all this.
Sister's intuition.
I raise an eyebrow or a cheeky smirk.
And maybe I saw an autocomplete entry or two fixing her laptop, plus a couple of interesting manga in her desk.
Ooh, I want to see those. She wasn't that good at hiding it, was she?
Not at all.
I give a weak smile her Suzu's expense. At Suzu's expense.
Her what?
I give a weak smile at Suzu's expense, but it soon drops as I catch sight of the shattered plate once more. If it were anyone but me, wonder how this would have gone. I have no ambition, poor grades, I'm crude and impolite, and share barely any interest with her. Next to me is, in their eyes, a charming wonder boy who's on a straight ticket to university. Suzu's mother probably had it all planned out for her, following her sister into university, pushing past her narcolepsy to get a respectable career in some academic field or another, marrying into a reasonably well-to-do family, grandchildren too.
The works.
Then I came and messed it all up.
Aww. Miki!
Yeah?
Don't beat yourself up, okay? None of this is your fault.
I wish she wasn't as sharp as she was. Do you really think that?
It's up to Suzu who she's attracted to. That happened to be you. Shouldn't you be happy about that?
I guess. I mean, I'm glad she likes me, and I like her.
That's more like it. Hooray! It's strange to see you not smiling. Go on, I'll clean this lot up and grab Nakai to help for the rest.
Thanks, I owe you. I give her a nod and dry my hand off on a towel before taking my leave. Though Subasa's voice from behind me catches my attention. Where'd you get that second hand?
Oh, there was one more thing. You're still a kid, you know that, right?
Yeah, I know.
Who my sister likes is her business, but if I find out that you've hurt her, I will ruin your life in ways only an adult would know.
My heart freezes. I have absolutely no doubt that she means every word she says, delivered in that chilling voice.
Whoa.
Suzu's bedroom is the same as it's always been. Bookshelves filled with a mix of girly manga, a few shelves holding various characters from shows she's watched, and a number of plush animals sitting around the largely white and light pink room. That was backwards.
Okay, weird.
Yeah, that was...
Oh, because during our sync, I was on back. Yeah.
A spoiled little princess.
Subasa's like, something rude!
Can I take that line again? Hang on. Spoiled little princess, quietly slumbering away, surrounded by her little luxuries. It's nice to see her sleeping so peacefully, her mind not worried by the day's events. Aww.
Rub my stump on her
I
head.
forgot to wear pants today. Walking over to her bed, I carefully take a seat on the side where she's sleeping. Without thinking, I reach down and brush away stray hair on her face, disturbing her just enough to make her eyelids flutter.
Those stuffed animals look like they're actually responding to the environment around them.
Aww.
And Gengar's back there like,
That's
yeah!
It looks like Gengar. Pointy ears.
She forgot to wear pants today.
I try to keep my voice low and gentle as possible, not wanting to bother her any more than I already have. Well, don't talk. Hey, you okay? She just looks at me through half-closed eyes before letting them mournfully drop to the side.
I can't put down this book. It's too good.
I'm cursed by the death note. I feel stupid for not knowing how to comfort her. I came up here after all, but now I'm suddenly left realizing that I've never really tried emotionally supporting such a fragile person before. Haven't you been doing that for years?
Yeah.
It's one thing to talk a guy through some day-to-day frustration or whatever. You just blow him and move on.
Yeah.
But quite another to be stuck together in the trenches like this. I end up just stroking her head, completely at a loss for what else to do. You can do that with guys, too.
You mean girls?
No, she stroked her head. You can
Oh.
stroke a guy's head, too.
Yeah, right. What happened afterwards?
Not much, really. Just a few bits of small talk before everyone went off to do their own thing.
They hate...
Don't be like that. They were just taken off guard, that's all. Remember when you kissed me out of the blue? Even I was a bit shocked, and you know how I am. I'll kiss anybody.
Thick-headed.
I give a snort in spite of myself. She's still the same old girl, that's for sure. Yeah, I deserve that. In the brief silence that follows, Suzu fidgets a bit and manages to sit up, albeit slightly groggily.
I'm groggly.
Groggle, groggle. As she looks at me, her eyes staring into mine, her intentions are plain to see. Without a word, both of us lean towards each other as she holds her blanket to her chest.
Gengar's about to see some shit.
Our lips meet each other. It's not much more than a peck, a momentary touch before we each sit back, but it's enough. I finished. I feel a stupid grin sitting on my face, the feeling of our kiss still lingering. Suzu manages to hold her composure for a scant few moments before her cheeks fill with bright scarlet, forced to look down in embarrassment as she clenches her hand to her chest. I know it's irrational, but that it makes absolutely no sense. But somehow I can't help but feel that everything will work out fine when I see her like this.
Then her parents walk in.
It's a terribly strange feeling. Not so much to love someone, but to be loved yourself. They never said that. To know that to someone else, you're the most important person in their mind, not by blood, but by choice.
I'm gonna cry over here.
Maybe that's why everything feels like it'll be alright. Because Suzu's there. And even after all I've done, she loves me. She accepts me.
The end.
Yeah, there's just no resolution with the parents.
No.
It just ends there. Good
Everything's
luck
cool.
figuring out what happens next.
And then Hasao had sex with my sister.
I mean, he definitely would, right?
Right, he has to.
A tired Suzu follows my lead as we head down the stairs and into the hallway, a great yawn escaping as I make my way to the living room. Opening the door reveals that we're not the first to arrive. With her body hidden by the recliner's back, all that's to be seen are two gray-clad arms lazily hanging over the sides. She's dead! You okay?
They're not gray-clad arms.
She's not, yeah. They wrote it. They must have drew it and then wrote it forgetting that.
Her character model must have had a hoodie, and they're like, nah, tank top.
Yeah. Let's change that. Need more skin.
Life is pain. Leave me to my fate.
Sal won't take any of my hints.
Yeah, he's so stupid. Why did you bring him?
Her dreary voice is nothing short of pathetic to behold.
What have you been told about all-nighters? Internal compiler error. Segmentation fault. What?
She's pretending she's a computer?
Okay. Internal compiler error. Segmentation fault. Internal compiler error.
Okay, we'll leave you to mope in peace. She repeats herself a couple more times as we leave her aura of depression to get something for breakfast. I think this might be the first time I've seen her this frazzled.
I do not understand love.
The moment we enter the kitchen, I freeze. The very last person I wanted to see stands before us, her cold eyes locked to mine as she lowers a cup of coffee to the counter. You broke a dish.
Good morning.
Suzu's timid voice draws the attention of her mother, giving me a chance to breathe as her expression lightens ever so slightly.
Good morning, Suzu. Have you had your morning tablets yet?
I'll have them with breakfast.
Good girl. Don't forget to wash them down with something. I know you keep dry swallowing them.
Your anti-lesbian pills. Yes, Mom.
I'll be off to work then. You'll have Subasa to watch over you.
I'm not a child anymore, you know. I don't need adult supervision. Well, fuck you.
Her mother takes one last sip of coffee before depositing her cup and taking her keys from the counter. Suzu's protest falling on deaf ears. We both step aside to let her through, sharing a sense of relief that what might have been a confrontation has turned out to be nothing. Looks like we're doing the whole forget anything was ever said routine, keeping up the appearance of normality. As much as I'm grateful for avoiding an argument, it's obvious that this is only a stay of execution. Just as I'm about to get breakfast and do my best to forget the whole experience, her sharp voice calls out from behind.
Miura, would you come with me for a moment?
Oh, God.
I don't even bother hiding the slumping of my shoulders.
I'm going to get shot behind the shed.
Her fancy gray car is right there, keys clutched in her hand as she stands with her arms crossed. If only I could will her to just get inside and drive off, leaving us in peace. Instead, I feel like I'm on trial. Her ice-cold stare is obviously intended to assert her dominance over me, and it's working. This feels more like an interrogation than any kind of cordial chat between she and her daughter's love interest.
Before this goes any further, I want to make something perfectly clear to you.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Make the most of your time here. This is the last time you'll set foot in this house, after all.
Jesus.
Oh,
But
I suggest you don't talk to me. You should be glad you're still here at all.
So that's how this is going to be played. It's disappointing, of course. I like Suzu's family a lot. We're going to have to steal that dog. And now they've come to roundly reject even the sight of me. That said, the silver lining is that she's taking this out on me rather than Suzu. At least for now. Just the thought of me being the cause of her mother being angry at her makes me feel sick. So if this is what it takes, so be it. She evidently takes my absent-minded rubbing of my arm as submission to her demands, pressing the key fob to disable the car alarm and beginning to get inside. This isn't fair. My thought freezes as I realize what I mumbled. Why do I always have to be the last word? Why can't I just keep my mouth shut?
Oh, shit.
They are related. My worst concerns are realized as her mother abruptly stops getting into the car and steps back out, rounding on me with a face of burning resentment.
Don't you dare talk to me about what's fair.
Shit, what do I do? I can't simply say sorry. I know damn well that I wouldn't be able to force the words out, an apology for this being against every instinct I have. If I take her up on her argument, though, there's every chance I'll be thrown out and make things far worse for Suzu. I've never had a problem with telling teachers or other authority figures to go stuff themselves if I felt like they're being unfair, even back in elementary school. Maybe that was because I was a badly behaved little brat, but that's besides the point. But right now, all I can do is stand mortified, unable to stand up against this woman before me, not out of concern for myself, but for another.
It's just when you, like, I don't know, start dancing.
just awkwardly, like,
yeah.
I didn't say nothing.
S-S-S-S-A-A.
Just back away doing the safety
Yeah.
dance. The sound of the front door opening behind us draws our attention. Subasa's figure coming into sight.
Hey, Mom.
Yes?
Could you pick me up some milk on the way home? I'd text Dad, but he'll just forget.
Her gaze shifts to me, the momentum from her previous anger having been abruptly brought to a halt.
I don't want to ask him to go for milk. He might never come back.
The game being played is perfectly obvious, but it's clear that she wants to keep this directed at me right now, given that she's dragged me out here just before she left for work. The way she closes her eyes and reopens them with an entirely different disposition should unsettle me, but right now I'm just relieved that it's all over.
Yeah, just get the hell out of there.
Milk. Got it.
With that, she lowers herself into the car while doing her best not to acknowledge my presence. The relief of seeing her car back out of the driveway and disappear down the street is palpable. I waste no time in turning on the ball of my heel and heading straight back inside. Thanks. I owe you one.
And don't you forget it.
Talk to Hasao for me.
Yeah, please.
With Subasa having retreated to her room and Hasao finally awake, three of us settle in on the couch as the console slowly boots up.
Which one?
Me, who quietly lays on the recliner, content to sleep the day away.
Nintendo 64.
We're going to take turns on the Harvest Moon on the GameCube.
Yeah.
Seated in the middle of us, with me to the right and Hasao to the left, it's Suzu who has command of the controller. With the game already chosen and inserted, it starts up in short measure.
Oh, what is it? Ah, this. So you're into RPGs then?
Chrono Trigger.
Yeah.
She gives a nod.
You? I mostly just played at the local arcades. You played an RPG at the local
No, he's saying
arcades?
he doesn't play RPG. You've been on this
Right.
machine for a really long time.
Like before?
Gotta pay a quarter every time you take a turn.
Right. It shows. Well, at least I'm good at something beyond schoolwork.
Bitch.
What about you, Miki?
I'm bad at everything. I kind of had a deprived childhood when it comes to this sort of thing. Still blows my mind how good they look these days.
And you're the one calling me old-fashioned. Huh.
Hey, at least I wasn't born 50 years old.
At age 6, I was born without a face. You just got stuck as a 10-year-old instead.
Well, you're the pedophile. The smart-ass comment earns her a stuck-out tongue.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that.
I like how she just, like, snapped back to regular face.
Yeah.
Like, ugh, I'm over this already.
RPG.
Time to get serious. She finally gets past the menus and starts running around the fictional school building once the game loads, picking up from where she left off with remarkable ease. It's Persona.
Oh,
Maybe.
probably.
I assume. RPG school building. As she runs up to a girl in the game and starts some dialogue, it's Persona. I can't help but comment. I'm kind of curious what her type is when it comes to women, after all.
Well, I mean...
I like her.
Who? Bitch?
Her, the redhead chick. She's cool.
She's kind of bossy.
Hasao, second opinion.
I'm with Miki on this one for once.
So who's your favorite? Please not the hangdog mopey
Just gonna
girl.
go dye her hair red now.
Right. Suzu glowers at me, but it isn't unexpected. I just chose the one who resembled her the most, after all. Oh yeah, I meant to find out her type. I ended up indirectly teasing her instead. Oops.
Oops.
Hasao just gives a smile, content to let us pick at each other.
It's kind of hot.
This is gonna get so hot real quick. Girl fight!
So what's there to do around here anyway? Seems like a pretty nice place.
You're looking at it. We're playing video games.
Subasa's just in the corner like,
Did you invite us out here for the summer to watch you play video games?
There's a ridiculous number of restaurants, a museum as well.
Don't forget the beach.
The beach, yeah. That too. Did you pack swimwear? Yeah.
It's Argyle. Only because I reminded him at the last minute.
You didn't have to mention that.
As we yak away on the couch, a very particular smell enters the room. Ew. That kind that irritates your nose and throat just enough to demand your attention. The slightly acrid edge it has makes it unmistakable.
Someone shit themselves.
Oh, the dog! We are the first to apparently catch it and turn around to see the source. Sure enough, Suzu's sister enters with a cigarette perched in her mouth, shoving the packet and lighter into her hoodie pocket. The attention of the others is finally
They
drawn.
really forgot about that hoodie, huh?
Right? As she inhales sharply and takes the cigarette from her mouth, blowing a thin wisp of smoke past her lips. Oh, she's so hot. Her gaze is at nothing in particular, just happy to foul up the room as she lets off steam.
I think that's smoke.
Yeah, vaping wasn't invented yet. Taking a break?
Finished, thank God.
Placing the stick back in her mouth, she retrieves a thumb drive from her pocket, flicks into the air before snatching it with her hand, apparently quite pleased with herself.
Have any of you seen my hoodie? Mom and Dad will kill you if they find out. Luckily, you're here to drop the bomb on them, and they don't care about my smoking anymore.
I can do whatever I want now.
Snitches get stitches.
I'm always going to be the favorite.
The smell. It'll hang around if you do that inside.
The warning gives Subasa pause, too flushed in her victory over her project to consider that fact. She stares at her sister for a moment before giving a displeased puff in her direction, with Suzu going back to her game in response.
What's all this for, anyway?
Nicotine.
What's all what for? Uni project. I know just enough programming to keep getting stuck with the job during group assignments and projects. You're a student?
I thought you were like old and gross.
Yeah, mechanical engineering. That's cool.
Oh, she's finally got him. The statement fills her with pride, her smile making the cigarette between her lips angle sharply upwards. Ow, my eye!
You hear that, Suzu? I'm cool. At least someone thinks you are.
Suzu just keeps tapping away at the controller, launching some loud group attack on a boss character. She really is as good at shutting out discussion she's not interested in. Used to her sister's annex, Subasa instead turns on to Hasao once more.
You'd be into robots and stuff, right? Tell you what, how about you come see what we're working on?
You can come work on these titties.
Seriously? That'd be okay. It isn't exactly top secret military stuff we're doing, I hope. You know?
Yeah, they've been tapped for the military.
Either of you two up for it? I think I'll be fine.
Nerds.
Oh no, they have to go alone.
Oh, darn.
Tough crowd. Get your stuff and we'll be off, Nakai. No point hanging around for these two.
Yeah, we're gonna bang.
Sure, I'll be right out.
He got up real quick, didn't he?
I finally understand.
Passing by the recliner on the way, she gives Miyu a much appreciated rub on the head before leaving. I give Hasao a high five. For his part, Hasao jumps off the couch and goes to grab his phone and wallet from the guest room.
Get yours.
As he returns and heads towards outside, he briefly stops to give us a wave of goodbye. I pucker my lips and make kissing motions to tease him in response, earning an obscene gesture before he disappears out the door.
What, does he grab his junk?
He just starts air humping.
Yeah. I understand now.
Come to think of it, he never used to do that before. Maybe I'm starting to rub off on him. Those two sure are getting along.
She'd be a good influence on him, smoking aside.
Can't say I'm a fan of the habit either. That sort of thing used to be popular back home, but then again, it's not like there was much else to do out in the sticks. What do you want to do tonight? Oh, let's just go smoke. Okay.
There's not much to do other than sticks, so let's smoke, I guess.
Let's just smoke. What'd you guys do last night? We smoked. Suzu's attention is wholly focused on the television in front of her. Right now, going through some dialogue section as two characters gossip between themselves.
You beat that boss pretty quick, damn.
Right? I kind of wish she was playing a shooter, or anything else that is more exciting to watch. At least that has some cute girls, I suppose.
This doesn't?
No, I read it wrong. At least this has some cute
girls,
okay. I suppose. In a move that's probably not all that subtle, I let my arm drop from the couch and around Suzu's other shoulder. She pauses, albeit briefly, but continues on after badly hidden glance towards me. A little smile fights for its life on her face, eventually managing to eke out a fragile existence as I hold her by my side. It proves infectious, with my own grin soon widening.
Sorry.
What's wrong?
You'd prefer me to be more affectionate, wouldn't you?
I wouldn't exactly say no, but you are what you are. If you're not the touchy-feely type, that's fine. She falls silent, the game's music as a battle starts being the only sound in the room. We both know that's bullshit, don't we? He's fine with it, you know. Hasao, that is.
I know,
As she looks down, I become increasingly doubtful of my reasoning. I'm sure being that way inclined plays a part, but even if she liked men, her distrust of others would still be there. I don't like that fact at all. I know that if she doesn't deal with it at some point, it's going to take over her entire life. That's a large part of why I've tried to work it out of her, after all.
Yeah, you don't need to trust people or have friends.
Nah, you only need like one or two.
Yeah.
But even if it's incredibly selfish, can't help but treasure, just a little, how she's opened up to me. She chose me as the only person she's willing to show herself to. Wouldn't anyone be thankful for that?
What happened earlier?
With your mother? She gives a nod. That's the very last topic I wanted to talk with her about, let alone now of all times. The more I think about it, the deeper the barbs go from what she told me, and I can't let Suzu bear the burden. It's not her fault. Doing my best to gin up a lie on short notice, I shrug my shoulders. Just going off at me about being a lout. Could have been worse.
Asked we had milk or something, I don't know.
Suzu glances at me, seems to take the statement at face value as she goes back to her game. Whether to reassure myself of her, or her, I bend down and give an affectionate peck on her cheek. Her reaction isn't quite what I'd expected. With her fingers slipping off the buttons and joystick, she looks up to me with a hopeful, almost yearning expression.
Joystick?
It takes some effort for her to maintain eye contact, forcing herself to look me in the eyes.
Atari Persona?
Oh my god.
Wasn't expecting that.
She's playing Adventure. My heart skips a beat as I begin to lean in.
At least it has cute girls in it.
Oh, look at those 2 pixels. My last sight being of her rosy cheeks and delicate lips before I close my eyes. And so I press my lips to those of Suzu, the controller falling to the floor with a thud.
Mm-hmm.
As we kiss, my lust finally gets the better of me as I push my tongue forward, passing my own lips and pushing into Suzu's. Suzu's body jerks as I make the move, but her hesitation soon melts as she responds in kind, her tongue moving around inside my mouth and pressing against my own tongue. She doesn't seem to know what to do with it, her innocence only spurring me to excite her more and more.
Just licking the inside of my teeth.
As I press my mouth against hers, I can feel Suzu's breath tickling my face, and her body heaving from the desire running through it. Her controller lies on the floor, forgotten as her hands hold me, one on my side and the other on my cheek. The two of us part with almost identical timing. Well, one of you can't part from the other without both of you. Our face is flushed. And
One pulls
breathing
back,
heavy.
but the other one pulls
Yeah.
forward.
I'm stuck.
This is awkward.
I can feel my heart tighten as I look at her face. The way her eyes look up at my own, loose hairs hanging as she pants in excitement through those slightly open lips, entirely too taken with the situation to bother trying to compose herself. It's surprising how little it takes to make her completely flustered and all the more endearing.
Just gonna fall asleep.
I pushed myself on her once more, two of us making out without a care for the outside world. Didn't think someone like her would find this sort of thing fun, but then again, in the first time she surprised me. My hand on her waist slips downward, taking in the feeling of her leg as it slowly moves along her thigh. Attempting to sate my lust by rubbing up and down her thigh only makes me more excited, as does the weak whimper escaping from her mouth. I want her. I want all of her. I want her sacred triangle. I want to take this girl for myself. Not content with her cute leg, my hand slips from the top of her thigh to the inside, my heart beating faster and faster as my hand ever so slowly slides further upwards, my tongue chasing her own as she desperately attempts to escape for so much as a breath.
Oh dear.
We're gonna have to, we're not even gonna need the taco. It's all black.
Yeah, this is a great scene we got
Right?
here.
A sharp inhalation gives me pause, suddenly breaking me out of the relentless advance on her. Sensing something's up, I pull back my adventurous hand and withdraw from my kiss. Suzu's body's completely frozen, one hand on the couch supporting her body, the other raised defensively in front of her as she leans back. Her eyes flit to mine and then away, unable to keep contact for more than a second. I open my mouth to speak, but once again I find myself unable to find the words. All I can do is frantically stuff down my desire as I try to work out how to settle the panicked rabbit before me.
You can't pause Atari games.
I didn't save. Sorry, I didn't. Didn't what? There are a lot of things I didn't do. She blue-balled me. While she was obviously content with making out, I let myself become consumed by my libido, pushing myself on her without a word. She's never done this before, and hell, tends to skirt the mere mention of anything remotely sexual in conversation. I try to force a grin to lighten the mood, but as I do, I notice the telltale signs that doing so will be entirely pointless. Sure enough, the muscle of Suzu's face relax and her eyelids close, her arm buckling soon after. Suddenly limp as a rag, she flops backward onto the couch like a lifeless doll, one arm over her stomach as the other haphazardly drops over the side.
I killed her.
As she passes up, just do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Well, that's that.
She's just like, that counts as sex.
Yeah. I let my head droop in defeat, looking at her unconscious body for a while before picking up the long-forgotten controller. As if to make the situation as awkward as possible, the dog decides now's the best time to start humping my leg, to start snoring loudly, reminding us of her presence. Sitting the thing in my lap in practice fashion, I use my stump to carefully move the left stick and operate the buttons with my hand, managing to eventually save the game. Good, best girlfriend. As it writes to the memory card. Well, definitely PlayStation or something.
Right.
A movement from the corner of my eye draws my eyes from the television.
But joystick? I'm so confused.
I mean, that's just
D-pad,
the
I guess.
thumbstick. Some people still call it a joystick.
I guess.
With her muscle-controlled return to her, Suzu brings her arm over her face, hiding her eyes underneath. She doesn't say a word nor make any other movement.
I was doing a no-saver on you, bitch.
Bereft of anything to say that could make the mood any better, I decided to just avoid the topic completely.
That affects my grade.
Yeah. Mind if I choose the next game?
Do as you want.
Don't mind if I do. Having settled in for the night, Suzu lies at the end of the bed on her stomach watching TV. A small flat screen perched on a low dresser at the end of the room is unsurprisingly tuned to some late-night animated series. It's kind of cute how she gets so taken with whatever she's doing. From studying to games, she really does take everything in her life seriously. As for me, I just lay on my back with my head propped up on the bed head.
Cool pillows.
Arms bent back, providing a makeshift cushion for my head. The show's interesting enough to hold my attention, even if it is a bit artsy for my liking. Aren't you tired? It's getting pretty late. I slept like half the day.
If you want to sleep, I can just record it.
Don't record me sleeping.
Yeah.
That's not what I'm asking.
I'm fine.
Annoyed by her brushing off my concern for her, I reach out with my foot and poke Suzu's butt with my big toe.
Oh, God!
She's really into it.
Yeah.
Her reaction is both immediate and startling. A loud sound coming from her that'd be best described as a squeak as she suddenly lurches forward and topples off the bed, as she twists around and scrambles for a handhold.
My weak spot.
The ordeal ends with a thud. It's like Scott Pilgrim.
Yeah, touching the back of
Behind
her
knee.
Yeah.
Whenever we were making out. All right, I don't need to hear anymore.
Yeah.
The silence afterwards makes me more than a little concerned. Hey, Suzu, you okay down there?
Yeah, I'm fine.
The top half of her head slowly rises from behind the end of the bed, her annoyed eyes just visible as she glares at me over the sheets. I just smile. Come on, don't be like that.
Don't toe my butt.
My remark only serves to make Suzu furrow her brow even further. Guess she really is mad. I'm really screwing this up.
Yeah.
I doubt it's from my poking her, though. Her reaction was completely out of proportion, making me think that she had something else on her mind. Without her having told me what's bothering her, all I can do is take a wild stab at it. She was laying there like, I wish you'd touch my butt. Look, I'm sorry about what happened earlier. I didn't mean to come on to you like that fast. The side of my mouth twitches as I hope I've latched onto the right problem, but her sign shows that I've missed the mark.
You're talking during my favorite anime.
Sitting her chin on the sheets and laying her arms out in front of her, she looks to me with a resigned expression, having given up on letting me find the answer myself.
Why do you insist on coddling me like a child? It's bad enough when my parents do it.
Huh?
This morning, I heard what Mom told you.
I was gonna tell you. Suzu looks at me with suspicion. I mean it. It just didn't feel like the right time.
Why does everyone think I'm so fragile?
Well, I mean, I just barely touched you and you went flying off the bed. That's not totally without reason. I should not have said that. I so should not have said that.
You should not have said that.
As she stands up, looking at me with a dark face.
Farce.
Dark farce.
A dark farce. You do know what book I'm carrying, right?
I quickly sit up and try to think of something to cover my ass, so she doesn't poke it with her toe.
Her toe.
It's true, though. Someone like me has trouble accounting for her innocence and her condition. Hurts a little to think how someone more laid back and thoughtful would have been such a better fit for her than I. Well, that's not Hasao. While things have improved slightly from the heavy stuff around my arrival, it'd be a lie to say everything's back to normality. She uses that word a lot. Now that the dust has settled, it seems her parents are simply ignoring my existence before I'm out of their hair for good. Questions such as whether I deserve that treatment or not are irrelevant now. I've never been one to ponder how the world isn't, or how it should be, only how it is. Hasao's interest in what's playing is about as low as it could be while still being polite, his attention more on patting the sleeping dog in his lap than anything else. Having no such worries, I loudly begin to snore.
I wonder if the sister wants to have sex with me.
I mean, is Goofy a dog or is he a cow?
He's like scrolling through on his phone.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid. It's a dog.
It's obviously a dog. I'm pretty sure when Goofy was introduced, his name wasn't Goofy. It was like Dapper Dog or something like that. Or like Dippy Dog or something like that.
It could be. Be quiet. He's a cow.
We're gonna fight. Her placid face holds, holding her knees to her chest as she watches the television ahead of us with total concentration. I don't even see the appeal of this. Sure, she likes romantic shows and the usual sappy crap, but this is the most delightfully boring show she's inflicted on me yet. Set in Victorian England, it seems to be about some fancy estate this rich woman wants to keep.
Okay, what show is this?
Are they watching? Is this Downton Abbey?
Oh.
I don't know anything about that
I
show,
don't either.
but I just assume boring British show. I think, anyway. It's gone on so long that I started to lose track. Hisao, what's the appeal in this? He just shrugs, content to relax in the recliner with his new furry friend.
I don't know. I'm on TikTok. Don't ask me.
Suzu?
It's a nice setting. The houses and outfits are pretty, too.
Nerds are so weird.
You're weird.
Screw you. As much as I'd like to complain further, I did get my choice of movie before this, so I guess she has to have her turn. I made him watch Mad Max Fury Road. That just seems like a movie she would like. Accepting my fate and doing my best to avoid falling asleep before it ends, a familiar smell enters the room. Musty would be the best word for it. Miyu's head perks up, practically trained to recognize the scent.
Part.
I have arrived. Sure enough, Subasa strolls into the room with a cigarette perched in her mouth. She takes a hold of her shoulder before rolling her arm about in its socket to try and free up the joint.
You're not old yet. I don't remember her voice. Oh, yeah. I sure feel like it.
She grabs her neck next, tilting her head from side to side. University sure seemed to take its toll on her.
You shouldn't do that inside. Mom and Dad'll kill you if
Didn't we read this?
Oh, we did read this. Ha!
We read this.
We did read this.
Did we not save?
I don't know.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Pause the episode.
Uh-oh.
Pause the episode. Oh, God. Panic. Okay, we're back. We didn't do this before.
No, I'm pretty sure that line has been...
It was like they had the exact same conversation.
Yeah.
Where she came in smoking and she was like, don't do that. And they said the exact same. That's like, that's so confusing. Something's wrong.
The timeline.
It's repeating. Okay, sorry about that.
Stitches get stitches. I mean the smell. It sticks around.
Subasa looks a little surprised at her sister's looking out for her. She really should just kick the habit already. She takes a cigarette from her lips and gives a haughty puff, her focus moving from her sister to the television as dramatic music suddenly plays. Dun dun dun.
Is that Downtown Abbey's theme?
That's the intense hamster or gerbil, whatever that thing is. Perhaps the only interesting thing in the movie happens with a bookcase falling on some guy. Oh, it's a movie?
Oh. Ouch. Anyway, I'm taking the dog for a walk. You kiddos want to come? Oh, fuck, I do.
Miyu catches the key word, excitedly leaping off his sow and tearing up to Subasa with its tail flicking wildly.
It's Haru from another timeline.
With Suzu's attention remaining wholly on what's happening on the screen, she doesn't notice the pointed way her sister locks eyes with me, wanting to escape the house and get some sun anyway. I shrug and accept. I'm gonna go bang your sister. Sure.
It's over.
Oh, God. Huh? I turn around to see the television once more. The credits have finally begun to scroll. It just ends with the guy getting hit with a bookcase.
Yeah.
He's dead! Roll credits. Thank God. How bloody long was that thing?
It was only 2 hours. Can you really not sit in one place that long? Boo. Can you two stop picking on each other? I'm about to go.
Miyu started running around the room in anticipation, her lead trailing behind her. Coming.
I'll come too.
Dang it. Can't pick up on her sister now. As Suzu looks at me, I find myself slightly pleased by her eagerness. She isn't the type to enjoy going outside and getting exercise for its own sake, after all.
We need a Subasa route now.
Oh, just a route for every female in every game that we play.
Stop introducing new characters. We'll want a route.
What are you doing to us? We're so thirsty. With Hasao deciding the allure of Suzu's game collection was greater than his want to take a walk with us, she, her sister, and I end up making a misshapen trio as we walk along the sun-baked street. Suzu takes command of Miyu as the dog stops every so often to sniff at this or that, while her sister smokes away with her hands in her pockets. As for me, I continue my reading of a manga I scavenged from her room.
Looks like they're making a album cover.
About to drop the hottest hit.
Yeah.
Hey, Suzu, why do you like this stuff? The tits.
Do you have to insult my tastes all the time?
I mean it. I seriously don't understand. Like, take this one. A girl goes to a cafe, mopes a bit, gets a coffee refill from the waitress, then leaves after they tell each other their names.
Or he walks into a convenience store, walks back out, and he's suddenly in another world. All in the first 10 seconds of the episode, so it's an isekai anime.
Oh, God. There's not enough of those.
That one. I like that chapter.
Her voice lilts a little, the mere thought of it enough to please her. And that's it? There's no more chapters?
I love it when you lilt. It's a short story about hope and budding romance between passing strangers. There are no more chapters.
They told each other their names. Miyu stops to pee on a flower that apparently deserved a bit of watering.
Good thing it wasn't Subasa.
Subasa just lets her gaze wander around the houses lining the suburb street. It's almost maddeningly pedestrian. It probably means nothing to Subasa, but after so long living within the school campus and nearby town, what passes for normality, she says that all the time, takes on a new significance. Maybe that's one of the reasons I wanted to come here beyond Suzu. Chance to live the normal middle-class life I've never had, at least for a time.
A new normality, you might say.
Summer's normality. I turn out to be a lost cause for Suzu as she tugs at the obstinate Miyu, eventually managing to get her to walk once more. Noticing Subasa walking a little slower than usual, I match her pace as we end up following a few more yards behind the other two. Our voices are a little more than a whisper.
Sorry I smoke. I can't keep up.
Well, bang, okay. So what's up?
It really should be Dad following this up, but with things as they are...
Oh, so it's about that. Arrangements regarding medication and other ways of dealing with her narcolepsy have generally fallen to her father to manage. Feels really dumb to need her sister to act as an intermediary, but that's the way things stand. Blech. The dog got a hold of Laffy Taffy. Stop him! She starts telling Miyu off for struggling to reach a middle-aged man walking on the other side of the road. Ain't it clear she's not listening in on us?
It's an airhead. He's out of control.
He's floating away. Shoot.
How's she been?
There's one thing I want to tell you and another I should tell you. It's hardly scientific, but she hasn't been great lately. She's been trying to hide it, too. Orf. The cigarette in her mouth takes on a distinct downward slant.
Yo, give me a hit.
Guess I'll report that back to the mothership, then. Her doctor wanted to try a new regime, so I guess it's not working. What a pain.
Sorry to be the bearer of bad news.
What about you, anyway? You're chipper as always.
Can't keep me down for long.
Unless...
My cheesy grin seems to lighten her mood. It's true that missing a hand causes a lot of day-to-day annoyances, but at least I don't have to take drugs to deal with it. I just do it for fun. Both of us came off better than Hisao, too.
You can't tell, but I'm flipping you off right now.
Thoughts gone to your other comrade?
Yeah, guy's a bit of a weird one like Suzu, I'm afraid.
Really, they'd be perfect together.
Yeah, kind of ruined that.
He isn't so bad. Damn shame what happened to him, though.
You know about it?
He told me a while ago. Shitty thing to happen to such a sweet kid.
He's so quick to tell people in this.
Yeah.
Like in the main game, he was always like, I don't know if I should say
Took him
anything."
a long time.
You really need to stop talking like some 50-year-old.
She was born 50 years old with no
Okay.
face.
She's been listening to us the whole time. Both of us briefly wonder how much of our conversation Suzu's caught, but she gives no indication of having heard anything untoward.
Being mature is considered a positive thing, Suzu. I am mature, unlike some.
Damn. and there's the dig at me every bloody time.
Oh, shit, I'm out of here.
Subasa just smiles at us as she takes Miyu's leash and skips on a couple of steps ahead, leaving Suzu and I to walk behind.
Ruining Laffy Taffy time.
Suzu opens her handbag, allowing me to deposit the book and take her hand in mine. With that, our trio sets forth once more. I really could get used to these quiet days.
What's the name of the album?
Quiet days.
Quiet Days.
Quiet days of Suzu.
Summer's Quiet Days. I wonder how much longer we have.
I don't know. I
this
didn't
a
think it was
finale?
gonna be that long. Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't think it was going to be that long after we got a route. Since
Right.
This is a mod. With the last day at Suzu's house finally having arrived, there was a little doubt at how to spend it. Thankfully, the trip to the beach is a short one from Suzu's house, with she and I squeezed into the back seat of her sister's car along with our stuff, and Hisao in the front. Subasa just taps away at the wheel as she drives, her homely hoodie thankfully shirked in favor of a light, airy shirt.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, she finally got rid of that hoodie. God, jeez.
Taking her long. It's just going to cut back to her and she's just
She'll have
topless
a-
now.
No, she'll have a
Or
hoodie
have
on.
the hoodie. Oh, we did that backward. My bad.
Something's wrong.
Everyone got everything? I'm not turning back, you know.
Yes, Mom.
It's
I-
Mommy.
I looked at Mommy Milky. I looked at Suzu, her gaze directed out the car window. While she might put on her usual stoic act, it's obvious that the whole affair around her parents has taken its toll on Suzu. If nothing else, at least this trip might take her mind off things.
Are they going to the beach?
Yeah!
Hold on.
Not taking a swimsuit, Subasa? Is it a nude beach?
It will be, in my mind. Come to think of it, Hisao slipped into using her first name in the last few days. I barely even noticed the change.
We know what that means.
Yeah, they banged.
You seem disappointed. Well,
Not as disappointed as
Oh,
you're going
jeez.
to be.
I think that skipped a line.
Oh, yeah. He's not the only one disappointed, you know.
Oh.
Not much for swimming, I'm afraid. Just here to cool off from uni for a bit. All you ever think about is your university work. That's what uni's like, Suzu.
Uni.
Someday you're gonna have to go through all this too.
Planning on following your sister into engineering?
What? No. It's not that bad.
What a glowing
There's a lot of hot guys there.
Engineering? I doubt it. Sorry if you're in engineering. I kind of want to jump into the conversation, but there's not much I can really say. As far as my mind goes, the end of Yamaku is a full stop, a period at the end of a sentence. I don't have the grades nor work ethic to make it very far. Suzu just stays quiet, with Hisao and Subasa ending up talking between themselves. With Hisao providing a willing audience, Subasa tends to talk casually about this aspect of her work and that with him. Occasionally wandering into other aspects of her life almost accidentally. It's charming, for lack of a better term. Hard to tell if she's just using him as a scratching post or genuinely thinks fondly of him, but they seem to enjoy each other's company nevertheless.
Oh.
It all makes me wonder how they, or any other watching us, would see the relationship between Suzu and I. The question plays on my mind for the rest of the journey.
We need that route.
Right?
Yay!
It takes a bit of a scan to find where Subasa set up the umbrella, towel, and bags, given the multitude of similar little areas set up around the beach's expanse. Looks like it's a pretty busy day, thanks to the good weather and summer holidays.
Yeah, look at all those people.
Right? Parents try their best to lather their kids with sunscreen before they race off to build sandcastles and run about. A few guys have set up a beach volleyball area, and the teenage girls occupy themselves with working on their tans. I suppose I'm already covered there.
Jeez.
Oh my god, he's just letting it all hang out.
He's mighty.
I never, like, what, the surgeon, like, started cutting, got to, like, his stomach and sneezed, and, like, oh, I missed a spot. That's fine. Like, he had heart surgery. Why did he cut down to his stomach?
I think that's his stomach, his like
just like
belly
his
button
abs.
and abs.
Oh my god, he's ripped. It's Hisao. I need the Hisao route now. I guess that's a thing. It's Hisao who's helped me find the modest camp. Haven't already changed as he stands by it and keeping a watch for us. Subasa becomes visible just past him as I walk up, laying back on the towel with her eyes closed as smoke wafts up from her cigarette. So this is home base.
She grabs her. Oh, okay. It's an educational trip.
Right? As Hisao nods, his gaze moves downwards from my head. I wouldn't mind if it settled on my bust, given that he is a guy, especially given the black bikini showing them pretty well, but it's another part of me that he finds trouble with. You don't need to stare, dude.
Sorry.
I got a penis. Get over it. Well, it's not like I don't like it. Well, it's not like don't know why.
What'd you say?
What? Well, it's not like I don't know why. Yeah,
Uh-huh.
those two words are just flipped. You haven't seen my stump without the bandages before, have you?
Why do you wear them, though? I can't see any injuries.
It looks cool.
That's it?
Isn't that good enough reason? It's an improvement over a bare stump. And I dress as a mummy on every Halloween.
Yeah.
It gives me a head start. I shouldn't be too hard on him. I've done something to myself is reasonable enough. Even if he might still be unconvinced, I'm sure the bandage looks is definitely cooler. As his eyes move off my stump and pass over the rest of my body, it's obvious he has more than a passing interest. The stump might be new, but you have seen a girl before, right? No.
I was just thinking how all that exercise sure pays off.
I give a grin and move my hips from side to side, but even as he tries to appear nonplussed, his cheeks come that little bit rosier. He could be a real prude sometimes. You're not half bad yourself, you know.
All
Hey,
right.
what the fuck?
I was going to say, this is flirting at this point.
Get out of here.
Aside from the scar.
Come on, it's just a line. Nobody seriously cares about that.
I just thought it was an extension of your belly button.
Something, or more likely someone, catches Hisao's attention as he leans sideways to look past me and waves.
Oh, hey, Suzu.
Ugh, God, way to ruin the moment.
Whoa, jeez.
Rewind.
You can't see her.
I turn to greet the girl dressed in her usual blue and white striped two-piece, but she passes me as soon as I do. Without so much as a word or nor glance of the eyes, she walks straight past both of us and heads for the water. Hopefully she's not sleepwalking. Hey, Suzu? Suzu!
Don't go too far.
She doesn't respond to my voice or waving, putting me off more than a little. I get the feeling she's not happy.
Probably because you're flirting with Hasao.
Right?
Is that a rhetorical question? You obviously pissed her off
Huh? How?
by saying everything she loves is stupid and then flirting with me.
Right.
It's not that hard to see why. You were being kind of flirty.
We were just talking. You want to grab my ass?
He's right, you know. Grab my ass.
Subasa don't even bother to open her eyes as she gives her input, content to expend as little energy today as possible. Alright, fine, I'll go pick her up.
Oh, literally.
Okay then. I trudge back to camp with my mission accomplished, Suzu's body held under my right arm. She kicks and struggles a little, but more so out of obligation than any real attempt to work herself free. Not that she probably could anyway.
Put me down, please.
She's so tiny. Later.
Now.
As we reach the tube waiting for us, Suzu's protestations?
Protestations?
That's not a
I
word.
don't know.
Gives Subasa enough reason to finally open her eyes and stare at us. The Sal's expression betrays that he at least half expected something like this.
I am not a kid. I said put me down.
Why are you being so aggressive all of a sudden? You don't usually complain when I manhandle you.
I'm going to have an attack if you keep this up.
Good. It'll make you easier to carry. The smile on my face makes her finally give up, her head drooping in defeat.
Just put her down. You're making a scene.
Oh yeah, we're on a public beach. Looking around affirms that fact, with a few people around us distracted by the goings-ons.
Damn, that woman's huge.
That's hot. Oh my god, she looks like... That's not even the same character.
No.
That's like a complete... Like someone ripped that from some other anime.
Seems like it.
Why didn't you just keep that? Maybe they didn't have a clothed version of that character.
Probably not.
I keep hitting the wire on my mic. I'm worried now.
She's hot.
I know, God. What happened? The beach does her well. Content that I've had my fun, I do as she asks and set her back on her feet. Still don't think she was being that reasonable for me and Hasao, but at least this took her mind off it. Or at least I think so. She still refuses to smile, holding on to that placid face as always. Seems Hasao has caught on with the same thing, but comes to a different conclusion.
I guess this would be a bit old hat for you, given you grew up here.
What do you mean? I like the beach. Just look at me.
Well, stop being a bitch then.
You certainly don't look it.
Hoping to help Suzu convey her emotions a little better, I bring my finger around her cheek from behind and poke it into the side of her mouth, dragging the corner upwards. Let's put a smile on my face. Can't you see? She's smiling. A nice big happy grin. Hasao just looks at her with an expression of pity.
Are you sure you don't have Stockholm Syndrome?
I have wondered.
Assuming whatever that is isn't a positive thing, I give her mouth a couple of tugs to try and make her smile on her own from amusement. Unsurprisingly, she doesn't.
It's so weird. The expressions are different and everything.
Yeah, I know. And he's like wider than he should be.
Right.
That sweater vest really hides his fucking shoulders. I give up on the idea and let her go, taking a glance around the beach. Good few people have decided to come out and enjoy the sun while it lasts. The place dotted with umbrellas, towels, and fold-up chairs of all colors. Given there's increasingly little room to run about on land, the water seems as good a place as any to start. I'm going for a swim. See you losers later.
Oh!
Sprinting off before they can mount any opposition, I head straight towards the blue expanse.
Fall face first.
The water's delightfully warm as I run in, and the surface is relatively calm as well. It's only after getting near waist-high depth that I stop to turn around, urging the others in.
Oh, jeez.
The two take their time, strolling up to the water's edge at a leisurely pace. Suzu skips further in as Hasao, ever the cautious one, stops to carefully gauge the water's temperature with his foot before joining us.
You can swim, right?
A bit. It's not like I'm going to drown. You can tell the water's like only 2 foot deep.
Good. Probably should have asked you that before.
What about you?
Suzu's response is to twist around and take a running dive into the warm blue water. She then drowns.
I guess that answers the question.
Well, time to go home. All we can do is watch as he disappears for a couple of seconds before floating to the surface a good few meters away with her arms out and head looking back at us.
I'll be fine.
I'll be fine, she says.
I did say I'll be fine. See?
With that, she goes back to swimming about as the two of us observe.
She's not half bad.
You said it yourself earlier, she did grow up here.
Just like leaps through the air like a dolphin.
doesn't like actually jump, just whole body rigid, falls asleep halfway in the air, just body slams.
What about you?
I'm no slouch, even without a hand. I just do circles a lot. There was something else I wanted to mention, though. He leans in as my voice grows quieter, surely out of Suzu's hearing range as she once again dives below the surface with practiced ease. Keep an eye on her, alright?
Sure, but why?
If she has cataplexy attack and ends up face down...
Oh yeah, that whole thing.
Yeah, obviously. His face drops instantaneously, horribly disturbed by the image. One thing I like about the guy is that he knows when to take things seriously. Yeah.
Yeah. I'll keep an eye on her then, don't worry. I'll watch your girlfriend.
Yeah, like, what? I guess I'm just gonna leave? Attaboy. I clap him on the shoulder a couple of times as the two of us watch Suzu resurface once more. Stop touching each other!
Right?
It's nice to see her like this, devoting herself to having fun instead of angsting about others. It's rare that she acts so free, barely even noticing us as she freely flits about in the water. I'm reminded of how I used to be before the accident, just having fun without a care in the world, life's worries being the furthest thing from my mind as I took to the field. And then life kicked me in the balls.
I knew it!
The cool feeling of water suddenly splashing against my body makes me reflexively brace, the culprit grinning as he brings his cupped hands under the surface of the water and throws another lot of water at me. Son of a bitch! I counterattack with a sweep along the water surface, flicking a spray of water, I'm saying water a lot, into his face and sending him veering backwards into the water.
Normality. Miki, what are you doing?
Flirting! Just messing around. In the water. Hey, want to race? That swimming dock out there'd make a good goal. I point to the fairly large platform floating a good distance out from where we are now. With nobody between it and us, it should be a clear run. Evidently, agreeing after taking a look, she swims towards us and wades up the final few feet. Suzu's body might not have been the same kind of athletic build as mine, but she isn't half bad looking as she confidently emerges from the water and brushes her sopping hair back.
What?
Nothing. Just got a lady boner. You coming too? Boy?
It's probably for the best if I don't. I need to stay in the water.
He makes an awkward face with his thumb pointing to his chest. Probably should have remembered that. Yeah, if I go underwater, this opens and like water gets in it.
It's actually a gill.
Oh God.
So out to the platform and back to Hasao?
He like yawns and it like flaps. Sure, give us a countdown, will you?
I currently have a situation going on downstairs and I need to stay under the water.
I can't stand up.
Alright, get ready.
Two of us turn and orient ourselves towards the objective. Think I have an okay chance at this, given how she lazes around at school.
And go.
We spring forward simultaneously, each of us off to a good start as the water washes over my body. Suzu might have the advantage in technique, but I have brute force, pushing myself onward with my somewhat hobbled freestyle, my arms pulling me forwards with every stroke. I can feel the yards rapidly disappearing. Comfortable with my pace, I take a moment to slip underwater and see Suzu's efforts. The sight I see is just as I'd hoped for. Her body slides through the water as if she were a native to the sea rather than land.
See? She's a dolphin.
Her hands remain together, pointing the way ahead as her feet flick up and down and body undulates. One could only compare her movement to a dolphin's.
What?
Well, we're good at that. We do that a lot.
A lot.
I find myself captivated by the sight, like so much so that I'm sure there's people out there convinced that we like read ahead or something.
Yeah.
We do it all the time.
We do it all the time.
But we don't read ahead.
Nope.
I promise. The only time we kind of looked ahead on this one because we thought we did it before, but it was like we got to the part where they walked the dog and went, okay.
Yeah,
no,
we walked outside and like, no, we haven't done this.
Yeah. But no, we don't read ahead. We're just, we know a lot about
We
anime.
need to write a VN, apparently.
Yeah, we know where it's going to go. It's pretty obvious, I guess. I find myself captivated by the sight. Her lithe little body. I don't know why I added little.
I don't know.
Gliding through the deep
Getting
blue
turned on over there.
expanse, right? Just with lithe, I always just add little to it. If only I could see this side of her every day.
I mean, you can.
Right. As she passes, I stop my gawking and begin racing against again in earnest. I can feel every muscle in my body working away as I punch through the water, reefing myself towards the platform with every ounce of strength I have. I close my eyes and hammer forwards, throwing myself the last few yards towards the goal. Feeling the wooden barrier brush against my fingertips, I throw my head up out of the water to get my bearings and take numerous deep gasps of air. My muscles feel like they're on fire despite being drenched, desperately needing a moment's rest before going on. It turns out Suzu has the same idea as she floats with an arm over the side, a couple of seconds before being needed to even notice her for my panting. She might have been there even before I arrived. We going back?
Oh.
Whoa! I can't breathe! She suddenly closes her eyes and pushes her face forwards, pressing her lips to mine with some force. My heart freezes for a moment in shock, not only at the kiss itself, but also her initiative.
She also liked the way that she undulated.
Right? My head is 2 times the size of hers. It's a jarring sensation, with the water on both our lips intermingling and leaving a salty taste on the mouth. I can't even move, my mind left completely addled by her affection.
Now there's definitely lots of onlookers.
Right?
Whoa.
Oh my god, we're getting a paragraph. Let me
guess
take a
so.
drink.
Sal's probably happy he stayed in the water now.
He's got his own paragraph going on as he watches.
Yeah.
Her lips withdraw all too soon, leaving me to recall the sensation fondly. A dumb grin finds its way onto my face, a warm sensation flooding my body. Perhaps the sensation is what reminded me of the water lapping at my shoulders, my eyes suddenly darting left and right to collect myself and take in my surroundings once more. Suzu, that little brat, has fled. There's no mistaking it. She used her feminine wiles to distract me and taken off at full speed. Torn between despising her for playing such a horrible trick and delight at her deviousness, I bring my feet to the side of the platform and launch myself back towards the beach in hopes of catching her. The effort needed to reach parity with her speed has worked against me, leaving my body tired from the first leg. Doing my best to ignore the pain, I surge onwards. It isn't long before she's in sight, and knowing what I have to do, I make one last push to reach her. I reach out once, but only grab at the water and lose speed. With only one chance left, I make one last lunge and push my hand out once more. Success comes as I feel the back of her shin in my grasp, one solid tug jerking her body back towards mine, sending her arms flailing.
They had the
freaking drown her.
They had the race there normal, but they have to do this for the way back, I guess. This weird little monologue paragraph.
Yeah, because this is going to get like intense all of a sudden. What follows is a chaotic mess of arms and legs as we struggle in the water. Suzu fights to get her head up and work out what's happening, while I struggle to get a grip on her slippery torso to throw her back, task made all the harder with only one hand. I quickly begin to run out of air as we sink further down with our thrashing, my instincts taking command of my body and forcing me away from Suzu towards the surface. You're just drowning her. Much needed air fills my lungs as I take a great breath the moment I reach the waterline. Satisfied that I can still hear her moving about in the water rather than silently drowning, I kick onwards to the shallower waters.
Well, that was fun.
What a bitch. Just let her win. With that, the ordeal is over. With a heave, I bring myself to my feet and begin to wade out, dragging my sore legs out and on to the dry land where I belong. Water pours off my back, hair, and shoulders as I lurch forwards like some shambling swamp monster. I win.
What did it cost? Susie's just laying there dead.
Like face down, bobbing
everything.
In the water. Yeah. The sow doesn't comment as I drop to my knees. My upper body soon following. I bet we'll read that line in the other route. Body soon following as I flop to the ground in exhaustion. Sand pressed against my cheek and lips, but I don't care. I'm on sweet, sweet land, and that's all that matters. I hear the splash of Suzu coming up out of the water behind me. I want to gloat, but I'm too tired to do anything right now.
You okay, Suzu?
I wait for Suzu's answer, with none forthcoming as I hear her footsteps slowly coming closer. Suzu gives a surprisingly firm stomp to my back, sending me into a choking fit as she huffs and continues on to where her sister's sitting. It's his house footsteps that I now hear come beside me, but thankfully no abuse from him is forthcoming.
Sal's asking if she's okay, and her girlfriend's trying to drown her.
Right?
Was it worth it?
Yeah, totally. I do my best to sound convincing, but I don't quite think I manage it. With Suzu and I too pooped to mess around much more, Hasal's gone to explore around the edge of the beach while I grab a few drinks from the nearby vending machines. He's going to come back and there's like 4 girls with him.
Yeah.
With my left arm holding the small juice boxes, the walk back to home camp begins.
And then Subasa will get jealous, and then that's where it all begins.
Oh, God. There's something cathartic about heavy exercise, and doubly so when you do it with a friend. With my energy worked out of me and a pleasant atmosphere in the air as the others on the beach fool around, I could say it's been a pretty good day.
All in all, in the end.
Yeah, my girlfriend's probably pissed at me, but whatever. I stop momentarily to avoid bumping into a young boy running across my path, giving a reflexive smile as I do. Looking back up, I see Suzu and Subasa heading ahead, sitting and talking to one another. Subasa seated casually with her hands on the ground behind her, as Suzu holds her knees to her chest. I almost start moving towards them again, but stop as I faintly overhear the topic of conversation.
Is this like the second outfit for Subasa? Like Smash Bros, just a color change?
Slightly different colors.
Different colored pants and shirt.
Yeah.
They put you up to this, didn't they? Up to what? Don't play stupid, chaperoning us to keep an eye on me and Miki.
The thought hadn't even entered in my mind, but it does make sense. Subasa's reluctant pause in answering all but confirms the idea.
Well, it's not like I didn't want to come anyway. I did need a break, just as I said.
Suzu's shoulders slump in disappointment.
Don't worry about Mom and Dad. I'll sort them out.
She pulls out a knife.
I'll sort it out.
Her tone is as authoritative as it is final, bringing an end to the line of discussion. I want to jump in and lighten things up, but the mood is terribly dour.
I mean, she's not doing a good job preventing anything anyways.
Right, yeah.
So, I mean, what's it matter?
Who cares? Subasa thankfully relents, rubbing Suzu's shoulder a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Don't be like that. You're having fun, aren't you?
She nods, which gives me at least a little relief.
You got to see Miyu again, and your dear sister. Just in the last few months, you got a romantic partner too, and another friend. Far as I can see, things are working out pretty well for you.
She looks to Suzu to see how her assurances have gone down.
Hey, Subasa. Thank you.
Boop. Oh, you're all wet. The two look at each other for a while, with Subasa eventually bringing her arm around Suzu to bring her to her side.
But let's bump hips.
It's a sweet sight, with the sisters sharing a moment between themselves despite all that's gone on. Two don't see each other that often thanks to school, after all, and occupy vastly different social worlds. But today, perhaps just for a moment, they see eye to eye.
Maybe with a step stool.
Yeah, I was going to say Suzu has to stand on a box. My weight shifts as I begin to run towards them, unceremoniously dropping the drinks in my now cold arm on the towel. Neither can get a word out before I grab Suzu's forearm, my body continuing forwards and dragging her up from where she was sitting, with barely any resistance. Whoop, whoop, ah!
Oh, God! She made her taller!
Did she just evolve? What?
Wait, hold on. I'm still recovering from what you already did to me. Miki!
I look back to her sister as I drag Suzu towards the waterline, Subasa just smiling as she watches the two of us leave.
Oh.
Oh, okay. Her hair changed colors. That seawater messed up her hair
massively
again.
Different.
I just dyed this morning.
Yeah.
It goes gray every day. She's got this weird, she's caught in this weird time loop where she ages up at the end of each day.
Mm-hmm.
Something's wrong. With the both of us drained from the day's activities, Suzu and I slowly walk along the beach as Hisao and Subasa pack the car. With the both of us change back into our normal clothes and the sun setting, it feels like an appropriate way to send off a nice day. Suzu's hand feels warm as she holds on to mine, her soft skin and delicate grasp a harsh contrast to my own.
I wish you would drop that book. So that's summer holidays over with. Oh, that's the end of the episode.
Yep. Couldn't have asked for a better end, even if the rest didn't exactly go as planned.
She looked at me.
Something's wrong. With this, her footsteps stop. Her hand trembles in mine, her grip becoming tight as she carries to steady herself. There was only one set of footprints in the sand.
He rises out of the ocean. Something's wrong. I'm sorry, Miki. I'm a ghost.
What's there to be sorry about?
It wasn't supposed to be like this. You chose to spend your last summer holidays with me, and this is what you got.
Lesbian sex?
Super fun with her girlfriend?
Right.
I wanted this to be fun for you.
You're being dumb again, girl. Is this the face of someone who didn't enjoy herself? Your house is as lively as ever. That's what I like so much about it.
Points to her chest. She has that pin that Squidward has.
I have no idea
You don't
what you're
remember?
talking
Okay.
about.
I
No.
can't remember what it
God,
says.
no.
Okay. Something about like hating being here.
Oh. Yeah, I have no idea. I'm sure if I've seen it, if I would see a picture, I'd be like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I really wish I weren't here right now. That's what it was.
I still can't picture it.
Okay. But yeah, that's what it was.
Yeah.
My home's in the middle of nowhere. There's jack all to do, and the local wildlife doesn't exactly make for good pets. I've tried. You've got Subasa, me, you, and your parents, even if they're not exactly fans of me right now. And we had Hasao around, too.
Yeah, he was pretty cool, I guess.
Yeah, well, just trying to bang your sister.
He's got a penis, though.
Right, ugh. I got to be around all of them. Around the people who've raised you and shaped you. That's all I wanted, and I got all that.
And I got to finger you, so.
Right?
What do you see
Score.
in me to keep trying so hard?
Now there's a curveball. Now that I think about it, never really gave much consideration of how I thought of Suzu. I just went along with things and did what felt right at the time. I love her. I know that much. She's a genuinely good person. Once the veil of cynicism and misanthropy.
Misanthropy?
Yeah, I had
That's
it
what my
right. It
Tinder
just didn't
profile
sa-
says. I'm a genuinely good person once the veil of cynicism and misanthropy is lifted.
Yeah, it's just I said that word and it was like, that doesn't sound right coming out of my mouth.
Anthropomorphic?
Animorphs? How I fit into that, I have honestly no idea. In frustration, I end up tapping my head with my stump to try and make something drop out.
You might say, I'm stumped.
We're here all week. To my surprise, I turn back to her mirroring the action as if to mock me. Can't help but burst into a laugh given how dumb it looks.
You dumb.
While she might not do the same, it earns me an amused smile, only makes me laugh harder in happiness, all the more glad that I've lifted her spirits. With the two of us basking in each other's joy in the setting sun, I know that I'll ever forget this holiday with Suzu.
Does that mean that she will?
She's going to instantly forget it.
Yeah. I forgot everything that day.
Oh, God. Don't let that be the end.
It can't be. There's no way. Roll credits. No, we're at school.
With the holidays finally over, the mundane routine of school begins all over again. Mutao fiddles with the teaching material on his desk, occasionally stopping to scrawl this note or that on the blackboard in preparation for the lesson ahead. While he might hope for a refreshed and eager class of students, thanks to our chance to recharge, like every teacher would, I'm afraid he's going to be disappointed.
No, it never works.
No, of course
Going
not.
on vacation doesn't refresh you for work. It
Oh,
makes
God,
you
no.
never want to go back.
Yeah, it's just that much harder to get back into the swing of working. A few look genuinely ready to go, but most appear either tired from seeing off the holidays with fanfare or reluctant to even walk in the door as they face months of drudgery after the fun they just had.
The fun we've just had.
After yesterday's late-night trip back to Yamaku, given my unfortunate allergy to schoolwork, I could safely say both apply equally to me. Bereft of anything else to do, I rock back and forth in my chair while looking to my side.
Oh no, I have to be at Yamaku. I'm allergic to homework.
Oh!
What am I supposed to do? I'm going to live here.
Yeah, that would be like the nightmare. Where would they send you?
Right?
Go to regular school, I guess, but they have homework too! No! Suzu sits with her hand in her chin as always, silently turning another page of the manga magazine.
Manga.
I can't break that habit of calling it manga.
On her desk.
Manga.
Manga.
They never provoke much of a visible reaction from her, but she reads so many that she must like them. While piecing together my uniform from around my dorm room, I found the old crumpled up blouse of the girl's summer outfit. Seeing her in a uniform once again reminds me of it.
You don't have to laugh to enjoy something.
Right?
It's just like all of you watching our channel.
Yeah, of course. You guys enjoy this, right? Please. Hey, Suzu. She continues to read the manga with the same bored expression.
The manga?
Yes.
Would you prefer it if I wore the normal girl's
Yes.
uniform?
I mean,
You don't have to wear anything at all.
Yeah.
I take the fact that she suddenly stops her reading a page left in the middle of being turned as a sign that the question's not as banal as for her as I thought it might be. It was only a month or two before I gave up on it after coming to Yamaku, so she's probably never seen me wear it. The arms and bust feel too constricted and uncomfortable, while the men's t-shirt was much more loose and airy. Then there's that dumb bow.
Oh, it's not dumb.
Suzu turns to me trying to imagine how it'd look. The fact that her forehead is gathering creases shows it'd be a hard task.
Plus you got the big poofs that you want to squish.
Right?
that would look weird.
Damn right it would. Hey guys, I'm back.
I'm huge.
Something is alright.
The voice behind me turns out to be Haru, waltzing in with his bag held over his shoulder. He looks pleased with himself. Far too pleased.
He looks enormous.
He got laid! What's with the face? You hook up or something?
Oh my god. The only thing better. Working.
I fixed the multiverse.
Of course, now I'm stuck in a timeline where I never get laid.
Oh, God.
Working at the family bakery over the holidays got me some fat stacks. I'm rich, baby.
Awesome. You can pay for dinner. Never.
Can't you buy your own dinner for once?
I can't help it if my allowance is shit. Come on, Haru. We're buddies, right? Hasao decides to pick me out to enter the class.
Actually.
To enter the classroom. He sits on Haru's knee.
Yeah.
like a ventriloquist dummy. Showing some interest in our impromptu little gathering as he comes through the door. Pleased with the development, Haru clears his throat to make an announcement.
Worry not, children. Dinner is on me. Everyone in the track club's welcome.
Except for the captain.
Today's sure off to a good start. You can come as well, Suzuki, if you wanna.
Don't worry. We'll both be there. Got a restaurant in mind?
I sure do. I know this fantastic place. Best food ever. But you gotta know what you want in advance. They don't have menus.
If it's a bakery, I will hit you.
Just a quiet little traditional place. Nothing fancy. Just real solid food.
Good, because I'm tired of liquid food.
The end. That was a weird transition.
Right? Looking at around the numerous low tables and cushions at their sides, Haru's definition of little might be questionable. That might be for the best, though, given the number of track club members that showed up. The waitress who guided us to where everyone's set up. I'm just picturing Yuki.
Yes,
She
probably.
works everywhere. Everyone set up, bows out, leaving us to take in the scene for us. Compared to the fracas of the post-track meet celebrations, the mood is much more sedate. I'm glad not so much for myself, so much as Suzu. So much as for Suzu.
Not so much for myself, so much as Suzu. I mean, yeah.
It's still weird.
That is weird, but...
Looks like word got out, especially among the first years, as the turnout's a good 16 or so.
Jeez.
Gathering ends up strewn across 2 tables, having outgrown the one, with the first years having the numbers to claim their own. Given the usual amount of sausages at these things, perhaps the biggest surprise is how many of the fairer sex showed up. Good 5 by my count, which is 5 more than usual. Even Emmy's here, yakking away to the track captain seated next to her.
Oh,
I fucking knew it!
He is here. God damn it.
Fucking bitch! Perhaps the sheer number is why the teacher in charge of the club showed up. The old warhorse sitting quietly at the end of our table as he sips his carefully guarded beer. Between him, Emmy, and the captain, Yukio, Hisao, and Haru, our table will be full with the addition of Suzu and I.
Oh, God. There are 5 girls here.
With everyone jammed tightly around the table, the only place left for Suzu and I to take a seat is at the end. Take my place next to Haru, with Suzu unsurprisingly ending up on the fringe.
He's way too happy about this.
Hey, you finally showed up.
Sorry about that, someone was busy studying my vagina.
Sorry.
Don't worry about it, it's fine. We haven't started eating yet anyway.
After glancing over our table and noticing a lack of drinks before Suzu and I, a waitress quickly shuffles over to take our orders. With a fairly sparse non-alcoholic menu, both of us take green tea. As she bows and leaves, I take a passing note of her uniform. She's kind of hot.
Yeah.
Looking at her ass.
Yes, Yuko's outfit is definitely better.
I thought it was going to be Yuko.
You're right. As she passes by the table of first-year students, it's they who next enter my thoughts. I've seen the other side of their uniforms plenty of times, but this lot are new to me.
They're naked.
Despite only being a couple of years younger, their styles as a whole are all subtly different than ours.
Oh, we're getting old already.
Bunch of zennials. What's with all the brats?
You know how things are when Yukio gets involved. A first-year girl heard about it from him. She told her friends and... Whoa, who's this?
One of the first-year students from the other table suddenly slips between Haru and I.
I'm in the wrong game! Help me!
I'm sorry, is this Total Drama Island? I'm from the new Bratz cartoon? Both of us lean to the sides to make room for her. The bright purple highlight in her careful styled black hair, it's all purple, is the most striking thing about her. Followed by her dark punk-inspired clothing, she's an ostentatious one, if nothing else. She quickly flips around a small notepad so he can see it, to which he quickly shakes his hand.
I don't speak English. It's fine, the more the merrier.
Boop. Huh? What is it? The girl looks to me and dutifully turns a notepad around.
Go for it.
What was that about me and Hasakawa? Oh, right. Wait, My brief look of confusion at whether she's deaf and if so, whether she could read my lips is quickly answered as she points to her mouth and makes a shaky motion with a balled fist. At least being mute wouldn't be as troublesome as being deaf. The waitress returns with the tea for Suzu and I, gently placing it down before each of us before bowing and taking her leave. She bows a lot. Suzu blows on hers to try and cool it down, while I just leave mine for later. Evidently wanting to continue the conversation further, Junko quickly takes out her blue pen and scrawls on the notepad with both astonishing speed and immaculate
Who's
handwriting.
that? Is that
It's
her?
gotta be her, yeah.
Junko?
Junko Pop.
I think it's Junko.
It is. I guess this must be what
Junko
Shizune's
Pop.
like when she's separated from her bright, bubbly shadow.
Yeah, okay.
Junko Yamada, you must be alright. Guess I'm easy to pick out. I like the hair, by the way. My parents gave me no energy for that. It's pretty lame.
This bitch can't sit here.
Parents are important. Shouldn't be flippant about them. The response seems to greatly surprise her. Maybe it's from the way I was brought up, but I've never taken kindly to people who take their parents for granted. She taps at her pad a few times to try and work out what to say, eventually coming to a just regular satisfaction. New topic as she starts writing once more. Who's the girl next to you? I haven't seen her direct before.
Fucking. What?
She pokes her head out a little to see Suzu, moving the pad into her field of vision. Suzu's reaction is to look at me with a slight edge to her expression. Come to think of it, I haven't told anybody about us dating yet. There's no way she would have. So Suzu wants to play it soon becomes obvious. How Suzu wants to play it soon becomes obvious.
Suzuki. We're friends.
Friends that fuck. I know why she says it, but that don't make it feel any better. Am I supposed to keep that lie going to everyone? I know for the rest of time here. Is it even okay for her to make that judgment for the both of us?
Well, I mean, you would probably tell your friends first. You wouldn't do that at like
Just instantly be like, I'm gay.
at a group of 16 people you
Right.
don't really know.
Unsatisfied and perhaps a little jilted, I quickly take the pad and pen from Junko before she writes a response, adding to my own addendum to what Suzu said before handing them back.
Yeah, she didn't want to tell. Obviously, I should.
Right? As hoped, she gives an amused snort. Suzu's reaction is markedly less charitable. Silent frustration written on her face. Maybe I shouldn't have put this pen to her face. There's no doubt I'm going to pay for this later.
She doesn't...
Damn.
She's not really a good girlfriend, is she?
Right? Kind of a jerk.
What's wrong?
Something. I got her pissed at me again.
I thought I fixed this.
He takes a moment to look at Suzu. Doesn't appear to be any wiser for doing so.
Oh, okay, so... You can tell?
I hadn't really thought I could read her better than anyone else in particular. But maybe it's true. We've been around each other for a year after all.
When she looks straight ahead, she's mad.
Right? Another scrawled note is held to my side by Junko. You're different than what I imagined.
What? I can't hear you.
How so? That mic's not gonna pick that up like at all.
No.
The way her face instantly drops makes it obvious she's heard the rumors. She immediately regrets what she said, but it's far too late to take it back.
The truth come out.
I heard you got in a lot of fights. The temptation to grab Junko and force her to say who told her such things rushes to my mind, but I quickly smother the thought given the number of people around. There's no reason for the newer students to know.
Then calm down, damn.
Right? Looking bashful as she taps at her pad, trying to work out what to say in apology for getting me riled up, I decide to take pity on her. Well, let's just say people change.
This new girl just wants to sit down and hang out with you, and
Right?
you're just like
Where's
freaking
her
out.
route? It's in a different game.
Probably.
Whatever game they pulled her from. I glance at Suzu to acknowledge her, but she's already back to her tea. I know that she changed me, but despite my best efforts, I'm not sure I've helped her much in return. It's a shame the conversation got awkward so quickly, but respite comes in the form of two waitresses bringing massive platters of assorted food. Sushi, nigiri, tempura, and various other little delicacies around. The collective anticipation in the room can be heard from everyone.
I love me some waitresses with massive platters.
Junko gives a nod before retreating to her own table. Well, she seems a nice enough person. I can't say the conversation left me in higher spirits.
Her own table, I thought there were two.
Yeah, well, yeah, she's a first year. She's
mean,
with the other first year
Oh,
kids.
well, okay.
But why'd she come over here then?
I don't know. Because she wanted to hit on Steven Tyler.
Haru just gives a weak smile, trying to cheer me up. Do my best to return the gesture. It's people like he, Suzu, Shizune, and Misha who I owe everything to, after all. The end. I'm dead. I let myself fall forwards onto the table, my near bursting gut held in with my hand. The room is reduced to a quiet background hum after everyone's finished pigging out, simply too full to do much beyond trying to hold the food down. Each table's gigantic platter was followed by another, and this being the track club, that was seen more as a challenge than an offer.
Everyone leaves and leaves the track captain to pay for everything.
Yeah, well, Haru said he was paying for everything.
Oh, that's right.
It's on him. While a scant few sushi rolls are left, salmon by the looks of them, I'd say we did a pretty damn good job. Not helped much by Suzu, who, as always, ate like a sparrow.
Well, they do eat fish.
Determined to make her eat more, I take one of the few remaining pieces and hold it in front of her mouth as she finishes sipping yet another cup of tea.
I don't do that.
Vroom! Here comes the airplane. What
Here you go.
is happening? She looks at me with a despising frown before taking the sushi in her hand, thrusting it towards me. Before I know it, she's got a half into my mouth.
Quit shoving your sushi into her mouth.
Right? Biff, biff, biff.
I feel like the only one here with any constraint here.
Giving in to my fate, I push the roll into my mouth with my thumb and force it down. Takes some effort.
God, that was hot.
Probably.
You shouldn't feel bad about it.
She answers my questioning look by throwing her head back where Junko's sitting. It's not like she was
That's
wrong.
exactly why.
It cut her off.
Yeah.
You did bad things, but that's different to being a bad person.
And again, we come to this discussion. On the one hand, I want to just agree with her and wash my hands of everything I've done in the past, taking the weight of guilt off my shoulders. On the other, I don't feel like I have the right to do that, not when I'm the one who did it in the first place. It's a lot easier to forgive than to forget. Something's wrong.
Hey, guys. You two enjoy yourselves?
You picked a good place, man.
I do. Was there any doubt?
It was nice, though. Thank you.
It sure was.
Oh, yeah. Like, who's that?
Yukio pokes his head between Suzu and I, having scooted around to chat.
I just finished having sex with someone.
For someone.
Thanks, I guess. Thanks for sharing.
Yeah. Did you at least take pictures?
She's a Yamaku because she just gives too good of blowjobs.
Her vagina's too tight.
This girl doesn't have any gag reflex.
Oh, no.
Why is she here? We're so shame we're not able to do this kind of thing anymore, though.
I'm sure we could scrape something together and send us off with closer to graduation.
We don't know how to speak, apparently.
No, we don't. It's all just one run-on sentence.
It's not really going to be the same.
It's weird to see the eternally optimistic Haru looking so down. It's like he knows something we don't. That and that damned word graduation
I don't know anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
makes the gravity of the coming months weigh down on all of us. The first years will be fine. They got a good couple of years more to enjoy. Everything, that's how time works. Everyone at this table will go their separate ways into different universities, colleges, and jobs. Then there's the matter of Suzu and I.
We're not going to any of those.
It'll all work out. It always does for me. Haru's got his bakery. Emmy and the captain are easily good enough to get scholarships. I've got a political science course at a fine university lined up, and I'm sure Hasao will get into a good uni too.
Everything's going
Bro.
good for me, so everything has to be going good for you, too.
What, you guys have problems in your life? That's weird.
Yeah.
You got a good brain up there, don't you, Suzuki? I'm sure you could do whatever you wanted.
And if you don't, you got a nice body, too.
You use that. Suzu just shrugs, not really invested in the conversation as she sips at her tea once more. His judgment of her seems a bit generous, given her relatively average marks in class. Don't be so humble. At least you're doing better than that, Loud. Don't start.
What are your plans anyway, Suzuki?
University, I guess.
Silence reigns as everyone waits for her to say what she intends studying. How good a university she'll try for, what area it'd be in, or anything further in general.
Anime college.
All that's to be heard is the chatter from the table behind us. The University of Phoenix online courses. Well, I mean, it's good to keep your options open. Something will take your interest if you keep working at it. Smooth. Pretty sure I've heard the exact line from at least half dozen teachers before, giving their usual generic pep talks on life after Yamaku. Sounds like you got it all figured out.
Everything falls into my lap.
Me? Pretty much. There's still a couple of things I want to wrap up before graduation, though.
Literally and figuratively.
Oh, God, hang on. Let me take a drink before I
Okay.
start this.
You do that. Mine is empty, so therefore I am sad.
Okay. I can feel myself losing my voice already. The
It's been a while
track
since we've
captain
done this.
yeah, calls out to Haru, holding the camera as he does so. Shouldn't have thought we'd get out of this without a group photo. With Haru nodding in assent and calling over the first-year students, the captain calls over a passing waitress to take our picture. Suzu doesn't look too thrilled about the idea, closes her eyes as she realizes she's not going to get out of this. No further promptings needed as I bring my arm around her neck, tugging her closer. With Yukio reluctantly returning to his seat amidst the chaotic movements and orders being given, we end up with a haphazard arrangement of third years and the teacher sitting in front of the first year standing over us. I can't help but give a wide grin as the waitress's finger comes down on the camera's trigger.
That's when everyone died.
Suzu's body is held tight to mine as everyone crushes together to fit into the shot, and the new generation of the track club stands behind, ready to take our places once we leave. They've all got guns held to the back of your heads.
Oh!
All right. For a brief moment,
Who's
as
the
camera?
girl behind Suzuki?
I don't know.
I like her.
Camera flash blinds us. It feels like everything really will work out.
Oh,
I
no.
was like, is that the end?
It seemed like it.
With the event over and time marching on, I idly stand around on the dark street outside the restaurant, the slumbering girl held to my back.
Oh, God, it's not Suzu.
Who are you?
It's that brunette girl. How'd
Only-
she get there?
Only Haru and the teacher are still around. Rest of the students haven't left by bus. Our teacher busies himself with moving things from the back seat to the trunk so that Suzu and I can hitch a ride to Yamaku with him. Oh, God, they're about to get abducted.
Oh, no.
Haru, on the other hand, slowly reads the long receipt with a remarkably dour face, prompting me to peek over his shoulder at it.
They're going to crash into a ravine.
Oh!
Man.
Jeez, that's pretty much the lot, ain't it?
Teacher said he'd help with the cost a bit, but still.
Easy come, easy
That
go.
was my whole paycheck.
He just hangs his head. If nothing else, at least he's going to finish his time at Yamaku being venerated as a benevolent god of free food. There are worse fates.
I didn't even get laid.
Right? God. I bought all the food and Yukio took all the women. I adjust my hold on Suzu a bit, hitching her up a little further. She's gone a fair while without a nap, so it isn't a surprise I'd catch up to her eventually. I'm just glad she managed to last through most of the dinner.
It's like in How I Met Your Mother when Marshall is single for that very short
He
time
keeps
and Barney
stealing all
keeps
the
stealing
girls.
all his...
Yeah. Do you like magic? No!
Sorry, buddy. I gotta take her too.
Yeah, her handwriting's cute, so he steals her.
Think you'll be alright with Suzu?
I've done this plenty of times before, dude.
That's not what I'm talking about.
Mind your business. Haru just smiles. After being around each other since entering Yamaku, for good or ill, it isn't a surprise he'd have a pretty good read on me. Everything'll be fine. Somehow.
I never thought I'd get to hear you say that after all these years.
You getting sentimental, boy?
No. No.
A single tear.
A bit.
Well, cut it out. It's weird. He gives a grin and a salute as the teacher calls out for us to get in.
I've lived 1,000 lifetimes. to get
Knowing
to this.
him, we better get a move on. Oh, did she finish it? It looks like she finished it.
It looks finished.
After giving thanks to the teacher for the lift back to Yamaku and letting Haru go on ahead to the male dorms, I slowly continue the journey to the female dormitories.
The dormitories, you say?
The school building looks different of a night. Looks different of a night.
Looks different of a night.
It's just a different of a night. Barely lit by the lamps in the grounds out the front. Without teenagers running around about and the room's busy with staff and students, it's a little more than an empty shell. It's not creepy at all, but more lonely. A world without people in it.
I mean, they're in the dorms.
But that's how Suzu's world largely was before meeting me.
I'm awesome.
How someone could live so long without others, whether they liked you or not, is a mystery to me. Maybe that's the reason for her distorted personality, spending so long in her own mind without the company of other people.
I thought it... Okay.
I thought you clicked too,
So
but
yeah,
it didn't move.
It didn't go.
As if she'd heard my thoughts, she chooses now to stir. I obediently let her down as she starts to fidget, waiting a little for her as she reorients herself.
I did a half press.
Yeah.
What did I miss? Did someone half press?
Nothing much. I was winding up when you went to sleep. It was winding up when you went to sleep, and the club teacher gave us and Haru a ride back. We start walking back to the dorm, her hand slipping into mine as we do. She does her best to look like it's an ordinary thing, but I can tell she's a little brighter than usual. She's glowing.
Sorry about before.
What's there to apologize for?
Calling you a friend?
What, am I not your friend? Yeah, that did kind of hurt. They'll be fine with it, you know. I'm pretty sure if you think I lean that way already. The ones I've had sex with.
I assumed you were straight.
So guys think I'm into girls and girls think I'm into guys? I'm wounded.
You can't like both.
By IRL. If that's true, though, why'd you confess to me?
When you said you refused your father's offer in order to stay with my family, I felt...
Vindicated. She stops herself, too embarrassed to continue as her grip on my hand tightens. Too curious to let her wiggle out of this, I patiently wait for her to continue on.
I'm tired. I felt hope. I'd never felt that before, so I ended up clutching desperately at it.
You make that sound like a bad thing. When I was thinking about what happened afterwards, that courage you showed made me like you even more.
That's...
Lame. Maybe I was coming on too strong. The girl falling silent as we come to the front of the dormitory building and make our way inside.
Why do you say dormitory?
Both of us squint as we enter the brightly lit first floor. The common room lies empty as we pass, everyone most likely sleeping by now, in preparation for the day ahead.
How long were you out?
Right? Coming up the stairs and down the hall to the door of my room, I move to take my hand from Suzu's in order to grab my keys. It proves futile, with her hand refusing to let go of my own.
Oh.
Suzu?
I don't want to let go.
I can't get in if you don't. I'm trying to get in.
You can get in. And sleep in my room.
It seems Suzu still can't speak about such things in a straightforward way, but even coming that close is a surprise. Her eyes betray her nervousness, as if she might be making a terrible faux pas and asking in such a way. It's probably one of our biggest differences, as I don't really get why she gets so keyed up about it. With no offense or refusal forthcoming, she gingerly leads on down the hallway.
Ah.
I open the door with my copy of her key, and the moment Suzu closes the door behind us, I pull her into a tight embrace and press my mouth to hers with all the force I dare use.
She doesn't open her lips, though, so it's super awkward.
Right. I'm like sucking on the tip of
Just-
her nose.
Yeah, suction cupping her face.
Her surprise melts away almost instantly, defensively raised arms dropping loosely by her side as she lets herself be swept up in the lustful rush. For a flicker of time, feels like we're both in unison with our emotions, desperation to affirm our feelings for each other, and to continue what had come to flourish during the holidays. After spending the day suddenly surrounded by so many people now that we're back in Yamaku, this is a time for us, and us alone. Things are different now. We can't go back. We don't want to go back. Our kissing deepens as our want for each other redoubles. The feel of her breath brushing against my face as her body remains near limp, all but surrendered to my desires.
Oh shit, she fell asleep.
I pull away with reluctance, as much to gasp for air as take in the sight of her. Suzu's face is dreamy as she looks back into my eyes, breathing heavily as her lips remain just slightly open, as if hoping they were met again.
And then I awoke to a pin.
I think that's like
In
the
the
sprinkler
corkboard?
system on the ceiling.
Oh, okay.
Cool night air sticks to my skin. The first sensation to return as my eyes blearily flicker open. The plain white ceiling hangs over me. A faint
Okay.
light from the front of the room just barely illuminating it.
What is that thing?
It's coming right for me. I reach out my hand to feel out Suzu, but I only end up patting off the bed. Brief glance confirms the fact. She stole my wallet.
She's gone. Yeah.
Disappointed that I couldn't wake next to her, I sit up and rub my eyes in an attempt to see where she is. Despite still being out of focus, the silhouetted figure staring at her laptop screen is unmistakable. Suzu?
No, it's Haru.
She glances around to see me, her pajamas back on, and a blanket draped loosely over her shoulders and back for warmth.
Sorry, did I wake you?
Nah, it's fine. She did, bitch. But I managed to mumble out a half-truth that seems to satisfy her enough to turn back to what she was doing, looking at porn.
Your pajamas are stupid.
Yeah, your pajamas that look exactly like your regular clothes?
Suit pajamas.
Why not just wear them all the time? Curious, mildly frustrated, and already awake, I have little reason to stay in bed. After looking at Suzu with a disgruntled face as if I might will her back, I give up and throw my legs over the side, staggering up behind her. On the screen is an unfinished history assignment. My first instinct is to scold her for being overeager. But if her narcolepsy's messing up her sleeping patterns again, it's not like there's much else to do in the dark. Tell scary stories,
Right? She's going to play Minesweeper before too long.
right? Ski Free.
Oh, yeah.
Everyone just play Ski Free. Or that super loud pinball game.
Space Cadet pinball.
Yeah. Her finger repeatedly taps lightly on a key. It's hot. Only stopping as I drape my arms over her shoulders
Sticky keys.
and bring my head beside hers. I get the feeling she's frustrated, given how she still keeps her focus on the screen instead of me, despite her usual timidity about physical contact.
Stop looking at a computer. Look at me.
Sorry about being so forceful before. I just kind of let myself go, and
I don't really mind.
the way she says it makes me think she actually rather enjoyed it. So she's that kind of person.
I mean,
She likes sex.
okay, yeah.
Relieved I haven't actually annoyed her, the question of what the problem is remains unsolved. Maybe it really is as simple as what's before my eyes,
You know what they say, have sex first and ask if they're annoyed later.
right? If you're having trouble, just leave it for later.
But I know this. It's what I was trying to get done before we left.
I read what she's done already to see if I can be of any help. An essay on the Meiji era. By the looks of it, the 4 paragraphs she's done so far look fine, if a little padded in the usual meeting a teacher's arbitrary word count way. As for the rest, I haven't even started it myself, so I don't really know. I remain quiet for fear of disrupting her thought process, though it looks like she's struggling to get out of neutral either way. The brick wall refuses to move as she racks her brain, the frustration boiling over as she brings her forehead down to her open palm and grinds it against it in annoyance. I can't help but feel sorry for Suzu as her face scrunches up, silently beating against the immovable block in her mind.
I know this. I know this.
You know what? What happened?
I don't know.
Is she doing homework?
Yeah, she was doing homework.
Okay, that's what it was. Yeah. I quickly come to realize that there's little I can do for her, even if I did know more about what she was writing on. The problem isn't merely academic after all.
I think we need to pick better spots to stop. We need to at least finish a thought.
Yeah, that's true. If Asao had his physical prowess torn from him thanks to his heart attack, it's Suzu's intelligence and work ethic that were torn from her by this troublesome condition. No matter how smart she may be, or how stubbornly she may stick to a task, she still hits a wall created by her permanent state of sleep deprivation.
And then I just get sleepy again, and it's the worst.
Right? I feel like they'd be kind of lenient on her with the homework thing.
Right.
I think over the talk I had with her sister earlier, perhaps thanks to that, she might get a new medicine regime that'll work better. It's not like the current one seems to be doing her much good.
They did say that. Wasn't there one of them that were kind of lenient on her homework? I can't remember who it was.
Well,
Was it Hanako?
Hanako,
They were
like,
just
she
kind of
just
like
never shows up to class.
yeah.
And they're like, okay, that whatever.
right. Did you read that? I hope so.
I think I did. She saved me. I have absolutely no doubt of that. Yet I can't help her. My heart sinks as I wrap her in a hug, able to do little else. I can't even do that completely. Just come back to bed, Suzu. Fresh set of eyes will help.
Mine on your body.
But I clamp my hand over her mouth, having expected her to protest. I feel terrible as her face goes from frustration to displeasure and finally to defeat.
To orgasm?
Is she into this? This is the test. My hand is removed from her mouth. She closes the laptop with a solemn click. Hope for working tonight leaves her. Yeah, we should have just stopped there.
Yeah.
But we never know. We don't know how.
No, but I mean, we should at least finish a thought.
I guess.
Because we were like, what's happening? I don't know what's-
Yeah.
Ah.
I always feel antsy when Suzu doesn't show up to class, and today's no different.
She didn't show up to class.
Oh, well, they'll be lenient probably. She doesn't get the special treatment. Only Hanako. With lunch, she doesn't show up, and she's like, but Hanako doesn't show up, and she doesn't get in trouble. Yeah, well, she's one of the main girls.
Right.
You're just a side character.
You weren't even in the main game.
Right. With lunch nearing and no Suzu in sight, I make up my mind to pass by her dorm room once the break starts. Until then, I have to put up with yet another drawn-out science lesson, while a few others manage to keep at least some attention focused on the blackboard as Mutao scrawls down another chemical reaction. Most of us are beginning to watch the clock instead.
I like how you hit Diorm, and you were like, oh, the rest of the word wasn't there. Now I gotta
Yeah, it's
continue
not
reading.
Itori. It threw me off. I should have just said dormitory, just gotta commit. Hasao should be paying full attention and jotting down notes like the good little student he normally is, but he seems just as distracted as I am. Over and over, he taps his pen against the page, his gaze unfocused as he stares blankly ahead.
I wonder if Suzu's sister wanted to have sex with me.
Right. Well, this route didn't work. Which one should I go for now? Having caught my rather overt gawking, Misha gives a smile. I quickly turn my head back to the front, lest she become curious about what's going on.
She's gonna waha at you.
Oh my god, I hope she does. I missed that. Eventually, thankfully, the school bell heralds the beginning of lunch. The relaxation of everyone in class is plainly obvious, even if it isn't spoken. It's no surprise that Mutao gives up on any prospect of keeping the lesson going, bidding us to have a good lunch as he collects up his teaching material. As the class begins to file out into the hallway, Hasao does the same. Curious if he knows anything, I follow him out.
Surprised they didn't use more of the main girls. Just
Yeah,
kind of
why
throw.
wouldn't they?
There's
Because
like,
you could just write them in to
Yeah.
like how they would talk to people.
and there's hardly been any.
Hey,
Oh, hey,
you don't look happy to see me.
I'm not. I mean, just got a lot going on right now. I'll tell you later.
He got a letter. Oh wait, no, that already happened.
Yeah.
He tries to leave, but I quickly turn behind him and throw my left arm around his neck without warning. With his neck caught in the crook of my elbow as I hold it tight with my right hand, he's completely immobilized. Get your tits off the back of my head.
Here's where Suzu comes in. Miki, what are you?
You didn't think you were going to get out of it that easy, did you? He uselessly bats at me and grabs at my arm.
You're too damn strong. Let go.
My heart!
I can't.
You gonna tell me what's up then?
Fine. Just let me go.
I release my grip on Hasao, letting him recuperate for a few moments as he catches his breath and rubs his neck.
God damn, you Amazon. I swear, being around you is going to take years off of my life. As in, you're going to kill me.
So what's the story? I'm guessing this is about Suzu.
I liked her, dang it. Yukio confessed to Suzu.
Wait, who's Yukio?
He's the... Hey.
Is he? Oh, that bastard. Get away from my woman.
Isn't he?
I think
Haru's
so. Yeah,
the
I think you're right.
Steven
yeah.
Tyler. Steven
Tyler. Yeah.
Doctor Strange.
Doctor Strange.
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
Oh.
I think that was her.
Suzu rejected him, of course. The problem is that he didn't take it very well.
Fucking God, I'm such a nice guy, and they only pick the jerks.
Yeah.
This about me, isn't it?
He killed himself.
Oh, God.
This...
Hasao reluctantly nods.
Apparently he's...
What?
Oh. He's been angry with you for a while, and now that all this happened, all of this, he let it all out on her. He was a complete mess. I mean...
Haru just comes in through a portal, and it's like, we have to go.
He killed her. Something's wrong.
I feel a familiar sensation beginning to run through me. Images of Yukio berating Suzu over my failures as a person come to mind, lashing out at her after bottling up his feelings. Were you there?
If I had been, I might have been able to do something. All I can do now is try and smooth things over.
With Suzu?
With the police. Yukio. He was still pretty pissed, so I was going to try and calm him down first.
So he hadn't had enough. Fair enough. If he wants to settle the score with me, then that's just what I'll let him do. I walk past Hasao and start down the hallway, knowing full well where the ass would likely be. My blood is already boiling in anticipation.
It's usually behind me.
He cut to Yukio, open up a burn book, and do not trust this fugly bitch.
Yeah.
You go talk to Suzu. I'll deal with Yukio.
Wait, Miki! Don't go!
This is the wrong choice. Striding past the line of trees separating the track from the school gardens. It doesn't take long to pick out Yukio given the few people milling about. Are there good and bad endings to this? Probably not.
I don't think so.
He looks downcast as he stands around, venting at someone with his arms crossed. So occupied is he that he doesn't notice me walking up until I'm on the track and facing him.
You just walk into the shed and he's having sex with the track captain.
Oh my God, it smells like lemons. What are you doing here? The way he dresses me, both his angered expression and his acidic tone of voice, only makes me even more pissed off with him. This is all his fault. What the hell reason does he have for looking at me with such disdain? The guy he was talking to backs away. He'd have been around long enough to know how this will probably turn out. Giving you a chance to notice me so this don't count as an ambush.
It just punches him right in the face.
The corner of his mouth tugs upwards. Yukio seriously thinks he can win this? He almost looks like he's looking forward to it.
I mean, look how hot I am.
Right? So, you've come to put me in my place, huh? Work off some stress? You know what you did. Me? I only told Susan. His annoying nasal voice is cut short as my fist meets the front of his face square on. It's little more than a quick jab to make him shut his mouth, but it's enough to send him staggering backwards.
My moneymaker.
That's how I make my livings. Shock is written
into his eyes as he stares back, his fingers brushing underneath his nose upon feeling blood trickling down. What did he think it was going to happen if he talked to me like that? Several people who've been doing club activities walk over, the flurry of activity having piqued their curiosity. One reaches out in an attempt to help him, but gets batted away as Yukio notices the red stain on his fingers.
Fight! Fight! Fight!
You!
Crank that soldier boy.
I knew it. I knew you were going to say that. He suddenly moves forward with surprising speed, letting fly as he raises his fist. Can't punch a girl. Caught unawares by the speed he's apparently capable of, his swing at my face lands with a fair amount of force, sending my head jerking to the right. But I know what to do. It keeps like cutting out when it shakes.
Right.
No, my body knows what to do. Still dazed by the blow, I reflexively raise my arms in front of my face as a shield. Even without a hand, my left arm is more than capable of this much, the forearm absorbing his next punch. It's obvious from his face that he has no idea what he's doing, simply flailing about in a violent rage. With my senses returned and Yukio on the back foot as he shakes his sore hand, now's the time to counterattack.
What's going on here?
They're just like fighting full on. And like was he even super into her? And he's just like pissed off that he confessed to her and she said no.
A girl said no to him?
Yeah. I drop my right knee as he starts another wild swing, his bald fist sailing over my shoulder as I drive my own into his undefended stomach.
He's not even going to like try to talk this out?
No, just full on, just beat his ass. He hadn't braced at all as it drives deep into his torso, forcefully pushing the air from his lungs. Spit and a pathetic groan escaped from his mouth, his stunned face frozen as his body tries to comprehend what just happened to it. There's no doubt he can't possibly fight back, confused and disoriented as he stumbles, arms tightly crossed around his pained stomach as he reflexively doubles over. The boy lurches towards me for whatever reason as he begins to right himself, earning a powerful swing at his head in hopes of dropping him. It has the intended effect. His body spent sprawling to the ground as my knuckles smash into his cheek. Jesus, get fucking wrecked.
Right? It's like faking us out, like it's going to do one of those things where it cuts off the sentence early, but
That's
it
what
doesn't.
I keep thinking. Like I keep stopping, like, oh, I'm not going to be able to read that. This isn't enough. He won't learn from this. I have to make this final and irrefutable in his idiotic head.
Just going to kill him.
Right? Fucking curb stomp him. I drop to my knees, following him to the ground and straddling his chest, the look of absolute fear in his eyes as he realizes the situation only drives me on. This is what I want. This is the emotion I want him to feel, to remember long after this ends. He raises his arm over his bloodied head, but it's in vain. I twist my entire upper body as I ready the blow, my fist flying downwards at him with all the force I can muster. The feeling of impact ripples up my arm and floods my entire body, all prospect of defense deserting him as the strength leaves his arm. But it isn't enough. He deserves this. This repugnant being deserves this. Why shouldn't I enjoy teaching bad people like him a lesson? I pull back my arm, slamming it into him once more. I can feel my face distorted by the wild grin my mouth is twisted into. This is fun. He'll remember me for this. He always will. He'll never forget how it was his fault this happened.
Killing is fine.
He'll never forget how powerful I am compared to him. That's what truly matters. He's a bug. That's all he is. An ugly little bug under my foot. And now he'll never forget it. I pull my fist back, my knuckles covered in a mix of his blood and dirt from the ground. This bug can't even defend himself now. It's at my mercy. I can stomp on it as much as I want.
I mean, I would get this if, like, they hated each other coming up to this
point. Yeah,
point.
they was all buddy-buddy, and then all of a sudden...
Like they're best friends, though. Or not best friends, but the group of friends.
And I get... I mean, he must have, like, really went off on her then, because she didn't... I mean, she didn't come to class, so something really upset her. But, like, you don't know the extent of it.
Yeah, he's an ass, because he's, like... I mean, she just said no to him, and...
Right. You don't want my penis, you suck, blah, blah, blah. Right. And she's sad about it, but you don't know, like...
She's, like, really gonna, like, kill him.
Right, yeah. He could have just said, no, you're a bitch, and walked off, and yeah, you confront him and be like, don't be a fucking asshole.
Right.
Don't beat the fuck out of him. Jesus. Again, my knuckles slam into the broken face below me, eyes rolling about with each catastrophic blow, the blood running into his throat, giving a slight gurgle with each ragged breath taken. Jesus. So what if I'm stupid? So what if I lost everything? I'm stronger than this bug. Nothing could be better than this feeling.
We got the bad ending.
Jesus. That's why I asked. I was like, we only had the one choice.
The lesbian route is the bad ending.
I guess. But as my arm flies down at the bug beneath me for another hit, it suddenly stops. I try to pull back and punch once more, simply due to the adrenaline coursing through me, but only afterwards do I realize that someone's firmly grabbed my arm.
It's Haru.
Let go! That's what I was going to say. This is wrong.
You can't kill him. He fulfills the prophecy.
Rage begins to fill my mind as another hand comes around my right armpit, followed by another set of hands taking a firm grasp of my left arm. I jerk my body with all my might, but the groaning body beneath me slowly becomes smaller and smaller as I'm dragged off it. Let go! Let go of me! Try as I might, I can't escape their grasp. Flicking my head around as I desperately try to work myself free reveals my captors to be Haru and Hisao, likely the only two track club members who'd ever dare approaching me in a fight.
Yeah, and he fades away.
They manage to pull me a few yards away with some difficulty, hold me fast as help finally comes to Yukio. Pisses me off to see him still awake, dribbling blood as slowly staggers to his feet with the help of another guy who was hanging around.
That bitch is crazy.
Jesus!
Oh, no.
He very barely manages to stay on 2 feet, practically held up by the one who aided him, but that don't stop him staring me down through half-closed eyelids. Happy now? You really put me in my place.
I'm still gonna get laid from this.
He definitely will.
Oh, nurse.
Yeah. Don't you feel sorry, you asshole? How can you do that to someone you pretend to like?
Did we miss something? Did he do something else?
No.
Like,
it's
he just-
definitely something that happened off screen, and we just have to assume that it was really bad.
I mean, it's like, so he yelled at her and, like, made her feel like shit then.
Yeah, he did the Japanese confession of "I love you," because that's for some reason in anime it's never like he told her he liked her. It's always he confessed.
Yeah.
He confessed
Confession.
to her. Yeah, and she said no, so he nice guyed it and went, "Well, you're
Right.
a fucking lesbian," you know.
Okay.
I assume it had to be something bad, and let her go to some violent bitch like you. I'm not like that anymore. That was years ago.
She says as she puts away
Right.
a bloodied stump.
Yeah, she's got like blood all over her hand. Somehow, to the surprise of damn near everybody, he breaks out into laughter. A warped, pitiable laughter. Tears begin to stream down his bruised cheeks, face twisted in impotent rage.
And then they just freeze frame. What a
Roll
laugh.
credits. Look at you. Look at you. How can you say you've changed? I feel my arms drop to my sides. Hisao and Haru haven't let go. I only notice now that I haven't been struggling for a while, but try as I might, I can't find the will to move at him. This is what I wanted, right? I did what I set out to do after all. He made Suzu sad by ranting at her. He deserved this. Can't let myself be distracted from that. That's all you ever thought about, isn't it? I did everything right. I'm the nice guy here. You only ever hurt everyone around you. Now you waltz around like you're a different person. You never changed. You think everyone can forget what you did? Fuck you.
I'm cool.
With his fury seeming spent, he simply hangs his head and shakes it from side to side. He's mentally and physically defeated, reduced to weeping pathetically in front of everyone who's gathered for the spectacle. Oh, the girl, like,
Yeah.
I can change him. It's not fair. It's not fair. All he can do is repeat the starry mantra. Snot and blood drip onto the ground from his nose, his shoulders occasionally jerking as he tries to hold it back. Nobody says a word.
I think he'll get over it with, like, any of the other girls.
Yeah, like isn't his whole thing is like he's a ladies' man.
Right.
His fists tighten as he speaks.
He was ready to settle down.
Right. That's why he got so upset. It's the only time he's ever been denied.
Yeah.
His knuckles becoming white. Just as I realize what it means, his shuddering body lurches forward, slipping from the grasp of the guy next to him. Someone like you doesn't deserve happiness! He screams the words as he surges towards me, the intense pain that must be racking his body all but forgotten in his blind fury. Yukio's arm rears back over his shoulder as he prepares for as hard a blow as he can manage. I should probably raise my arms to defend myself right about now, maybe even evade to the side and dodge the blow. But I don't care anymore. All I can do is stand there and watch his fist moving through the air as his words reverberate in my mind. Someone like me really doesn't deserve happiness. With that, my world goes black.
I mean, Hisao and Haru didn't try to stop that one.
Right.
They're just like,
oh shit,
yeah. They turned their backs.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, I thought this was over.
this fight's done.
There's the ending.
I've always hated the nurse's office. The smell of bleach and strong cleaning. Oh yeah, we know the nurse. Well,
Yeah.
doctor. Cleaning agents. The pure white light flooding the room. The way everything is so immaculately clean and perfect. It's unnatural. A familiar metallic taste plays on my tongue as I wake from my rest. Tapping at the small gauze patch placed over where it's split Shows that it isn't doing a great job of stemming the bleeding. Passing my hand over my aching cheek, it seemed that started swelling up too. Wow, I don't know why that sentence gave me so much trouble. Never would have expected that asshole to throw a decent punch.
Well, he did, like Naruto style, is run into it.
Right? He punched her so hard her vision is all piss colored. Well, I might be content to stew in my discontent. It seems some people have other ideas. As my head lazily lolls over to the side to see the office, I find a pair of legs in front of my vision, one knee smartly brought over the other as two hands sit atop them.
He turned me sepia.
Oh my god, it's a person that we know.
Whoa.
Shizune looks down at me past her glasses.
Don't worry, I'll voice her.
Thanks. Her stare more analytical than judgmental. Glancing around, it looks like she and I are the only ones here right now. Of all the people to greet me, it had to be the one I can't even communicate with.
Well, fuck you.
She produces a notepad and pen from her lap, placing them both on my chest before resuming her previous posture. You're expelled. That's all it says. Just a piece of paper says I expelled.
Violation.
I see. By giving me these without telling me what to write, she wants to see how I'll explain myself. Given that I can't see any way of talking my way out of this, I sit up with a pained grunt to set the pad in my lap. Knowing my voice to be useless here, I silently scrawl away in my usual horrid handwriting, giving the items back to her afterwards. I fucked up. She quickly writes her short reply. Our method of communication settled as she hands the notepad and pen back.
I don't remember, like...
I think she was like Sakaki type voice, just like...
It would seem so.
Yeah, it was like that.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe not exact that, but pretty much that. Hang on a second, I'm taking a drink.
I was like, Sakaki? Yeah.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking
Right.
about. That voice.
Right.
That short, like... So she wants to be my scratching post. Well, I can't say her presence thrills me. At least she's not going to give me a lecture.
Well, not yet. You haven't played chess yet.
Right? Risk. Writing like this to talk between each other forces you to think before you say anything. It's not natural for me, so I end up keeping my side of the conversation brief.
Remember that when she played... she played against Hanako or whatever? Just like, you could tell by the way that she played chess that she sucks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's so mean. Mutao put you up to checking on me?
Your cynicism is duly noted, but I came out of my own accord.
How much do you know?
Everything.
She just looks at me disapprovingly before handing the notepad straight back. Right, stupid question.
She's in with Haru. She knows.
Am I done for?
That hasn't been decided yet. Suffice to say, you are not a popular person right now. No, my cred!
You beat up the coolest kid in school.
Yeah.
That's fair enough. What was his thing? Like, did we ever find out his disability?
I don't think
I don't
so.
think we know Haru's
He's too
either.
sexy for this world.
They had to separate him from all the other schools. He was impregnating all the not disabled girls. That's fair enough. Expelling a student is hardly a quick process. The idea fills me with dread, but after having been so graciously given a second chance when the entire staff were so set against me, I don't feel like I have any right to argue against it. I guess your little project went pretty bad, huh? Whoa, she's actually pretty scary when she's pissed. I shrink back into my bed as she furiously scribbles, gingerly taking the notepad and pen as she thrusts them at me. Seems to have been somewhat cathartic as she settles down a bit after huffing in displeasure.
I didn't defend you back then out of mercy or some desire to play student counselor. I felt the attitude of the teachers towards you was unjust. Which students were involved doesn't matter.
So I'm nothing special to her, but just another person who happened to be unfairly treated, in a way that actually makes me like her a little more.
Can you imagine just like the awkward, they have to like sit there and write all this.
Just in silence.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The 30 seconds that go on between each
Right, you're just like sitting there waiting.
checking their phone.
If only they could text.
That hasn't been invented yet.
Evidently.
They have flip phones.
Yeah. Well, there's still text messaging.
T9.
They don't want to pay 10 cents per message. Evidently sick of waiting for me to make a response. Shizune takes back her notepad once more.
It's Shizune.
Years later, I
Shizune.
still do that.
The U is pretty silent. You should stop thinking about yourself.
It's Shizune. Shit, Suzu! There's no way word about all this wouldn't have reached her by now.
She slept through it. That's fine.
There's also the fact that probably damn near half the school knows about the two of us being together, thanks to Yukio's big mouth, despite her wanting to keep it on the down low. Noticing my regret, Shizune quickly adds more text.
I don't get along well with lesbians.
I mean, yeah, you do. You just don't know it.
What? Suzuki also came to check on how you were. I don't think I need to explain her reaction.
I really did fuck up.
What?
Of all the people I never wanted to hurt, she was at the top. But I couldn't even manage that. She offers me the notepad, but there's little point in taking it.
Do you want to play that dots game? It's fun.
Yeah, I love that game.
If there's nothing else, I'll leave you in peace.
Thanks for bothering to come. And give Misha my regards. She's always the hot one. Tell her I want to comfort her.
She's a lesbian too, you know.
Spoiler
We
alert.
have some sort of radar.
Yeah. I manage somehow to eke out a smile. Satisfied, she picks herself up and begins to leave with a curt bow. Zoe holds up one final note after a brief moment of thought.
If you wish, I'll tell Suzu that you're okay. I have no intention of meddling in your relationship any further. Mind?
I know it's the easy way out, but I swallow my pride and give her a nod. Can't even think of what I'd tell her after all.
Nice rat.
As Shizune closes the door behind her, I let myself fall back into my bed. I guess that means Suzu's seen with her own eyes how wrong she is.
Or was.
What did it say was?
Yeah.
I just read it wrong. Wow.
Same thing.
Oh, whatever. So what if I made myself useful to her or not? I spent so long trying to distract myself from the crap I'd done that I'd pushed aside all those I'd caused pain to. What right do I have to ask for forgiveness when I was the one who inflicted all this in the first place? There's no such thing as good people or bad people. What a load of idealistic rubbish.
There's a lot more to this than I thought there would
Right? In the end,
Oh, yeah.
I was right. I really am a horrible person.
Hear a wahaha in the distance.
Yeah.
No, that's the end.
I was about to say that'd be fucked up.
Whoa.
Okay.
Jeez.
Today the weather turned bad.
That's okay.
The sound of rain hitting the window mixes with the teeny pop music in my left ear. The girl in my lap having the other earbud. It's not a terrible way to spend a lazy evening, to be honest.
Playing Game Boy in a girl's lap?
Right?
No.
The MP3
Ow.
player lays on the tatty upturned box in my room as it blares away. Suzu tapping away on her phone while sitting in my lap. She'd never have let me watch her browsing her internet sites before, so I counted it as a small success in gaining her trust.
She doesn't have to go to our hentai anymore.
Right? What does Pahael mean? Pahael? What is that?
Oh, yeah. I was like, what are you talking about? Oh, I know.
If you know, you know. Discussing some show on a message board doesn't seem all that exciting, but at least it means she's socializing more than appears within school. You sure spend a lot of time on the internet. You always talking to people like this or what?
The intrawebs.
Some of the time, most of my friends are online after all.
Oh my god, she's got an internet girlfriend. So you're still in contact with your friends from when you were younger? That's pretty nice.
I mean, I know them online, but I'd never put them in my top 4. I've never met them in person.
That's kind of different to real friends, you know?
It's not! They are real friends. Why does it matter if I don't see them?
Well, I mean, what she said is so foreign to me that I struggle to actually come up with a counter-argument. How can you have a meaningful relationship with someone you've never met? Doesn't seem the same.
She's a girl and she loves me. You're really old-fashioned sometimes. Get with the times, boomer.
Like so many of our conversations, this one peters out just the same with little satisfactory conclusion. As much as I might try to build bridges between our different lives, they never quite seem to meet in the middle. But then again, it's always been like that. Maybe I was hoping that going out with her might change things. But Suzu still feels as impenetrable as ever. Aw. After such a long time staying so intensely private, the door to let others inside has
you got
become jammed.
strap-ons.
Right? Then again, given recent events, maybe this is a bad time to reflect on her social skills. While I may have avoided the wrath of my teachers beyond a long period of detention, ostracization, that doesn't sound right coming out of my mouth.
Becoming an ostrich? Yeah.
Ostracization.
Ostracization?
Yeah, that's the word. It just doesn't, it sounds wrong.
I don't think you use it in everyday life.
I guess probably not. I'm not ostracized as much as you would expect, which was much harder to escape. In the minds of those who knew me, every idea they had about my real nature was validated.
To those who didn't, I was simply deemed trouble that was best avoided.
What a weird segue. I was like, oh god, I'm just getting expelled, and it just flashes
it's
to
like, yeah, I just got
Suzu.
detention.
Okay, I guess we're cool.
Yeah, it's fine. Suzu's a solitary person to begin with, but I can't imagine she's oblivious to the weird atmosphere around us now. Any idea of peacefully coasting along to graduation has been ruined, all thanks to Yukio and I. If I hadn't fought him, if he had goaded me onward, if he hadn't confessed, if I mentioned our relationship, the amount of ifs that came before where we are now is endless.
Oh god.
The sound of a hand rapping on my door breaks me from my thoughts. I'm almost thankful.
Yo, what's up? DJ Hand in the house today.
It's tapping on my chamber door. It's unlocked. Ah!
Oh, something's wrong!
2 pairs of feet shuffle into the room. Their owners revealed to be Haru and Hisao.
Damn it, you said they'd be naked, Hisao.
I mean, they're in short shorts. It's good enough. Former waves something
Oh,
or other.
sorry, I thought
don't
you read
know.
it all.
Yeah.
Evening.
Hi.
Hey, looks like you two came prepared.
Not like there's much we can do outside. Up for a game of poker? Strip Happy Days game, maybe?
Sure, Suzu. She just nods. With something to do having finally arrived, I take out the earbud and loosen my grip around Suzu's waist. Boop, boop, boop. She takes her cue to wrap up the earphone
After they
cable
all done booped.
around the MP3 player, put away her phone, and shuffle around to the side of the box as Hisao and Haru take their places around it. Jeez, I didn't even notice the text changed.
Yeah, it changed.
Like I was staring at it and it changed, and like my brain went, "Is he gonna click or?"
No, I'm just gonna let you sit here.
Yeah.
Writhe in agony.
It's working. Waiting on Hisao to finish clumsily shuffling her deck, I can't help but feel that what Haru says a little more than a pretext to check up on us, but that ain't necessarily a bad thing.
They're nudie cards.
You guys got your clothes on real quick.
Everyone here likes them.
We all have that in common. Oh, right. We betting anything?
I don't have any money on me.
We can bet sexual favors. I mean, we're not betting real money. Good grief.
Your house, your room is clicking at us.
It's the heater turning on.
Yeah. How boring. Being such a stickler for rules is one of his worst traits.
Oh, my face is melting.
Boo! It's eventually agreed that we'll bet using small scraps of torn up paper as tokens, an old unused worksheet being sacrificed for the task. Hisao ends up the dealer by virtue of already having the pack, doling out a set of cards to each of us.
A set of cards to... Oh, yeah,
Just
okay.
your hand. Receiving my cards to take a look. 3 of a kind, but low. Not the worst hand, I guess. I mean, a 3 of a kind's pretty damn good, even if it is low.
Guess a tri-spell is just the weather preparing to dump it all in one go.
Buh. It's sure coming down hard.
You talking about weather now?
Yeah. We're adult boring.
Yeah.
Looking to Hisao to try and get a read on his cards, I find him already glancing at us. What's with you?
I was just thinking how you two are all over each other these days.
Fucking gross.
God.
It's natural, isn't it? With everything feeling like it's
I don't
slipping out of my
know.
control. I want to stay close as I can to what I still hold dear. Given her unusual comfort with being physically close, I've little doubt she thinks the same way. Even as I hold her, it feels like she might slip from my grasp at any moment.
Should have brought Emmy.
If only.
Is that bad?
You need to quit assuming the worst of what people say. Suzu accepts the scolding without word, making me feel a little bad. Whether to comfort her or myself, I give her head a little rub. She seems to like it when I do so, at least as far as I can tell.
Pat.
There. Good lesbian. As the game continues on, the elephant in the room is finally addressed. It was going to be either Suzu or I who brought it up, and it turns out to be her.
Yo, why you got a fucking elephant in your room, man?
That's definitely wrong.
What happened to Hasagawa?
Suzu's gaze is focused on her cards, my own looking to the other two with us. Oh, my own gaze. I was like, your own cards?
Check these out. Right? I got 3 of a kind, but it's pretty low.
You're showing me your hand. You're not supposed to do that. It's strange to see Haru so uncomfortable. Hisao ended up having to give the news.
Just keeping to himself, really. Ended up leaving the club.
What a loser. He says the second part with all the gravity of the first, as if such a thing hardly mattered. Yukio never did have that much attachment to the club compared to most of the others, but it's still an unwelcome surprise.
While his face may eventually mend, his pride would be another matter.
He got beat up by a girl. Can't go back to club ever again.
Perhaps Yukio's departure is what makes breaking my own news somewhat easier. To be honest, I've been thinking of quitting the club as well. No!
What?
3 pairs of eyes round on me in shock.
Did the teachers tell you to, or
No, nothing like that. It's just after everything that happened.
you can't just quit club?
Besides, I can spend more time with Suzu this way. I feel like I'm spluttering out excuses, but I've no reason to considering who I'm with. There's no point in continuing to push myself. I've done enough damage already, and it's clear that I'll never fit in with the others anymore. It's one thing to get in a scrap or two, but another to make past events return to people's minds. What the hell did she do in the past?
Right?
Like, they never got it into that.
No. She used to, like, just beat the shit out of people?
I guess. She used to be, like, super violent all the time. I look to Suzu expecting a smile in return for my thinking of her, but she just calls out that she wants to fold instead, as impenetrable as ever.
Jeez. I mean, it's up to you, but isn't that kind of overdoing it? The club ain't gonna be the same without you around.
If you're doing this for me, then don't.
Seriously, there isn't that much time left, so why not stick around until graduation?
I appreciate you trying to keep me, but it's seriously fine.
Graduation, you fucking idiot.
I'm folding, by the way.
What?
Why? Why?
What game are you playing?
What? 3 of a kind.
Just poker.
Yeah, if they dealt you 5 cards, there's a moment of confusion before everyone realizes that we're actually playing poker. With everyone folding but Hasao, he nets himself a nice little haul of tokens.
Gin.
Uno. You sure you don't want to put money on this, Hasao? You're actually pretty good at it.
We've played one hand, Miki.
He shrugs simply.
Card games are just probability puzzles.
Okay.
Easy
luck.
Easy for you to say.
Sitting there counting cards in a friendly game of poker. Looks like Haru's down to his last couple of tokens, and it's the same for me. Suzu's managing to hold her own, but it's clear who's dominating the game.
I got the most paper, I win.
He's been like tearing off pieces. And Hasao checks his watch, frowning at the result. I suspect that we have our winners and losers decided for the night.
We'd better wrap this up. It's getting late. Fuck you, Grandma.
Haru looks reluctant, but after glancing at his own watch, he comes to his feet.
Man, it was so close. Whatever. See you guys tomorrow, okay?
Good night.
See ya. If you see Yukio, then what? Say sorry for me? I still feel like he was in the wrong. Even saying hi to him would feel weird, though. Just make sure he's okay, will ya?
Like, hey you, how's your face?
Just punch him again. A nod from Haru is the response. The last of the playing cards being shoveled into the packet after Hasao and Suzu finish collecting them off the box.
I'm leaving.
The two take their leave, Hasao giving a friendly wave goodbye as he does. If they did come to check on how we were doing, I wonder if they were happy with what they found.
I mean, they got to play poker and have fun.
Yeah,
so.
it just kind of came over to play bullshit poker, and they talked about her quitting, and then that was it.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm done playing.
How long of a time was that?
Yeah, well, they had to have played it must have been, well, she folded the 3 of a kind, so she sucks at poker.
Right.
Like, in what world do you get a 3 of a kind dealt to you and you go, I better fold?
Yeah, even 2s.
Like, yeah. 3 of a kinds are hard to get. I don't know.
Yeah,
about it.
you're probably going to win.
So, yeah, most likely you would think.
Especially since you get more cards. You could get a full house or...
Yeah, drop the 2 cards. Because I imagine they're just playing 5-card draw.
Right.
But, whatever. Who cares? They don't know anything about poker.
I'm upset, too.
And
Get better poker skills.
Yeah, now when we come back, we're just going to get yelled at by Suzu, probably.
Is this Suzu's room?
No.
I was going to say, this is a
This
different
is a
room.
different room. This has got to be your room, my room,
Miki
her
room.
Miki's room.
Miki room.
Yeah.
Anyways. Oh, God!
Suzu lets herself fall back and closes her eyes, chest heaving from her tired sigh.
I bet it is.
That's hot. Being around people sure takes a lot out of her. You awake?
Yes.
I'm sorry. About Yukio, that is.
Bastard had it coming. I mean, it's not your fault.
I mean, it is. It is my fault. I started that fight.
There's no point crying over spilled milk. It was going to happen eventually.
Was it? They seem to get along.
Right.
What do you mean by that?
Nothing. Go and take a shower.
Come on, why are you being like that?
I want to watch you shower. Because you stink. I ain't eating. I mean, we can talk afterwards.
I raise an arm and take a sniff. Guess I have been more anxious than usual during the day, given all that's happening.
Poker really makes me stink.
Giving up without an argument, I stand and begin to fossick around my room for wherever my pajamas have gotten.
Let's go with the fossicking again.
To. Yeah. You should probably head back to your own room sometime too. Why are they being rude to each other? With no reply forthcoming, I pause and look back at her. Eyes still closed. A few seconds pass as I wait for any kind of response.
You just spent the night in her room not long ago.
Right.
I want to stay with you tonight.
I guess that's that then.
Oh.
The warm water of the shower brings to mind the hot baths I used to enjoy back home. It's exactly the kind of relaxation I needed. So much so that I can't help but yawn. Suzu's sleep schedule might be messed up, but for those of us with a normal sense of time, this is getting pretty late. I end up just standing around more than actually washing, enjoying the peaceful solitude.
That's the best.
Right, just standing in a hot shower.
That's what I always
staring,
do.
Yeah.
Occasionally I sit.
Oh, I wake up early in the morning because I shower in the morning before work, and I wake up earlier than I need to, just so I can like stand there for a while.
Just staying in the shower.
Yeah.
I've always taken long showers.
Yeah, well, me too.
And not even for that reason.
Well, no, because knowing me, that don't take long. What Shizune said or wrote stuck in my mind. Maybe I am selfish. I have tended to think about what I enjoy over what others might think of me or want they to do.
Mm-hmm.
I've tried to fix that, though. I've tried to make everyone happy, and especially so for Suzu. But have I managed that? Seems that things are worse than ever since Suzu and I became an item. We may still not see eye to eye on when we should have come out. Not that it matters now, but aside from that, it's hard to find fault with her.
I don't think anyone really cares other
No,
than
do they?
Yukio.
Yeah.
Yukio's the only one to flip out about it.
And it's just because he liked her, not because she's a lesbian.
Right.
But have I managed...
Oh, did you not read that?
I think I did read that.
Okay, I hope so.
Shizune may have told me not to think so much about myself, but it's hard not to when it feels like I'm the root of so many people's problems. Past the sound of the running shower, the sound of someone opening the door and closing it behind them can be heard. Unusual for anyone to be taking a shower this late.
It's Kenji.
That's what I was expecting, like the leaf image. So much so that I open the stall door and poke my head out to see if it's who I think it is. The girl's body isn't hard to make out past the light fog. Her arms awkwardly positioned as she fights against her embarrassment.
It's Shizune. What a twist!
Oh my god. My first thought is that Suzu's just going to take a shower as well, but I find myself stepping backwards in sheer startlement as she advances. With every step I take being matched, the two of us end up packed into the one stall with the door left hanging open. I mean, this is a public shower.
Right.
Probably should close the door. God, I'm losing my voice. Suzu's initiative is charming, but try as I might to play it off with some witty comment, I feel so uncomfortable that the words don't come. The way she just looks ahead, not reacting at all to the shower's water now pouring over her, is off-putting. She's also said before that she hates how hot I run my water.
That's the only reason she came in. She leans over, turns the hot water down a little, and then walks out.
Yeah.
It's steaming up my whole room. Close the damn
Clearing
door.
out my sinuses, and I hate it. I hate shower sex. I just got to put that out there.
Oh, yeah?
I can't stand it.
Why not?
Because it's like a whole situation where you got to be angled the right way.
Yeah, you gotta angle.
And water is not a lubricant.
Well,
It's
no.
like try to stick your dick on the inside of a balloon.
It can. You mean you've never done that before?
I mean, it's just and there's shaving stuff on the walls. And if I slip at some point, I could end up slicing my own throat open. You never know what's gonna happen.
I guess that's true.
It's dangerous. It's why can't I just have sex somewhere else? I don't mind standing sex.
Yeah.
It's just when there's a shower, it's
You just
and I'm tall enough.
hike a leg up and go to town.
Yeah, but then you're if you don't stand the right way, the water's hitting you directly in the face.
Yeah, you got to avoid the
gets
water.
Trapped between you, and
It makes a pool between you.
It's like a whole pain in the ass. There's too many things to think about. I want to focus and I can't.
You just go to a hotel where they have a big shower and then
That's the trick. Yeah, but hotel sex is a whole other amazing demon though. So, but just shower sex is just I'll do it because why wouldn't I? But I'd just rather have sex anywhere else.
All right. Well,
Just throwing that out
we
there.
learned something
Yeah,
today.
if someone's trying to have sex with me, don't. I mean, you can say shower sex. I'll probably still do it.
but I won't fully enjoy
Yeah,
it.
you won't get 100% me. Suzu's initiative is charming.
Yeah, you read that. I just haven't clicked.
Oh, did I? Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Suzu, what's going on? I wonder.
Sex.
The words seem to stir her into action, arms wrapping around my back as her lips come to mine. Doesn't take long for me to reciprocate, my resistance melting away as our tongues intermingle. Her wet body feels wonderful.
Like a wet balloon.
My hands running over the nape of her neck, her impossibly smooth back, her petite butt, every inch of her that I can get my hand over. I can't get enough of this feeling. Out bodies pressed against one another and simply taking in each other's forms.
Much better than those in bodies.
Suzu really is beautiful, in a way that I could never be. Even when I was younger, I never looked as cute as she.
Look at my butt. It ain't petite.
I got a huge badonkadonk. I got a giant wagon that I'm dragging.
Junk in my trunk.
Her silky, near unblemished skin telling of a pampered life so unlike my own. But that in itself makes me think back to what I've been ruminating over. Suzu is gentle, unlike my brutish nature. She doesn't see the world as I do, nor has she experienced the hardships I have. What worth do I have in her eyes?
Someone's just gonna walk in.
Yeah, why wouldn't? I mean, it's late, I guess, but still, they're being really lenient on this.
Ah!
Spooge.
Mickey, I can't, please. I'm gonna go crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. The reason for the strange lilt in their voice is lost on me for a scant couple of seconds, before it becomes all too obvious.
The entire school's just standing in the door
Yeah, they're
frame.
just waiting. They open the door and it's just everyone's clapping. All control of her muscles leave Suzu, her arms that have been clutching at the counter going limp, and head dropping. I barely have time to step back as her knees buckle and collapse beneath her, sending her body slipping off and falling towards the ground. She cracks her head on the counter and dies. Caught completely by surprise, I barely manage to catch her wet body. Her slipperiness makes it impossible to stop her falling. The only thing I can do being to hold her to me and let myself drop with her.
She just flies out of her arms
like slides across the room, like dropping the soap. The two of us end up sprawled on the floor, Suzu's limp figure awkwardly perched in my arms as I sit on the tiled floor. My butt hurts, but that's the least of my worries. She doesn't seem to be hurt, thank goodness. Bringing my arm around her back and slowly lifting her up into a more sensible position, I hold her limp body against me as delicately as I can manage. If it's a cataplexy attack, as I imagine it is, she'd still be well aware of what's going on. I'm sorry, Suzu. I got carried away. I'm really, really sorry. Jesus, hang on a second. I need to take a drink.
It's okay.
Thanks for stretching that out a little bit.
Yep.
She manages to mumble the words despite her muscles still being weak, barely even able to lift her eyelids. It only makes me hold her all the tighter.
You sexed me to sleep.
It's always the best when you put someone in a sex coma. It's like, oh, I've accomplished greatness today. I can die now.
Or are they dead? Are they okay?
Tapping at the clock a couple of times before I find the button to stop the alarm, I blearily sit myself up in bed and rub my tired eyes.
They're still in the bathroom on the floor.
Right. Bright summer sunshine already pours through the thin blinds, casting a dull light over the already warming room. Giving up on the prospect of going back to sleep, I pull off the sheets and swing my legs over the side of the bed.
Are those blinds, or is that just a blanket you hung over
I'm
your
pretty
window?
sure that's just a blanket. Those are ghetto blinds. My school clothes are somewhere. All I can do is scratch my head and yawn as I glance around. The most complex matter my brain can handle at the moment being whether to get dressed or to go to the toilet first.
You always go to the toilet first.
Yep. The normal morning routine finds itself interrupted by a noise at the door. The question of whether it's someone knocking for me or just someone bumping against it is answered as another set of knocks comes soon after. Staggering over while asking whoever it is to wait, I feel something soft underfoot. At least I know where my uniform shirt is now.
Hold on, I'm going to the toilet.
Opening the door reveals a most unexpected sight. Suzu stands silently before me, dressed in her usual light summer dress.
Is that unexpected?
Yeah, I thought she stayed the night. Or is this... Maybe she snuck out? You didn't realize she wasn't in bed?
I don't know.
Or is this way later?
She went back home to change, and then...
Maybe.
Home. Back to her dorm.
Yeah. This is a weekday, right? I was sure today was Monday, but unless the Yamaku uniform significantly changed, the girl before me sure ain't dressed for the day ahead.
Oh, okay. I see what they're getting at.
Yeah, it hardly helps that I'm more inclined to trust her than myself on such a matter.
What day is it? Mickey,
How long did we have sex?
It's been 5 years.
I'm so confused.
Good morning to you, too.
Yeah, morning. Why are you even here so early? And what's with the clothes?
Well, fuck you. I mean, I want to go out with you.
A confession. Out? You mean on a date? Don't we have classes?
It's unlike you to worry about skipping a day.
Oh, you've ruined her. She's not wrong, per se, but that also misses the point. Suzu's always taken school so seriously that her choosing to skip is almost unthinkable.
Yeah, she's going to feel bad about it.
Right? Then again, I suppose these aren't normal times. A day where we can just forget all the crap going on and spend time together might well be just what we need. The fact that Suzu showed up at my door already dressed for the day out is less than subtle. She knew that that'd be my mindset, and how likely it'd be that I'd accept it. It makes me briefly wonder if I'm really the one leading everything between us. Resigned to my fate, I give a weary smile.
She's sneaky like that.
She's the one controlling you the whole time.
Oh my god. Bitches are so wily. I'll get dressed now. Wait outside the gate so the teachers don't see you.
I hate that gate. It's so pretentious.
Right? Place looks fancier than it is. Walking through the shopping center hand in hand with Suzu, I can't help but notice how few people are milling about. Aside from a few housewives and old people, place isn't exactly doing a brisk trade. Okay, maybe I shouldn't be surprised given that most adults are going to be at their workplaces around this time, and teenagers will be in school.
It's the best time to go anywhere.
Right? I doubt Suzu's paying attention to the number of people around us, though, with her cheeks slightly rosy as she walks briskly to keep up with me. She's drunk. I might be doing my best to play it off, but this is the first real date I've had as well.
Really?
Wow, you guys, you suck at relationships.
What do you want to do first?
That's a good question. It's probably worth saving my appetite for lunch, and despite clothing store after clothing store, shopping at one doesn't feel like date material. Where's the manual on dating anyway? I never did get my copy.
I got it right here.
Death Note. As we walk onward, a fancy sign standing next to the bench catches my attention.
You want to check out the movie?
I was just thinking how that sign is pretty neat.
The movie. The sign? The sign? The movie?
Come on, just look at it.
What's the movie called? The Sign?
It's called it's Signs by M. Night Shyamalan. I mean, that is kind of this time frame.
Yeah.
We both do. It seems to be some fancy electronic sign, faintly glowing as it displays some samurai movie advertisement. Tom Cruise? Not that the movie looks bad, but the way the sign is animated is what gets me, with the text occasionally disappearing and being rewritten by fake sword slashes, plus the subtle smoke movements in the background moving around.
You sure do like ordinary things. Like me. Then again,
Self-burn.
maybe it is amazing in its own way. Thousands of years of technological development just to make people buy a product.
I just like swords. I was thinking more that you don't see these in the country. We just have plain old posters stuck on train stations.
They don't move or anything.
She looks a little bashful for her flimsy attempt at guessing my mindset. The fact she wants to move the topic on isn't a surprise.
I gotta hold them in the wind and go whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. So, do you want to check out the movie?
Something tells me she really wants to go to the movie.
I guess, yeah. This is awesome. Nothing beats a good samurai movie.
Oh, I love when you go to the movie and no one's there.
Yeah.
It's the
The
best.
whole theater to yourself.
Yeah.
You can just jerk off. I mean...
Well, I mean,
I've never done that.
get your hands all buttery
I
and
am
then
not Pee Wee Herman. Oh my God. I could get salt in your pee hole. As we sit in the darkened theater and watch the big screen, I grin as another fight scene finishes up. The blood flicked off the main character's blade before it's returned to its scabbard. We timed this well. I haven't seen this one before, and there are no annoying kids talking through the movie. Leaning back and taking a swig of my gigantic drink, I cast a glance to my companion. It makes me think that maybe taking Suzu to see such a violent movie wasn't such a great idea. Her passive expression might be holding, but only because she's nervously clutching the popcorn bucket to her chest to steady herself.
she's not watching. The movie's that way, see?
Right? If only I had a penis to put in this popcorn bucket. I really should have picked a chick flick, or at least something a little less violent. Searching for a silver lining, at least this means I have ownership of both the adjacent armrests. Taking the opportunity as an overly long pan of something boring scenery starts, I reach beside me and take some popcorn for myself. The only result is my hand grabbing at the air.
Why did I sit on the wrong side of her? I can't grab it with my nub.
She leaned away as I went to take some, the devious little rat.
Fuck you, buy your own.
Hey, Suzu.
Yes?
I lunge over and take a large handful while she's distracted, stuffing the lot into my mouth at once. My chipmunk-like cheeks don't win any favors.
Look, a distraction.
Both of us end up squinting a little as we emerge back into the bright late morning light of the shopping center. Man, that was great.
Sure was. Would you like to go to a movie? It sure was a movie. So you like samurai flicks?
They're the best. You got the action, you got cool dudes with honor and some great lines, the underdog coming out on top, the valiant sacrifice for the greater good. What's not to like?
Do they have to be so violent?
How can you have a samurai movie without violence? That'd be like a historical drama or something.
I did like the love interest.
Oh, right, that cute girl. She was nice. That main dude, though, was so cool. First you think he's some aimless middle-aged guy, then he becomes someone else completely once he finds his purpose in life. It's The Last Samurai.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're not cute at all, are you?
I mean, it could be, that's pretty vague. It could be any movie, but I guarantee the guy writing this was like, I bet The Last Samurai had just come out or
Right.
something.
Well,
Nope. She just looks at me. Did she mean to imply that I should be more feminine? She does like cute things after all.
want to grab something to eat?
You coming on
at
me?
the restaurant?
I initially moved to check my watch, but the real reason why she wants to retreat somewhere becomes obvious given the slightly unsteady way she's managing to hold her head up. Was she pushing herself to stay awake during the movie so I wouldn't feel offended?
That'd be the better place to sleep.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just sleep there? Guessing she didn't want it brought up, I make a show of checking the time in order to feign ignorance. Sure, how about the cafe around here?
I fell asleep at a movie theater once. It was the worst.
Yeah.
Me and my cousin were super excited. We stayed up all night to watch. We were excited for Pokemon 2000.
You slept
Literally
through it.
fell asleep within like the first 5 minutes and woke up during the credits.
That sucks.
I was like, damn it. I had to go back and see it again. Get
Yeah.
a second Mew card.
I've never fallen asleep in a movie theater, but an ex-girlfriend fell asleep when we were watching Sweeney Todd, and she like laid her head in my lap and fell asleep.
Yeah.
So when she woke up, I came up with this like the whole fake story of the guy in front of me looking back and assuming like I was getting a blowjob,
Yeah.
and then like giving me the thumbs up and high fiving me, and she's like, "He did not. No, he didn't." I was like, "No, it didn't actually happen."
I would have just gone on with it.
She was fucking terrified. How about the cafe around there? A nod is all the response I need. The two of us setting off.
Was she nodding or was she falling over?
With lunch eaten and a nap had, we end up aimlessly wandering around for something to do. As the days worn on, more and more people have started to show up around the place, including hawkers for tissue packs and flyers.
Hawkers.
Have a tissue pack.
Those damn hawkers.
Why a tissue pack?
You look like you need a tissue.
Just like flaps his arms in your face. Take a tissue!
Puffs plus lotion.
Oh God! Don't take it. Just go away. My feet stop as we almost pass a sports goods store. A sports good?
Sports good. Just one. There's one club. They have one golf club.
Not a sporting goods, just a sports good. My attention taken by a particular item sitting on a mannequin in the window. Nothing all that unusual for a store to carry, but something that I can't help but notice.
This is a good sports store. No, it's a sports goods store.
The world feels to drop away as I simply stare. The faceless white mannequin is dressed in full uniform, with boots, socks, pants, undershirt, and jersey. It's even got my number, good old 45.
That's your number?
I guess.
Okay.
It takes
when
me
she,
back.
when she played
Yeah,
sports.
she used to play baseball.
She was a
softball,
sports ball
whatever.
player. Yeah.
Mickey, come on.
Oh, sure. I look up one last time to the mannequin. Something in me hesitating despite knowing I should just put it out of my mind. What have I achieved since then? Has the year I've been with Suzu just been a temporary peak, like my time playing baseball? She's been with her. You've been together a year, and this is your first date? How has she not left you?
Yeah, that's a problem.
Yeah. No matter how I think about it, our relationship can't last. We're two so very different people, and once we graduate, we'll end up living such different lives. Just when I thought I had a chance of getting everything together once more, the light at the end of the tunnel starts darkening so quickly. Why is that such a given that you'll just break up?
Right?
Like, I never understood that. Like, yeah, okay, high school,
Like,
Well, yeah.
high school sweethearts don't last.
But when you're in high
usually.
school, you don't think that.
No, of course. Even a senior in high school, you'd be like, "Oh, we'll stay together forever, babe. I totally won't go to college and cheat on you instantly." So,
Yeah, and it's just like
things happen.
they're different. But so,
Yeah,
I mean,
we're so different. You've been different this whole year. You seem to be getting along pretty fine.
I mean, this is your first date, so that's kind of weird. But
I'm broken from my thoughts by a girl uselessly tugging at my left arm. It's almost amusing how little she achieves despite pulling with both her hands.
Come on, you freaking Amazon. We're not here for you to mope around.
She tries to walk away with me in tow. Doesn't get far. So that's what this whole thing was about. Suzu was just trying her best to cheer me up after all the fracas we've been through lately, though she dare not say it to my face.
All that fracas and fossicking.
What a fossick fracas this whole thing has been. I smile a little in spite of myself. Maybe this won't last. Maybe it will. What do I know? What I do know is that this girl cares for me. That's enough. At least right now. That's all I need to keep going.
I'm just really thinking about this right now, huh?
Right?
Oh, we're here at the
It's
Tritoria Genova.
Genova? Oh, God, it's Genova! After hitting up about half the store, it's mostly just breezing in and out. The two of us settle in for dinner.
Tritoria Genova.
No idea.
All right,
Never
then.
heard of it. Well, not exactly high-end, given that neither of us could afford such a place. The restaurant's distinctively Italian, or at least pseudo-Italian. Styling makes it somewhat a bit different to the norm. At least that's what it's designed to do. Genova. I didn't know you liked pasta.
I don't. I like Final Fantasy VII. How can anyone not like pasta?
I don't mind the stuff, but you sure you wanted to come here when you saw the sign? But you sure wanted to come here when you saw the sign. That wasn't a question. Suzu just shrugs as she goes back to reading the menu. She's never been good at feigning disinterest.
Yeah, I just wanted the Sephiroth salad.
My mind starts to wander as I look over the food on offer. The multitude of Italian names meaning little to me. I know spaghetti and lasagna, but the rest are rather lost on me.
Is that lasagna? That's lasag.
Lasagna?
Lasagny.
Lasagan?
Doesn't it end with an A?
No. Oh, wait.
Maybe it's the Italian spelling.
Oh, I don't know. I think it does end with an A.
Anyway.
It's Lasagan.
Lasang.
By now, the restaurant's at least 3/4 full. The waiters maneuvering from table to table with practiced speed. Being the kind of place where tables have 2 seats and no more, the amount of affectionate chatter and loving glances is almost sickening.
Are they at a restaurant or it looks like a mall?
That's definitely like a mall restaurant.
Yeah.
Suzu does her best not to show it, but I can tell she's noticing the lovey-dovey atmosphere just as I am. It annoys me a little that she isn't showing me any affection despite that, so I decide to take matters into my own hands.
What are you just going to make out in the restaurant?
Right? It's also a little weird that a restaurant would only have tables for 2.
Yeah.
Like, I get it. It's like a romantic place in the mall, apparently. But it's like, we got a party of 4. Sorry, no.
No.
Get out. That's not Italian enough. Hey, Suzu. I quickly lean over the table as she looks up from her menu, pressing my lips to hers just as she's about to speak. I linger for just a moment, taking in those cute small lips, before withdrawing back to my seat and smiling widely.
You don't even appreciate the Final Fantasy restaurant.
Yeah,
You're right. We are too different.
If it's a Genova restaurant, you need to make 2 parties of 3 and take it from different angles. And then there's one party of 2 that you never switch to. Because
Right.
if they end up killing Genova, you don't want them to go up against Sephiroth. That's a bad... That's
You better
a
level them
mistake.
up too.
Yeah, make
otherwise
sure
you-
everybody has Mimic. Yeah, that fight's not as hard as I always make it out to be. Suzu looks ahead of her, mouth just slightly open. She might as well be frozen in stone for all she moves, her face slowly becoming more and more flushed as she's become a bright scarlet. I might have taken things too far, as she looks totally dazed. The girl's senses finally return to her as she buries her face in her hands, desperately hiding from the outside world. That's what you get for ignoring me.
I mean, I'm looking at my menu. Damn. Can't you see we're in public?
So? She just keeps her face buried, my eyes beginning to wander to see the public she's so worried about.
Don't you want to have sex in public?
We had sex in a public shower.
Yeah.
I mean, not super public, but still. I'm used to the occasional sidelong glance from others, but I have a feeling that the looks we're getting from a couple of the others aren't because of my missing hand. I decide to mess with a woman chancing a badly hidden peek from under her thick bangs by looking her dead in the eyes. The way she sheepishly turns her head away makes me grin. The question of whether she's looking because she found us cute, curious, or simply off-putting comes to mind, but it makes little difference to me.
Miki.
What is going on there? That weird Adventure Quest character they got as the waiter. Turning about. Seems my own curiosity has come at it is Sephiroth. The expense of having time to properly select my meal. A waiter, dressed in a rather dapper black and burgundy outfit, stands beside our table while patiently holding his pad and pen ready. Suzu likely already having ordered. What she's having? The waiter,
Okay.
The waiter gives a curt nod before scrawling the order down without question and heading back towards the kitchen. So, what did I just order?
Twit.
What is that? I have no idea what any of this stuff is anyway. Maybe I should have just ordered spaghetti after all.
Well, you're in luck because that's what I asked for.
Really?
No. You'll see when we get it.
I stick my tongue out in response.
You could limit your teasing to those you know.
I'm just messing around. It's not like I can exactly help that we're the only two girls sharing a table. Maybe if I put my stump on top, everyone can stare at that instead.
I just don't like sticking out.
At least you have a choice. Sorry, guess that came out wrong.
This doesn't feel very romantic, does it?
Not at all. Guess I'm not really good at this sort of thing. What about you? It's hard to believe I'm your first partner.
I've never had many friends. Offline, at least. What am I going to do? Go to a bar and hit on women?
I'd like to see that. The image of Suzu trying that is hilarious. Sitting on a stool, trying to chat up some hot girl next to her with some seedy joint while half drunk. Doesn't seem to be the reaction she intended for me to have.
If only there was a place just for...
Right.
So
Someone should invent something like that. More seriously, she does have a point. Introverts sure have it hard. Thank you. Regardless of the fact she's only interested in girls. At least you got me.
For good or ill. Have you mentioned this? To your father, I mean?
No, I didn't even know this restaurant existed. Not yet. To be honest, though, I think he'd be more surprised if I came out as straight.
What the hell even is Final Fantasy, and why is this the last one?
How is it the last one if there's 7? And I've seen 8. She manages to eke out a smile, which I count as a small victory. What I say is true, though. I often had guys visit my house as friends without any romantic undertones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm sure the guys thought that, too. And got along with them as any other guy would. Not that I didn't like the old odd peek at their bodies.
Well, then that's... Okay, whatever.
Our conversation enters a lull as we notice the waiter coming up with what we presume to be our dishes. That was fast. Only for him to walk past and serve them to a different table. Damn it!
Oh, we don't serve your kind here.
I hate when that happens.
Lesbians? No, people who hate Final Fantasy.
People who go to a fancy Italian restaurant and order spaghetti. I guess they didn't.
It's annoying when that happens.
I know, right? You get all excited about being able to dig in only for the chance to fly right by. Thanks for paying for this, by the way.
I didn't say I would... You paid for the movie, so it's only fair.
Unsaid is that the movie cost a lot less than what this meal will. I kind of appreciate Suzu not bringing that up, though.
Oh.
Once again, the waiter begins to walk towards our table. The two of us hope that this is our food. Our wishes turn out to be true, with the waiter politely setting down our plates and drinks before bidding us to have a good meal.
Slams it down on the table. Serve him up!
The pasta sure looks nice, whatever it's called, shaped like little bow ties. It's covered in a thick layer of steaming sauce and Parmesan cheese. I'm salivating just from looking at it. So it's spaghetti, but just not spaghetti noodles?
Mm-hmm. Isn't that just what Italian food is?
No, there's all kinds of different things.
Just different shaped noodles with the same shit on it?
Yeah, but it's just noodles and sauce. Like, it's not like chicken carbonara or anything like that.
It's I don't know what that word is. Farfel, if you're wondering. You're farfel.
I don't know. Delicious is what it is. Let's talk more eat.
Farfally?
Farfally?
Farfafa?
I quickly dig in, fork in hand. You just on a date in a tank top? Managing to burn my tongue with my eagerness, I end up taking a swig of my drink to try and soothe the pain. Oh, that was a candle. Before carefully blowing out the next mouthful. It really is nice. The sauce is delightfully rich, and the pasta's well cooked. Not too dry, but not too soggy. The smell makes the taste all the better, making me savor the somewhat small portion as best I can. Seated across from me, Suzu carefully nibbles at her own meal. She looks a bit like a chipmunk, almost seeming to graze given how little she puts into her mouth each time. At least she'll make the food last as long as it possibly could, I suppose.
Meanwhile, I'm over here just ham-fisting my fork.
Doesn't even look like noodles. Good?
Yeah.
A girl of few words and even fewer when eating.
Yeah, I'm eating.
I move
If I don't eat fast, I'll fall asleep in my pasta.
Right. I want to drown in delicious pasta. I move to speak, but pause as I realize that her usual quiet nature and slow eating aren't what's at play. All of her movements are terribly slow, and what I'd taken as her simply looking at her food now appears to be an attempt to hide the effort she's putting in to do even that much. It's been a long day for the both of us, and now that I think of it, a single short nap at lunch probably wouldn't be enough for her. We've been at this since the very beginning of the day, after all. I don't want to remind her of it, but it's a little painful to see her barely even chewing her food from tiredness. The sheer concentration she's using to accomplish even the most mundane task would be using up even more of what little energy she has left.
With how she is, you feel like she would be like, we need to get out of here. I'm not going to
when
fall
she
asleep
feels
in
it coming
public.
on, yeah. But I guess they went to lunch and took a nap, so she just sat at the lunch they were having and slept.
Yeah, I don't know.
Suzu! Suzu! Failing to get her attention, I put my fork down and give her shoulder a mild shake. Suzu's face could only be described as one of defeat. She knows she lost this fight without a word needing to be said. It's okay.
That's how she's getting out of paying for the meal.
Yeah, she does this every time. The last of her resistance breaks, head falling down and twisting sideways into her arm. Her mostly eaten meal sits beside her. Guess I better not let it go to waste.
Sephiroth comes out. Was something wrong with the meal?
Yeah. My poison worked quicker than I was expecting. Resting my chin on my hand, I idly look at her sleeping face. It really does seem like these are the only times I ever get to see Suzu with her guard down. Time wears on as one couple leaves and then another. We've outlasted everyone who was here before us by now, and after absent-mindedly sipping at my drink for want of something to do, my third glass is almost empty. Try as I might, it's getting hard to deny that she's going to be out for a good while. I don't seem to have much of a choice here. Suzu's probably been pushing herself to stay awake as long as she probably could. Probably could. And now she's paying the price. I doubt she'll be happy with me cutting things short for her sake, but for all I know, she could be out for hours. Accepting my fate and considering the day's fun over, I motioned to the passing waiter to ask for the bill.
You killed my friend. Can I get this meal for free?
Yeah. Just fish her card out of her wallet.
They really don't talk about any of that. Like, oh God, is she okay? Or
yeah, no one reacts to it.
No, or how she has to explain.
Well, it's one of those things too that she has no arm, and I feel like they get glances and stuff, but people in that town have to know that they're close to that school, so they probably see stuff like that all the time.
Right, I guess.
So every so often they get passing glances of people what's going on here? Why are they like this? But
yeah,
for the most part, if you lived in that town, you'd be like, oh, okay, well, she's got something going on.
I guess that could maybe, but
at the same time, you're a waiter and one of your people passes out. You're like, well, are they gonna tip?
Yeah. She said she was gonna pay.
Yeah, I need to corral her out of here so I can get another person at my table.
Yeah. We only have tables of 2 in here.
We'll give you these small portions so you get the fuck out.
And we're in a mall outlet.
Yeah, it's a mall kiosk. There's only 3 tables. I wonder how many times I made my way up this hill with the slumbering girl on my back.
Are those clouds covering the moon, or
it's the
mountains?
castle from Castlevania?
Okay, I was wondering exactly
That's
what was
huge.
going on there.
Yeah, I think it's got to be clouds.
It looks jagged though.
It does. That's what I was saying. It looks like a tower of a castle.
Could just be mountains. There is a big hill to the right here.
That's true. I don't remember what it looks like in the daylight. I'm pretty sure that's just clouds.
Okay, that's just clouds.
Not that I mind doing so. Being useful to someone is something I've always needed, and it's good exercise in any case. Then there's the view.
If she explains,
if she talks about a castle,
the moon being obscured by mountains,
oh, it'd be amazing. Shining through the darkness of the night, the street lamps and residents' lit windows shine up from the town below. People, hundreds of them, reduced to so many pinpricks of light in the black expanse. All those lives reduced to little more than lonely splotches.
Do they die?
It's made all the more poetic by the total lack of life around the 2 of us. All that's to be heard is the occasional rustle of gravel underfoot at the side of the road. That's not my feet. It's pretty, isn't it, Suzu?
Yes.
No answer. Can't say it's a surprise. The air is nice and cool compared to the day's heat. It's calming. My enjoyment of the night's stroll is disrupted as I become aware of my shoulder becoming wet. Ew. She started to drool on me now? Not cool.
Oh, she pissed on me.
Right? The resigned smile on my face soon drops. However, as a quiet whimper comes from Suzu, the dead silence around us makes the sound impossible to mistake.
Just finds a moose and rides back to town on it.
I try to think of a time when Suzu's teared up before, but it's hard. Aside from the time I first met her, and once or twice when she's hurt herself, she's never been much for crying.
Is she crying?
I guess.
Oh, I thought she was drooling.
Yeah, well, so did she. There's nothing I could say to help the situation, so I end up keeping my mouth shut. It would suck to try so hard to make this a great day, only to have it stolen from you at the last moment. Those breadsticks suck.
I'm sorry. It's always like this.
I'm a were-crier. It's a full moon out. Come on, that's my line.
It's a castle.
I had fun today, Suzu. It's been the best day in a damn long while, actually. Suzu's sobbing stops, but only because she's pushed her face into my shoulder to try and steady herself.
I mean, never-ending breadsticks? How could it get better than that? They never end.
I should be the one apologizing. I've always been a brute, after all. I'm selfish, total simpleton, stupid, and I manage to make a total mess of everything all the time. I'm so stupid that I call myself a simpleton kind of twice.
And stupid.
Yeah.
I'm so dumb.
I'm dim-witted. Compared to me, you come out pretty good. Silence returns as I continue to trudge up the hill. I come so very close to asking the one question I want an answer to, but also the one that would likely mean the end of us being together if I asked it.
What's that?
Oh, God. I wish I could say that I'm trying to keep us together for the sake of Suzu's happiness, but I know I'd be lying to myself. I need her. I needed her ever since that fateful day those years ago. Wait, those years go. And if I lost her, I don't know what I'd do.
What's she going to ask her?
I don't know.
Does she like pineapple on pizza?
Oh, God. I do, though.
Me too.
Thank God we can still be friends.
Okay, good.
It's Suzu who breaks the silence. We lose like 6 subscribers. It's Suzu who breaks the silence.
Pineapple
given
Gate.
4 whispered words.
Thank you for everything.
You're welcome.
And then she becomes a werewolf.
Oh, God.
Oh, did we beat the game?
Oh, my God. That'd be amazing. That's the episode.
Did we beat
See
the
you-
game?
see you
Did we
next-
beat our visual novel?
Yeah. Yes. Walking into class, it seems like it'll be another ordinary day.
Oh, you never say that.
Suzu sits bored at her desk as she looks out the window, having joined the other arrivals to class, with Hazao talking to Misha and Suzune, and Haru not yet here. I stride up to her. Good morning, Suzu. You look very happy. She just stares at me with that bored face of hers. Assuming I was wrong, I take another try.
It's kind of like that shirt where it says like happy, sad, and whatever. Like it has all the faces, but it's just the same face.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Depressed? Annoyed? I give up. I don't even know why I bother trying.
I'm turned on.
I hop up on the side of my desk to talk to her, for lack of anything else to do. Ready for the test after lunch?
Test.
Yeah, Mutao mentioned it a few days ago. She just shrugs. It's unlike Suzu to forget something like that, let alone not care about it. I guess her mind's still on other matters. Not
Screw
that I'm completely innocent. She wasn't at school for...
Yeah.
Completely innocent of that either.
Are you still going to quit the track club?
Probably. Just a matter of telling the teacher in charge, really.
How dare you!
Ah!
Don't do anything else you want, but don't do that.
Unlike you to feel so strongly about that kind of thing.
Only because you don't feel strongly enough. You've been in that club for years. Don't quit on my behalf.
It's not all for you, you know. I thought you'd like seeing me a bit more. Suzu just stares at me. I don't know whether to appreciate her unusual strength of will on the issue, or be somewhat hurt by her rejecting having more time together. The more I stay like I am, the less I feel as if we're really belonging with each other. But now she acts like this when I try to bridge the gap.
We belong.
We were just... It's going to be all confusing.
It is.
Alright, I'll hold off. I guess we can talk about it later. She nods simply, apparently pleased with the compromise. Come on, Suzu, what's up? You're in a weird mood today.
I'm fine. You should just cherish your friends more.
What the fuck's that supposed to mean? I can't say I'm totally placated by the response, but she has a fair point. Maybe someone like her, who's rarely had many, is the best kind of person to listen to on such matters.
Appreciate your friends while they're here.
Yeah, the people who have no friends are the best authority on friends.
R.I.P. Bob Saget.
Aw, sad. Did they ever fit? It doesn't matter. With Haru skipping into the room moments before the first teacher of the day walks in, the both of them are very nearly late. I hop off my desk and take a seat. Suzu really does seem out of sorts today, but that wall between her and I is strong as ever. With the class having returned from lunch, Mutao begins his lecturing on what today's test will cover. Little more than a retread of what we've been taught on the current topic, with a few harder questions thrown in to check what we've retained over the holidays.
That's
It's got
not
like
fair.
the sad music playing.
It does. Something bad's going to happen.
I might pass. That would be close if I do. In any case, that's less of a concern to me right now than the empty desk to my left.
She killed.
Oh, she didn't come back from lunch.
She killed Yukio, or whatever his name is.
Oh, yeah.
He bled out and died.
Oh, my God. That'd be amazing if it just, like, took a turn, like DDLC style.
Right?
The other students just walked by as if nothing were amiss, perhaps throwing a casual glance at Suzu's empty seat before writing it off as yet another episode of her narcolepsy. Be easy to think that way myself if not for recent events. But I'm not the only one who knows what's happened in the past. Rumors regarding me, and by extension her, aren't hard to catch on the wind. Does everyone really think this is normal, or are they just giving themselves an excuse not to get involved?
Are we going to find out that about her past? Or is it just like...
I don't know.
I don't know.
It is most likely just another nap, but I can't concentrate at all, knowing that I have no other option. I raise my hand. Yes, Miura. I feel sick. Can I go to the nurse's office?
No.
I'll bet, his face says. He wouldn't be wrong. Mutao sighs, but we both know that he has little option but to let me go. It'll be a pain for him to rerun the test for my sake, but he'd have needed to for Suzu anyway. Hakamichi, escort Miura down there, please.
Fuck you, I don't want to fail.
Shizune nods, but Misha getting up to follow her. Not you, Mikado. I think you know why. Bitch.
Oh.
The sting is palpable as she sits herself back down, Hisao doing his best to silently console her. No, don't comfort Misha.
Yes, comfort Misha.
Shizune walks over and motions for me to follow her out. Mutao wasted no time in getting back to his pre-test briefing. The two of us quietly walk down the abandoned hallway, the sound of one teacher following another as we walk past the filled classrooms. My body feels unbearably tense, which I'd hoped would stop once I gained my freedom from class. I notice that Shizune's pulled her notepad as she walks in front of me, scrawling something down. At least nobody can accuse us of making noise in the corridors like this. Would you stop that incessant scribbling noise?
What's the story?
I really need to work on my lying. Knowing that Shizune could get the truth eventually, I decided to give up without a fight as I take the notepad and pen. I want to check on Suzu. I promise I'll come straight back if it turns out to be nothing.
No.
Handing the items back takes her a moment to decipher my hasty chicken scratch. It's clear she isn't pleased with the proposal, but her answer after handing them back is a surprise.
Go.
With my mind occupied with my new goal, I verbally thank her before realizing the mistake, taking off without checking her reaction.
I mean, she would gather that you said thank you.
Right. I move as bitch. She'll never know. I move as fast as I dare down the stairs and onto the lower floor, lest a teacher pull me aside to scold me for running in the hallways. I don't bother looking to this class or that anymore, only the path ahead.
Oh, God.
Ah!
She's broken the sound barrier.
Gotta go fast. Emerging from the main entrance into the empty school gardens, the fresh air hitting my face spurs me into a flat run. There's a little point to walking now that I'm outside, and the distance from here to the dormitories ain't great. There aren't many places like someone like Suzu would be, after all. If she were in the library, it's like one of the staff would be there would at least try to wake her, leaving the dormitory as most likely place she'd retreat. She's in there with Yukio.
No!
It doesn't take long to reach the building, taking a moment to have a breath before opening the door and heading inside.
He's kidnapped her, and he's like the super villain now.
Oh my god. It's like the end of the Walking Dead game.
Yeah.
Spoilers. Those horrid artificial lights above the entrance blare away, their slightly too perfect white glare sharply contrasting with the sunlight outside. Wasting little time, I stride through to the stairwell. The quiet of the dormitory building entrance is just as present in the wing housing of her room. I know it's unlikely I'd hear her if she was indeed sleeping, but I can't help but wonder if I guessed the wrong location nevertheless. With her door shut as expected, and knowing that knocking would be pointless given that she wouldn't hear it if she were asleep. Oh my god, it is going to be DDLC. I fish out her key from my pocket and insert it into the lock. The door gives a satisfying click as it unlocks. A slight push sending it swinging open.
Oh, God.
Jesus.
Oh.
I have to squint a little in response.
Can't play VNs anymore.
It's a giant bear instead of a giant cow. I have to squint a little in response to the sunlight pouring into her room from the small window. My gaze shifting to her figure seated on the side of her bed.
Looks pretty dark in there.
Right? A glint of light catches my eye as I do so.
Jesus Christ.
My heart stops. The girl's eyes look downward with a distant stare. Her left arm... Her left arm rests on her leg,
Why?
the
No,
palm
what?
upturned and sleeve pulled up.
What?
The point of a small utensil rests against the wrist held by her right hand.
What is this? Where's
I
this come from?
I was joking! Bitch! A kitchen knife. Suzu's holding a kitchen knife against her forearm. My center of gravity shifts forwards, my body immediately taking over where my mind has failed. I'm already almost upon her by the time Suzu notices my presence. Adrenaline almost feels to pour from my eyes, such is the amount of coursing through my body. Every motion is born of pure reflex as I come over her, my mind lagging terribly behind and comprehending the situation.
Yeah, no, I know the feeling.
Yeah, Jesus. Time feels to slow as I fall on top of her, my left stump pushing her right hand outward as my bent right forearm is shoved against her neck. Jesus, don't choke her out. Her dazed expression tells of her not having any idea what's just happened in the last 2 seconds as we tumble downward. Crashing to the bed, we find ourselves tangled. With my hand still pressed to Suzu's neck, holding her down, her right arm held against the bed with my left forearm, all I'm left to do is stare down at her with our faces barely inches from each other. Despite unambiguously being the one in physical control of the situation, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. What comes after something like that? It's Suzu's eyes that give the first indication of what's happened. Bulging wide as tears begin to well up, her breath catches as she desperately attempts to keep some control over herself. Her face twists and distorts as she tries to keep a flood of emotions in, but it's utterly hopeless. Her tears overflow and begin to fall over her cheeks, first as a trickle before becoming a river. Where's Justin Timberlake when you need him? I want to say something to help her, anything at all, but I'm powerless. Even as I hold myself inches over Suzu's frail body, the girl I love so much just breaks.
Well, at least she's alive.
Jesus Christ. All semblance of composure shatters as the dam breaks, her whimpers breaking out into wild bawling. My heart breaks as I watch her body seize and convulse beneath mine, her wailing face overflowing with tears. Everything is messed up. It wasn't supposed to be like this. It wasn't supposed to be anything like this. I'm so sorry, Suzu. Why?
I was not expecting that even a little bit.
No.
What? Okay. Whew. Okay then. Yeah,
That was too much.
that was too much. We made it. It's a brand new day.
Yeah, everything's fine now. The soft breeze is cool as I sit and watch watching the gaggle of guys fooling around on the track. Seated in the shade of the trees lining the edge of the track area, I simply lack the energy to get up and join in. It's been a week since that terrible day. Might as well have been yesterday as far as my memory's concerned. Yeah, ours too. The image of her sitting there, knife in hand, solemnly contemplating the end of her existence with those distant eyes still makes me feel physically sick. I'll never forget that scene, no matter how long I live. I'm going to have to kill myself to get rid of it. Suzu hadn't been at school since then, with her parents having collected her. A cover story of unspecified family issues was given as the reasoning for her temporary disappearance, which seems to have stuck. Like all good rumors, it had just enough truth to be believable, and few dared to ask questions of the girl who just flattened a guy over her. Piece of bread in its plastic wrapper suddenly dangles in front of my face.
I am bread. Feel better now.
Despite not having an appetite at all, I take the packet just to get him off my back.
The bread?
As expected, it's Hisao who takes a seat beside me. He and Haru are the only others who have known the truth, beyond the teachers and staff. As for Suzu and her family, I haven't heard a peep since that fateful day. I'm not hungry.
I don't care.
His tone is harsher than I'm used to, and with a little fight left in me, I obediently rip open the thin packaging. Even if I'm loath to admit it, the smell of fresh bread playing at my nose does incite a small hunger. The two of us end up eating our lunches side by side,
the distant sounds of playing and shouting drifting in the air. As we munch away, I can't help but say what's on my mind.
Something's wrong.
It feels weird, doesn't it? Everyone else playing around, completely oblivious to what happened.
Well, I mean, you did.
Are you going to make
Lie
an
about it.
announcement?
Right, or whatever. They spread the rumor about it. Yeah, I know what you mean. It's like everything diverged from that moment, with the rest of the world in a different timeline. The one we're in.
Something's wrong.
Haru's just like, hey, yeah, that's crazy, right?
Finally you get... Yeah. Oh, come on. That's nonsense.
That's stupid. Nobody treats us any differently, but in a way, that's the problem.
As always, Hasao's the one to find words where I struggle for him.
I know you lied about the relationship between you and Suzu back when I asked.
Sorry, did you just say Suzu? Have you been calling her that? No wonder she did it. I wanted a clean slate, you know? Someone who I could deal with as if none of that crap had ever happened. I guess that's kind of impossible now, huh? Hasao just looks at me expectantly. I can't keep this from him any longer, and after all the support he's given me, he deserves to know. Finally! I take a long breath, thinking back to those days. It isn't something I enjoyed doing. I suppose you gathered by now that I used to be an unpleasant kind of person.
Used to? I mean, yeah, something like that.
Most of the kids who enter Yamaku are pretty well-adjusted, normal folk. Just your usual kids who happen to have some shit luck. I wasn't like that. I got the best luck. After I lost my hand, I guess you could say I went off the rails. I got off on beating people, to put it bluntly. Pretty much anyone who I didn't like the look of, but mainly those who looked down on me. I'd always been built pretty damn well by the standards of a girl or a guy. That strength was damn near all I had left, so I used it.
A real delinquent, huh?
Nothing so romantic. I was just a shithead bully, nothing more. Over the years I got a reputation, one I deserved, mind you. People didn't stand up to me, and I could see the humility of people had if they felt they'd gotten in my way. I'm not gonna lie, it felt good. I felt powerful again. Gave me a twisted sense of accomplishment and status. Sense of pride and accomplishment. Thanks, EA. But one day I met someone who didn't know about that reputation.
The day you met Suzu.
I give a nod.
She didn't give a damn about my bad reputation.
I don't remember everything about that day, but I do remember the way Suzu looked. She was sitting on the ground near the storage shed. Something smelled like lemons. Could barely see her between the legs of the three girls and some guy who were standing around insulting at her. Something about the situation annoyed me, so I walked up to him and I challenged a girl who seemed to be leading the little charade.
That's pretty admirable. Standing up for her when you didn't need to, that is.
Yeah, that would be admirable. I still don't know if I genuinely wanted to help her or if I just had a chip on my shoulder that day.
I killed her.
In any case, the girls backed off after recognizing me, but the guy made the mistake of picking an argument. I think it was the boyfriend of one of them or something. He started going off about Suzu and how she'd screwed up something or other. I honestly didn't care much. But then he made the mistake of insulting me. I can't recall what he said, but something inside of me tripped.
What happened then?
I kissed him. I broke him.
We made love.
Right in front of his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Silence washes over us. Sal leaning back as I realize the dark face I must be making right now as I remember the event. The ambient noise of people playing around ahead feels slightly surreal, given the atmosphere.
You didn't kill him, did you?
I wasn't far off. I went absolutely berserk on him. I don't even know if I got hurt or not. Every part of my mind was purely dedicated to destroying his body. If a couple of teachers hadn't found us and dragged me off the guy, I really don't know what might have happened. I take a breath and pull myself out of the moment. Hasao just looks on, understandably speechless as macabre images fill his thoughts. This is the first time I've told anybody about this stuff myself, come to think of it. Such things tend to get around quickly, though, so everyone in school at the time largely knew, as rumors if not in detail.
And Suzu?
I remember seeing her face as the teachers pulled me away. She looked super turned on. No, not her face, her fear. I'd never seen someone so terrified in my life. I think that was the first moment I realized what a detestable being I'd become. That someone could look at me and see something that gave them that much fear.
You mean you didn't see it in the people you were beating?
Right?
No, she was blacked out at that moment.
Why, with that information, would Yukio even try to fight her then?
Right.
Like, what an idiot.
For what it's worth, I'd never have guessed it. You always seemed like a pretty laid-back kind of person to me.
I take Xanax.
Now that I
A
think
lot of Xanax.
what happened afterwards, surely you didn't get out of that without punishment.
I was pretty much set for expulsion. By that point, the staff were looking for an excuse to throw me out, and it's not like I had any friends willing to come in and bat for me. But then one day, it was never mentioned again.
They dropped the matter.
It's like the timeline shift.
I was going to
or
say,
something.
Haru fixed it.
Yeah. Yeah, it was the strangest thing. Haru cast some weird spell and made everybody forget about it. It was so bizarre that my curiosity got the better of me. The staff weren't going to tell me anything, so I ended up fingering the student council for information.
You did what?
No wonder you spent so much time with Suzu. Turned out that they'd taken up my cause and argued that I had my reasons, that Suzu was being bullied and I was defending myself after trying to argue them away from her.
Why would they do that, though?
Because a particular girl told them that's what happened. Seizing on the lull in conversation, I said about finishing the bread in my hand. Hasao just looks out to the field ahead, thinking on what I said.
So you felt a debt to her.
I'm not the kind of person to worry about that sort of thing.
Yeah, I noticed.
Asshole. I'll beat your ass. Rather than a debt, it's more I felt useful to someone. That's why we ended up hanging around each other. Suzu had no friends, so when I was around, she wouldn't get bullied, and had someone to help if she had a cataplexy attack or suddenly felt sleepy. As for me, it was a mere curiosity at first, working out why she'd done such a thing. After a while, though, I realized that I had a purpose again. I could live for Suzu's sake. That girl saved me.
You shouldn't forget that you saved her. It's a miracle you got to her in time.
Saved her? I did no such thing. It's my fault she even fell that far to begin with. I thought I could change, that I could somehow redeem myself. In the end, it was all a fantasy.
She didn't say the thing. Suzu told me something once. I didn't understand why she felt about it so strongly then, but now it makes sense.
Yeah?
Yeah. She said that she didn't believe in it.
That always gets me. That always cracks me up, that little, yeah? Yeah. It's like whispery, yeah.
She said that she didn't believe in the concept of good people or bad people, just people who do good or bad things.
Yeah, usually when you do mostly bad things, you're a bad person. It's the kind of hopelessly naive thing she'd believe. She's lived a sheltered life, after all. It's not a bad thing in itself, but her innocence because of it makes her attempts to form a worldview look childish. From the way Hasao's smiling, she managed to get at least one believer. It would be nice to think that I'm somehow a different person to who I was those years ago, but I imagine those I hurt would have very different opinions.
Well, you're not beating my ass right now, so...
I mean, you were one choice away from banging me. So. A buzzing sound suddenly comes from Hasao's pocket, his hand quickly diving in to retrieve his phone. Oh, sorry, this is Emmy's mom. I gotta take this. He looks to me with an expression of surprise after glancing at the display.
It's Subasa. She wants to fuck?
How did I not catch any of the signals?
I gotta take this.
Yeah.
Get better. Oh.
The sweater vest. What a hero. Look at that hero pose in his sweater vest. I can practically hear my heart thumping away as I walk through the park. While I do my best to appear casual, I don't think Hasao buys it.
There's actually people in this scene.
Right?
Back by that tree.
Oh my gosh. Those are some nice umbrellas. Why do they have umbrellas?
I don't know, maybe it was raining.
Is it? Doesn't look like it.
It looks pretty sunny.
An offer to talk to Suzu once more finally came. Perhaps unsurprisingly from her sister rather than her parents. It's the first contact I've had with her since that day, and I really have no idea what to expect. While I may have hoped that the time that's passed would have dulled my memories, they're still fresh as ever. Moreover, if it's bad for me, it could only be worse for her.
You okay?
Almost pissing myself, actually. Thanks for coming with me. Hasao claps me on the shoulder a couple of times. He needn't have come, but I must have made a pitiable impression on him when I implied I wouldn't be comfortable doing this alone.
Please don't piss yourself.
As we clear the trees, a lonely wooden park bench comes into view, with a lonely girl seated on it. Only the top of the back of her head is visible, but there's no mistaking her. I mean, she's got blue hair. I stop in my tracks. Now that I can see her, I'm forced to admit that it feels wrong to bring Hisao into this. It's not his fault any of this happened, and I'm the one with the most time spent with Suzu.
It'd be Misha, because that was the only one that they mentioned. Like, her unmistakable hair.
Oh, yeah.
It's for some reason pink hair in anime.
Right.
No other colors.
That's the only
Just
colored
pink.
hair that's because I feel like sometimes blue is like they do that because it's easier to do than black.
I
'Cause
guess.
black gets lost in the background.
I guess. There are black-haired anime girls, though.
Yeah.
But yeah.
My mind begins to fill with all the events that lead to this situation. What might have been in her head as she stared into the abyss of non-existence. What I did to make her hurt so badly. And what I could have done to stop it. What I saw, what I didn't see. What I did and what I didn't.
Miki?
We've been standing here for like 20 minutes. I take a sigh to steady myself. Makes me feel a little sheepish, but I have to admit the obvious. Sorry, Hisao, but... He just smiles. It's always bugged me how easy it is to make him wear a smile. But how hard it is to make him genuinely do so. This, at least, is the latter.
I understand. Good luck.
Thanks. I owe you one. I put on a sweater vest for nothing. He turns on the ball of his heel and begins to stroll off, hand held in the air.
I'm off to Subasa.
Don't you forget about me.
I'll hold you to that.
With that, he disappears into the trickle of people walking along the concrete path out of the park. Why do you have an umbrella? It's just me and Suzu now.
There she is.
With my heart in my mouth, I walk up to the bench and park myself beside her. My first mistake is waiting for her to greet me before doing the same, with an awkward silence lingering after she fails to say a word. Indeed, her only reaction to my presence is a quick sideways glance before looking straight ahead once more. The only silver lining is that I feel a little less conspicuous as I examine her as best I can. Oh, hiccup. The most immediate observation is that she looks small. Are you always this small? I do my
You're
best.
really small.
I do my best to try and work out why, but come to the conclusion that it isn't physical. Beyond her slumped shoulders, she gives the aura of someone wholly defeated, the spark of life within her glowing terribly dim. Doesn't look as if she's been crying recently, at least. A little thinner for the experience, perhaps, but she's always been a problematic eater. Content that I'm not going to work out anything further from looking at the girl, I take a breath and try to work out what I'll say. Which is impossible. Do I address her casually, like today's just another day? We both know that wouldn't be the case. How do I even begin to approach what happened, though? Is she mad at me for stopping her? Thankful? Does she want to break up with me or stay together?
So, why do those guys have umbrellas?
You think it's gonna rain? Giving up on making conversation, I simply reach out to rub Suzu's hair. A strange feeling comes over me the moment I place my hand on her head and begin to stroke her. A sense of calm, in sharp contrast to the previous anxiety of facing her again. She's just Suzu, after all. Same girl I've known for all this time. Maybe she feels something similar to what I am, as her cheeks had become distinctly rosy. Time goes by as I gently stroke her head, but try as we might, we can't ignore what's happened. Suzu's eyes begin to moisten, her mouth trembling as she tries desperately to hold in her emotions. Slowly but surely, tears begin to form, overflowing and gently rolling down her cheeks. My heart stops as I watch her, the girl weeping in sorrowful silence. I wrap my arms around Suzu and bring her head to my chest, holding her shuddering body to mine in a warm embrace. It's from her that the first words come.
I'm sorry.
Come on now, none of this is your fault. I'm the one who messed everything up, but it feels like you're the one taking the fall.
Stop saying that.
Isn't it true, though? She picks herself off of me, wiping her eyes with the back of her wrist. She's managed to pull herself together a little, but barely.
You're not a terrible person, Miki. You're beautiful, outgoing, kind. Unlike me, all I ever do is constantly cause other problems. No matter how hard I try, I've always been useless.
You had the courage to confess. That takes some guts, especially to another girl.
I panicked. That's all that happened. For so long, I stood on the sidelines and tried to help you improve yourself, and saw your circle of friends getting greater and greater. When I saw you with Hisao, I realized that you'd finally become someone who might have a bright future ahead of them, so I figured I'd ruin it. But then, when you mentioned you had,
when you mentioned that...
Whoa.
When you mentioned you that chose, yeah,
Okay.
that's wrong.
Okay, good. I was like, what happened
The
to
that and you should be flipped.
me? Okay.
But then, when you mentioned that you chose to come to my house, to put it in your terms, I guess it was like instinctively reaching for something thrown towards you.
It's like you made a choice in a visual novel, and I instantly liked you. Like I gained points for you or something.
Right? I don't know. I suddenly just wanted in your pants. I'd always thought you were straight, but even if you weren't, I was a useless person to begin with. I didn't have the right to be with someone like you. But when I heard that, when I saw the first ray of hope I'd seen for so long, I grabbed at it without thinking.
You should be proud of that. I know I made things worse, but I was trying to change for you. I trail off as her expression falls to one of abject despair.
Yes, that's right, isn't it? Everyone has to change because of me. Everyone has to make allowances and act differently.
Suzu.
I love you, Miki. You're strong-willed, you're brave, you look out for others, you have such a strong spark of life, more than anyone I've ever known.
And them titties, though.
You don't care for Final Fantasy, but we can work past that. I don't care if you think you're stupid or rough, or what you've done in the past. Miki, I didn't fall for you because of what I wanted you to be. I fell for you because of what you are. When I saw how I messed up, hurting the one I loved the very most.
I feel a big lump in my throat as I stare at Suzu, her declaration of her feelings hammering home. Damn it, we're never going to be able to go back to Genova's. I'm not going to cry. I told myself that I damn well wasn't going to cry.
It's ruined forever.
Right?
You can't go back.
Damn it, Suzu. You had me scared, you know. More scared than I've ever been in my life. I reach for Suzu and grab her tightly, pressing her into my chest with all the strength I can muster. Nice.
Miki, you're holding me too tight. I can't breathe. Your gigantic breasts.
Too bad, because I'm not letting you go. I don't want to lose you, Suzu. Not again. I won't change. I promise. Not even for the better. As I hold her body tightly, her arms find their way around my back. For the first time, I feel like we truly understand each other. There are no walls anymore. All there is me and her.
Are we at this is
That's what I'm
gotta be
wondering.
finale-ish,
I'm going to
right?
let at least this scene end. I lost everything all those years ago, but now I realize I found someone truly worth the pain I've felt since then. My precious Suzu, who I so nearly lost.
Whoa.